Hello. Is this Sonic? No, it's not Sonic. It's Rhythm Heaven. Sonic. I don't think I've played any Sonic game ever, so maybe it sounds the same, maybe it doesn't. Either way, you guys, I don't know if I can finish. I don't know if I can bring myself to finish that Her Take episode because they're going to start talking about like vaccines and its connection to the TISM, and I just don't know if I feel like doing that, so maybe we'll come back to it. I did want to see, what is it? Fuck. Caitlin Collins from CNN, like pressing Tulsi Gabbard because Trump administration is like desperately trying to get Epstein out of the news. So naturally, we must introduce a conspiracy theory. We've not even introduced. We're resurrecting the like 2016 Russia interference, but apparently now President Barack Obama should be accused of treason, but we're not going to try him or charge him for anything, I guess. But it starts here with Mike Johnson just straight up saying,
it's very deliberate.
Yesterday, Johnson says he's shutting down housework because of Democrats' Epstein files charade. So you see they have no choice but to go on recess because of the damn Democrats. Not their base, of course. That's also calling for the release of these documents.
We work very closely hand in hand, the Senate and House Republicans, as one united team. That's kind of an innovation in Washington, but a very important one. And we've demonstrated that unity is how we deliver. There is no majority in the history of this body that can wield power unless it stands together. And so I work really hard. We all do. This leadership team does every day to keep everybody rowing in the same direction. This morning at our weekly conference meeting, we discussed the upcoming schedule, given the Democrats' endless efforts to politicize the Epstein controversy and the whole investigation. I want to be clear about this. There's a reason behind what we are doing here. We have a...
Yeah, it's when I think about what party has consistently pandered to right wing or to not, I'll leave out right wing so I can bury the lead a little bit. Who has consistently told their base that the world and the U.S. deep state, quote unquote, is run by a bunch of like pedophile, child abusing freaks that take adrenochrome? Who comes to mind? Republicans or Democrats?
Responsibility, actually a dual responsibility here, okay? I've been on record very clearly that I believe in maximum transparency. I think every single House Republican will say the same thing. In fact, they've told me that publicly and privately. They talk about this. We want maximum transparency. We also understand...
That's why Republicans are voting against releasing the Epstein files, right?
The other part of that duty is that we have to protect innocent victims, okay? We have to do both things at the same time.
Are we going to do the thing where we pretend like what people are calling for is the release of CSA materials and not like client lists and the names of people that are involved?
What do we mean by that? Look, involved in the Epstein evil, okay, which is what it was. Let's call it what it was. There are innocent victims of those unspeakable sex crimes, okay? Some of them were minors. Some of them were not. When the Epstein records are turned over to the public, which we must do as quickly as possible, we have to also be very judicious and careful about protecting the innocent. I think everybody in the country should understand the necessity of that. It is the standard. I used to be a litigator. It's the standard in the court of law, in the courts. It's the standard in law enforcement. Anyone who's served in law enforcement understands the necessity of that. It is the standard with government agencies. We protect the innocent. So we cannot be careless. In an open release like that, you have to be very careful. The president himself has said that he wants maximum.
Why won't they release the Epstein files / client list? They need to. Oh, there's an update to why exactly they won't do it.
Maximum transparency and all credible evidence to be turned over to the American public so that everyone can make their own decisions. We're owed that. And we want any individual who's been involved in any way in the Epstein evils to be brought to justice as quickly as possible. And the law should be brought down upon their head. We're unequivocal about that, okay? We have to make sure that the credible evidence is revealed, and we're doing that. The president has made a request to the courts in the grand jury testimony and the files there, for example. And the court should turn that over, and that will be a continuing and ongoing quest. Now, what we refuse to do is participate in another one of the Democrats' political games. This is a serious matter. We are not going to let them use this as a political battering ram.
What is hilarious is that he was smart to... when asked, like, oh, should they be released? He said a few days ago, yeah, they should be released. Because he knows that saying no, they shouldn't be released just ends up creating a bigger media cycle than if he just says yes and they move on. But now he's the person being sent out to say, yeah, we're not releasing them.
The Rules Committee became the ground for them to do that. We're not going to allow them to engage in that charade anymore. Why do I call it a charade? Because the Democrats are trying to play gotcha politics right now when, as the leader just pointed out, they don't have any moral high ground on this at all. They controlled the Department of Justice for the last 4 years. Has anyone forgotten? They had all these files the entire time. They sat on everything Epstein related for 4 long years while President Biden was in office. You could draw your own conclusions as to why. But we've been intellectually consistent the entire time. And I want to say this about my colleagues, Ro Khanna and Jim McGovern.
And the reason why they sat on it is because you don't have a bunch of Democrats clamoring for them to release this shit. That's why.
Hakeem Jeffries and so many others. They've tweeted about Epstein countless times in the last 2 weeks, but go back and look at their social media accounts, we have, and their public comments. They had exactly 0 posts on the subject for the last 4 years of the Biden administration. Interesting, isn't it? We all understand that the America First agenda and the American people are best served by putting an end to the Democrat sideshows. And that's what we're doing by not allowing the Rules Committee to continue with that nonsense this week.
The other thing is that, during the midterms, so when Biden was first elected, Democrats had the majority in Congress. But by the midterms, the Republicans controlled Congress again. So it's the damn Democrats that are the reason why this isn't being released. And now, even though we could release it, we shouldn't do it now because it would be politicized, so that would be wrong or something. They had the opportunity to do this in 2022. They just didn't. To the person that asked, why not? Why won't they release it? On top of the fact that they pretty much knew that Trump was going to be. Verification? It wasn't making me do this. Hold on. Let's see. Buses. And it still gives me this fucking puzzle thing? Why not? Why is it making me do this? So rude. Oh my god. I just have to look up the actual Wall Street Journal thing and see how far I can get. Whatever. Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files, according to the Wall Street Journal. Bondi also told President at the meeting that Justice decided to not release more Jeffrey Epstein documents because of the presence of child pornography and the need to protect victims. So the most I can see with this before I have to pay for this shit. When Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior admin officials. In May, Bondi and her deputy informed the president at a meeting at the White House that his name was in the Epstein files. But whatever, Reuters was reporting this as well. Maybe, oh wait. No, I also can't see for free. Okay. When the article's too new and this only dropped a few hours ago, it doesn't usually have the mirrors available yet. Trump was told he is in Epstein files, Wall Street Journal reports. So Pam Bondi tells the president the disclosure about Trump's appearance in the Justice Department's case records threatened to deepen a political crisis that has engulfed his administration for weeks. Some Trump supporters for years have fanned conspiracy theories about Epstein's clients and the circumstances of his 2019 death in prison. The White House sent mixed signals following the story. It released an initial statement characterizing it as fake news. But a White House official later told Reuters the administration was not denying that Trump's name appears in some files. Noting that Trump was already included in a tranche of materials Bondi assembled in February for conservative influencers. Trump, who was friendly with Epstein in the 1990s and early 2000s, appears multiple times on flight logs for Epstein's private plane in the 1990s. Trump and several members of his family also appear in an Epstein contact book alongside hundreds of others. Much of that material has been publicly released in the criminal case against Epstein's former associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, who was sentenced to 20 years in prison after a conviction for child sex trafficking and other crimes. And her brother, I was looking to see if anything had been released on Piers Morgan's channel. Her brother is going around doing a PR tour, trying to whitewash her image. But the interview with him is very, very long, so I don't know if I want to do it. During her trial, Epstein's longtime pilot testified that Trump flew on Epstein's private plane multiple times. Trump has denied being on the plane. Reuters was not able to immediately verify the journal's report. So, fake news. If the White House is not really even denying it, then Reuters not independently verifying it doesn't tell me as much as their comment. Trump has faced intense backlash from his own supporters after his administration said it would not release the files, reversing a campaign promise. The Justice Department said in a memo earlier this month that there is no basis to continue probing the Epstein case, sparking anger among some prominent Trump supporters who demanded more info about wealthy and powerful people who had interacted with Epstein. Trump has not been accused of wrongdoing related to Epstein and has said their friendship ended before Epstein's legal troubles began 2 decades ago. Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche issued a statement that did not directly address the journal's report. Bondi, nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution, and we have filed a motion in court to unseal the underlying grand jury transcripts, the official said. As part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings. It says many names appeared. The newspaper reported that Bondi, who will this be satisfying to? We checked and we're just fine. We don't need to look into anything further. The newspaper reported that Bondi and her deputy told Trump at a White House meeting that his name, as well as those of many other high-profile figures, appeared in the files. Epstein died by suicide in 2019, allegedly, while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges, to which he had pleaded not guilty. It wouldn't be allegedly. It would be more accurate to say reportedly. In a separate case, Epstein pleaded guilty in 2008 to a prostitution charge in Florida and received a 13-month sentence in what is now widely regarded as too lenient a deal with prosecutors. This is like the sweetheart deal thing. Under political pressure last week, Trump directed the Justice Department to seek the release of sealed grand jury transcripts related to Epstein. On Wednesday, U.S. District Judge Robin Rosenberg denied one of those requests, finding that it did not fall into any of the exceptions to rules requiring grand jury material be kept secret. That motion stemmed from federal investigations into Epstein in 2005 and 2007, according to court documents. The department has also requested the unsealing of transcripts in Manhattan federal courts related to later indictments brought against Epstein and Maxwell. Last week, the Journal reported that Trump had sent Epstein a bawdy birthday note in 2003 that ended, "Happy birthday, and may every other day be another wonderful secret." They leave out the other thing that was weird. It was something related to something like young or where is it? That was like one strange line. Yeah, the enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every other day be a wonderful secret. This was in a doodle that Trump drew for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday and sent to him. And it was like an imaginary conversation between himself and Epstein written in the third person. Reuters has not confirmed the authenticity of the alleged letter. Trump has sued, this lack of confirmation doesn't surprise me either, because this was an exclusive to the Wall Street Journal and they didn't publish images of the documents that they're reporting on. Trump has sued the Journal and its owners, including billionaire Rupert Murdoch, asserting that the birthday note was fake. MAGA pushback. Trump and his advisors have long engaged in conspiracy theories, including about Epstein, that have resonated with Trump's political base. They're leaving out that Kash Patel himself was a massive QAnoner, and so was Dan Bongino. Now they're in Trump's cabinet. And then as soon as they get into Trump's cabinet, they're like, oh, nothing to see here. He killed himself, is what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. The Make America Great Again movement's broad refusal to accept his administration's argument that those theories are now unfounded is unusual for a politician who is accustomed to enjoying relatively unchallenged loyalty from his supporters. Epstein hung himself in prison, according to the New York City chief medical examiner, but his connections with wealthy and powerful individuals prompted the speculation that his death was not a suicide. I wondered if they'd reference this. Do you think Kash Patel sold out? Of course he did. How else would you explain it? It's possible for him to corroborate that actually I was wrong. He really did just kill himself and still be transparent with those documents. The Justice Department said in its memo this month that it had concluded Epstein died by his own hand. In a sign of how the issue has bedeviled Trump and divided his fellow Republicans, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson on Tuesday abruptly said he would send lawmakers home for the summer a day early to avoid a floor fight over a vote on the Epstein files. His decision temporarily stymied a push by Democrats and some Republicans for a vote on a bipartisan resolution that would require the Justice Department to release all Epstein-related documents. But a subcommittee of the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday approved a subpoena. So this is the update that I was talking about. seeking all Justice Department files on Epstein. 3 Republicans joined 5 Democrats to back the effort and a sign that Trump's party was not ready to move on from the issue. Trump, stung and frustrated by the continued focus on the Epstein story, has sought to divert attention to other topics, including unfounded accusations that former President Barack Obama's undermined Trump's successful 2016 presidential campaign. Obama's office denounced the allegations as ridiculous, as they should. This is, again, like if they actually had something, they'd be charging him, but they're not charging him with anything. And when they were asked, like, why aren't you doing that? They were completely evasive at this press conference between Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi. I think, no. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary. More than 2/3 of Americans believe the Trump admin is hiding information about Epstein's clients, according to a Reuters Ipsos poll conducted last week. It's a racist strategy. Blame it on the black guy. Yeah, not even Biden, right? Blaming it on President Obama. So they actually bucked Trump, these Republicans. I guess because they'd like lose their own seat if they didn't. Justice Department faces subpoena over Epstein files by House Oversight Committee. It came the same day Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell was subpoenaed. This was reported earlier today.
This morning, as the Jeffrey Epstein saga rages on, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who until recently was President Trump's personal lawyer, is preparing to meet with Epstein's former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year prison sentence for conspiring with Epstein to traffic underage girls. President Trump says talking with Maxwell wasn't his idea, but
Oh shit, I think it was rated on YouTube. Thank you for the raid. Queenman? I'm not sure who did it.
he's fine with it.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
This comes as Maxwell has been appealing her case, trying to get out of prison. Trump used to socialize with Epstein and Maxwell and was asked about her when she was arrested in 2020.
Do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see
It was Queenman. Thank you, Queenman.
that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly.
In an interview with Axios shortly after that, he wished her well yet again.
Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking.
You know, I was thinking about this interview yesterday when Pisco was putting me in the hot seat, asking me, would you ever debate Bibi Netanyahu if you had the opportunity to, or like Hitler or whatever? Was this hypothetical? And I was thinking, as this being probably one of the best interviews that's ever been conducted with Trump, where he made an absolute complete fool of himself. I don't even know why he sat down with this journalist, but how small of an impact it had overall.
Why would you wish such a
Well, first
person
of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend
Epstein.
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck.
I would wish any criminal who gets put into the American prison system well, apparently.
Trump and some of his top allies spent years stoking shadowy conspiracy theories about Epstein. But now his administration has backed off a promise to release the full FBI files on Epstein.
The president's staff, administration, his own children, his vice president have promised that these files would come out.
Dude, Massey looks rough in this. I knew it was him, but
Now we're being told it's a hoax. It doesn't wash.
The House Oversight Committee Tuesday voted to subpoena Maxwell to testify. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, a close ally of the president, announced Congress is going into early recess this summer, avoiding any more votes on the Epstein case. The Trump administration is falsely claiming
a juvenile move, and it's just perfect that it's called fucking recess.
that Obama deliberately manufactured and politicized intelligence reports about Russian interference in the 2016 election. In a rare rebuke, Obama fired back, his spokesman pointing to the, quote, widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes.
And this is uncontroversial. The idea that Obama did this. Yeah, it was like Obama is behind DNC emails that were getting leaked that exclusively targeted Democrats. That's all Obama conjuring up. Controversy to what exactly? I don't even know why this is the direction that they went in.
Obama noted that those findings were affirmed by Republicans in Congress at the time, including Trump's now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The Obama spokesman adding, quote, these bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. The Justice Department won't say when Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will meet with Maxwell or where. She's currently serving her sentence in a federal prison in Florida. Maxwell's attorney tells ABC News they are in discussions with the government, saying in a statement, quote, Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. Michael?
All right, John, thank you so much for that. And everybody.
If there's anyone that you can trust, it's Ghislaine Maxwell.
This morning is the Jeffrey Epstein
House Oversight Committee votes Wednesday to subpoena. Motion passed by a vote of 8-2. Notably, 3 GOP lawmakers, Representative Nancy Mace, Scott Perry, and Brian Jack, joined with Democrats on the subcommittee to approve the subpoena defying Republican leadership. I guarantee you her getting fucking community noted is literally what led to this. Hold on. Nancy Mace. She tweeted out, like, I care about all victims of sexual assaults or whatever. And then was community noted because that same day she had voted against a similar measure to release more files, just like last week. And now she's retweeting, like, Tulsi Gabbard lying or whatever. These people are, like, desperate to save their, to not lose their seat in midterms. But whatever. While I find that, this is Caitlin Collins going off on Tulsi while she tries to sell this bullshit to the American public. What's the outrage in this? White House shuts down Caitlin Collins after Russia interference docs. This is from New York Post. I'll let you guys decide if you agree with that title.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions for Director Gabbard. Just on this, Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this, including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence is...
Yeah, and I think the clip that she's referencing is when Tulsi went on the Joe Rogan appearance, where she was bringing up, accusing Russia of interfering in 2016 election goes viral amid Obama conspiracy allegations. Let's see.
There's so many, I don't know.
Yeah. Oops, on Joe Rogan's podcast in September 2018, Tulsi Gabbard acknowledged that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Rogan called it amazing that it took until 2016 for foreign election influence to become a major issue in the United States.
I think when you're talking about, and there's so many, I don't know, I'm kind of going in a few different directions here with these social media giants, how they're being misused to further certain agendas in different ways. But when you're talking about like these Russian troll farms that you mentioned, what is missing from all of the news coverage around this and all of the outrage about how this foreign country is trying to influence our elections, which is wrong and which the American people need to be aware of where this information is coming from, is the fact that and you're saying, why does somebody do that? Well, because this country does want to influence who we're electing, right?
Yes.
Like, we'd rather work with this person. We know that person is not going to be nice to us. The United States has been doing this for a very long time.
Sure.
In countries around the world, both overtly and covertly, through these kinds of disinformation campaigns, not even counting like the outright regime change wars. We're
not even counting that. So
assessment or wrong?
Well, first, I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Oh, yeah, this is the... So somebody linked to me the original. Thank you, Migs. She like tweeted out this poll: child R word should get the death penalty, and this is on July 14th, and then I guess a community notice since we removed. But after posting that, Nancy Mace wrote this minutes after voting against the release of the Epstein files, BTW.
Thing that ending with the president after he said that your intelligence assessment were wrong.
Well, first, I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you, that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not
I was about to say, we all knew that.
say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians, all of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier.
And it's not relying on the Steele dossier. It's not solely anyway, because the Steele dossier was like a leaked document. I didn't even realize what this was, because this is like ends up being used as a citation for the Mueller report, but the Mueller report led to credible indictments. The Steele dossier, also known as the Trump-Russia dossier, a controversial political opposition research report on the 2016 presidential campaign of Trump, compiled by counterintelligence specialist Christopher Steele. It was published without permission in 2017 as an unfinished 35-page compilation of unverified and potentially verifiable memos that were considered by Steele to be raw intelligence, not established facts, but a starting point for further investigation. The dossier was written from June to December 2016 and contains allegations of misconduct, conspiracy, and cooperation between Trump's presidential campaign and the government of Russia prior to and during the 2016 campaign. U.S. intelligence agencies have reported that Putin personally ordered the whole Russian election interference operation, that the Russians codenamed Project Lakta. While the dossier played a significant role in initially highlighting the general friendliness between Trump and the Putin administration, the corroboration status of specific allegations is highly variable. The following allegations have been publicly corroborated by U.S. intelligence agencies: the January 2017 ODNI report and the Mueller report. That the Russian government was working to get Mr. Trump elected, that Russia sought to cultivate people in Trump's orbit, that Trump campaign officials and associates had secretive contacts with Russian officials and Russian agents, and that Putin favored Trump over Hillary Clinton. That Putin personally ordered an influence campaign to harm Clinton's campaign and to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, and that he ordered cyber attacks on both parties. Some other allegations are plausible but not specifically confirmed, and some are dubious in retrospect but are not strictly disproven. Didn't Don Jr. meet with the Russians? I can't remember. And she just said that's complete lies. I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. I feel like the corruption that comes to mind when I think of like the first admin is stuff related to like Ivanka and Jared, not so much Don Jr. But like for them to pretend that the Steele dossier didn't end up being the basis for more comprehensive investigations into the Russian ties between Trump, his campaign, and the administration, as well as interference in the 2016 election in general, is just like, you just think that your base is stupid. And you're probably right. A lot of your base is stupid. So they're not wrong to try to float this to the base.
Dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth.
And even when the Mueller report came out, Trump was like trying to get the Mueller report to not be released.
Cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the director of national intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the President of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to. And that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made.
Love that. So this is, again, I mean, maybe it's bad on purpose. Maybe it's really bad on purpose because they want to cause a media frenzy, getting people distracted, like debunking all of the lies that they're promulgating at these press conferences, which is not a terrible strategy. Because, again, you're so busy chasing that lead to debunk all the bullshit that they're putting out related to Obama that it actually does end up distracting from the Epstein case. So
going to physically take you out. And I think it is very hypocritical for us to be discussing this issue as a country without actually.
Won't the new presidential immunity ruling protect Obama regardless? It was the core presidential dudes, I would imagine. Yeah, but they could still make a big ol' show performatively. This is the guy who campaigned on lock her up in 2015 and 2016. So they could definitely do that, like charge Obama if they thought that was going to be politically expedient, but they know it wouldn't be, so they wouldn't do it. And they also just don't have the evidence. They can't charge him because they don't have anything to charge him with.
About how this goes both ways. So yes, we need to stop these other foreign countries, and Russia's not the only one. There are others from trying to influence the American people in our elections. We also need to stop doing the same thing in other countries.
Yeah, without doubt. But there's also the question is, what is Russia trying to achieve? Like, why do they want someone like Donald Trump in office versus someone like Hillary Clinton? Like, what is to be gained? And how much, how much do they benefit from that?
Yeah.
This is what's really one of the big questions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
With all the Russian hearings and the Mueller investigation and trying to get to the bottom of all this and why they did what they did and what they did. And there's many people that are blowing this off and they don't think that it's important. And,
That actually aged really, really well.
the president's claiming it's a witch hunt. But it's very odd that we're having this conversation in the first place. It's never existed before in any single presidential election. There's never been talk of us or any politician that's running for president being influenced by a foreign superpower before.
Yeah, normally we're the ones doing the influencing. This is crazy.
Today. It's just amazing that it took until 2016 before this became a real issue.
That's true.
So this is the CNN segment. They're reporting on the press conference, and then halfway through, they just interrupt to get an analyst to start fact checking immediately because they already started lying. Gabbard pushes Obama conspiracy as Epstein case Royals administration.
Time ago, the DNI Tulsi Gabbard outlining claims of an alleged conspiracy by top Obama administration officials to manufacture the idea that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election, which is something that is just true and long held, that Russia did interfere in the 2016 presidential election.
Yeah, the claim is not, and Hutch was the one saying that he really does think it was interference to the point. This was before all of this started dropping, funnily enough, but last week when I was debating him, he was like, I asked him because the claim has always been that Russia interfered. It's never been that Russia actually changed any votes around or that it had such a significant impact they believe that there would have been a different outcome otherwise. I mean, you could run counterfactuals and assume that maybe that's the case or whatever, but we don't have any compelling evidence to think that. But he was saying that he actually does think that the Russian interference did have a decisive impact to the point, not that he thinks that they tabulated votes, but I think he thinks if that hadn't happened that maybe Hillary would have won. But then all of this comes out, and it's only further proof that no, or further confirmation that no, it was not interference to the point that it would have changed the outcome.
Republicans and Democrats said so quite publicly at the time. Well, yesterday, President Trump said former President Obama was guilty, quote, of treasonous behavior. Today, DNI Gabbard did not go that far.
When you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community.
To charge Tulsi for that bad pantsuit. This pantsuit is getting so much controversy in this chat. I saw somebody else in Twitch chat say they didn't like it.
The expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a year's...
It really emphasizes her skunk tail. You know what I mean?
Long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
Today, she said she was referring that question now to the Justice Department to decide if there was evidence of that, seeing as Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. So, Jeff, where does this go from here? And shall we expect the Justice Department to seriously consider criminal charges?
No. No.
Well, look, it's difficult to rule anything out given the fact that here we are today near the end of July of 2025 talking about this intelligence report back from 2016. This is the latest example of this White House trying to deflect and distract from the questions that are that remain unanswered and are quite frustrating to many of the president's own supporters about the Jeffrey Epstein matter. But today at the White House briefing, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard right there, was talking about this report about the 2016 intelligence suggesting that Russia favored Donald Trump to win that election. But she misstated a couple of things in terms of one, simply, she said that the variety of reports disagreed with this. But you'll remember the Republican report from the Senate, which Marco Rubio, then of course a Florida Republican senator, now the Secretary of State, one of the president's top advisors, he also concluded with that assessment at the time.
Concluded.
So it was hardly a one-sided assessment. So what is happening now, the bottom line to all of this, is the president yesterday decided to suddenly try and change the subject after unsuccessfully trying to do so for several days, and that's where we are left here. So it's uncertain if the Attorney General will actually investigate if the former
I find it highly unlikely. If they do, it's really like, what are they even going to charge him with? I don't even understand what the basis would be.
President Barack Obama was guilty of a treasonous
of treason. I mean, he should be, based off what they're alleging and suggesting. He really should be charged with treason.
The spokesperson for
but like, what evidence do they have?
Former president yesterday called this a bizarre and ridiculous. So they normally don't.
This would be like Benghazi too,
on things
where you're going to waste a bunch of time and it's going to lead nowhere. But you will have successfully wasted time, and you will have successfully made that the top headline instead of Trump dodging the Epstein shit.
Saying or doing what they said this was one example of where they thought they had to.
And the president even do treason? Yeah, for sure. But Obama hasn't.
Say that simply is bizarre and ridiculous in their words. So look, the bottom line to all of this is the Justice Department certainly has enough on their plate with the questions about Jeffrey Epstein. It's unclear if they will also go ahead and investigate this. Never mind the fact that the statute of limitations also may have run, given that it's almost 1 decade since then.
There really should not be a statute of limitations on this type of shit. It is weird.
Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much. I want to bring in CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. We should also note, Andy, that the president was asked about Jeffrey Epstein the other day, and this is the direction he went. He immediately tried to talk about, the Russia hoax, as he calls it, Hillary Clinton. He's clearly trying to distract from the Epstein issue, which continues to dog him. We know that. So with that in mind, just taking a look at this, because it is important as he pushes and his administration pushes these kinds of things, to take a look at what Gabbard is saying here.
It's really, Brianna, it's really hard to try to sort through the confusion that seems to be surrounding the DNI's comments. But I will say my opinion at this point is what the DNI has conflated are two separate conclusions about levels of about lines of investigation that were happening at the same time. So to put it simply, we were deeply concerned about what the Russians were doing to target our election in 2016. And ultimately what we concluded is they did a lot of different things. And don't take my opinion for it. The Mueller report is sitting right there on the shelf behind me. You can get your own. It's about 400 pages. It begins with the conclusion that the Russians, in a sweeping and systematic fashion, interfered with the election.
To the extent, it's so weird for him to characterize it as, what did the Mueller report find? Well, it found a lot of things. Special counsel investigation uncovered extensive criminal activity. The investigation produced 37 indictments, 7 guilty pleas or convictions, and compelling evidence that the president obstructed justice on multiple occasions. Mueller also uncovered and referred 14 criminal matters to other components of the DOJ. Trump associates repeatedly lied to investigators about their contacts with Russians, and President Trump refused to answer questions about his efforts to impede federal proceedings and influence the testimony of witnesses. A statement signed by over 1,000 former federal prosecutors concluded that if any other American engaged in these same efforts to impede federal proceedings the way Trump did, they would likely be indicted for multiple charges of obstruction of justice. Russia engaged in extensive attacks on the U.S. election system in 2016. Russian interference in the 2016 election was sweeping and systemic. Major attack avenues included a social media information warfare campaign that favored candidate Trump and hacking of Clinton campaign-related databases and release of stolen materials through Russian-created entities and WikiLeaks. This is when, if the name Guccifer 2.0 rings a bell, that was also somebody who was mentioned multiple times at anonymous source. That was either, can't remember which direction the link goes. They were getting things from Assange, and then that was the vector to release it, or vice versa. Russia also targeted databases in many states related to administering elections, gaining access to info for millions of registered voters.
of the ways they did that was by sending undercovers here to the United States to travel around the country and find out what people thought. They established the Internet Research Agency to create fake accounts on social media platforms and to try to influence Americans' sentiment about the election in that way. They performed a hack and dump campaign in which they targeted political institutions with their cyber operators, and they stole information from places like the DNC. They attempted to do it in the RNC as well. So a lot of different lines of effort.
Attempted to, but isn't it funny how that never actually came to fruition? It was exclusively information that favored Republicans and did not benefit Democrats whatsoever. Obama's such a mastermind.
One of them was they actually targeted the state electoral infrastructure. So many states were the victims of malicious Russian cyber activity. They tried to sneak their way into these state electoral systems to understand what was going on. In a few states, they got into voter registration rolls, which was very concerning. But what they didn't get into were any of the machines that are necessary to change the results of the election. And here comes the confusion. So on that line of inquiry, there was a pretty clear consensus across the intelligence community that the Russians had not succeeded in trying to change the results of the election. That did not change our conclusion that they did many other things to influence the outcome of the election. So she is trying to say that because we concluded they didn't actually have an impact on the vote tally, that is somehow contradicting our overall conclusion that they made several efforts to try to impact the election. I mean, that's as near as I can go to figure out what she's talking about.
Andy, there were layers to this assessment at the time. First layer was Russia interfered in the election. No one contested that at the time or even today, and Tulsi Gabbard said that again. Yes, Russia meddled in the election. At the top level was the possibility that they might have attempted to interfere with voting systems, which the intelligence assessments at the time never said that, never said there was evidence of that. But there was this middle thread, right, that was Russia interfering to benefit Donald Trump? And as I remember, that assessment was based on a couple of things. One,
and it's like not even a question. It's not even a question if that was the case.
Intelligence inside the Kremlin, and I know that House.
Like, why would they lie repeatedly and refuse to cooperate until absolutely forced to, unless they had something to hide?
Intelligence committee.
Like they had welcomed.
Issue with that, saying that was
they had welcomed this sort of thing. Like, actually, I should keep reading from this. So the investigation identified numerous links between the Russian government and the Trump campaign and established that the Trump campaign, quote, showed interest in WikiLeaks' release of documents and welcomed their potential damage to candidate Clinton. In 2015 and 2016, Michael Cohen pursued a hotel/residence project in Moscow on behalf of Trump while he was campaigning for president. Then candidate Trump personally signed a letter of intent. Senior members of the Trump campaign, including Paul Manafort, Donald Trump Jr., and Jared Kushner, took a June 9, 2016 meeting with Russian nationals at Trump Tower in New York after outreach from an intermediary informed Trump Jr. that the Russians had derogatory information on Clinton that was, quote, part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. Beginning in June 2016, a Trump associate, quote, forecast to senior Trump campaign officials that WikiLeaks would release information damaging to candidate Clinton. A section of the report that remains heavily redacted suggests that Roger Stone was this associate and that he had significant contacts with the campaign about WikiLeaks. And I'm pretty sure Roger Stone ended up, like, serving time in jail for this. Because of obstruction, not even because of what he did, but because he was, like, refusing to cooperate, or, like, witness intimidation or tampering. The report described multiple occasions where Trump associates lied to investigators about Trump associate contacts with Russia. Trump associates George Papadopoulos, Rick Gates, Michael Flynn, and Michael Cohen all admitted that they made false statements to federal investigators or to Congress about their contacts. In addition, Roger Stone faces trial this fall for obstruction of justice, 5 counts of making false statements, and 1 count of witness tampering. Yeah. The report contains no evidence that any Trump campaign official reported their contacts with Russia or WikiLeaks to U.S. law enforcement authorities during the campaign or presidential transition, despite public reports on Russian hacking starting in June 2016 and candidate Trump's August 2016 intelligence briefing warning him that Russia was seeking to interfere in the election. The report raised questions about why Trump associates and then candidate Trump repeatedly asserted Trump had no connections to Russia. So even though he is, like, correct that as far as the, like, hard evidence or whatever, you can't, like, objectively, I guess, prove that it was meant to exclusively favor Trump. It's just that all available evidence points to the fact that they were exclusively benefiting Trump and that there is a lack of evidence showing that they had any interest in trying to help Democrats.
Voting systems, which the intelligence assessments at the time never said that, never said there was evidence of that. But there was this middle...
yeah, and the only reason why Roger Stone's out of jail is because of fucking Trump's pardon.
Thread, right, that was Russia interfering to benefit Donald Trump? And as I remember, that assessment was based on a couple of things. One, human intelligence inside the Kremlin. And I know that House Intelligence Committee members at the time took issue with that, saying that was not conclusive enough, and it was never at the confidence level that the other findings were. But there were other elements that led to that assessment, one of which was they stole DNC materials, emails, Hillary Clinton, Podesta, et cetera, and then released them at times that would benefit Donald Trump during the election campaign. One of those times was at the release of the Access Hollywood tape, right? Is that now? Intelligence assessments, as you know better than me, are such that they rarely say, we know this 100%, but they use that as one piece of evidence to come to that conclusion that the preference was for Trump. Do I have that right?
Yeah, that's a great summary. So basically, you're talking about the intelligence community assessment, which was the piece that was essentially requested by the president after the election. And it came to three conclusions. The first was, yes, they absolutely tried to sow chaos and undermine Americans' confidence in the election. That's number one. Number two, they definitely wanted to hurt Hillary Clinton's chances of getting elected. And the third conclusion was they affirmatively wanted to help Donald Trump's chances of winning the election.
Okay, he does mention it or whatever, because the journalist had framed it like, oh, it's ambiguous if that was the case.
Pretty much the first two, no one has argued about. The third one seems to be the one that still causes pain for Republicans on the Hill and the DNI. But nevertheless, it is an intelligence assessment. If you dig into the sourcing, you could decide you have a different opinion. That doesn't mean that the original opinion was invalid or treasonous. Just means that was the opinion of the community at that time. I concur with that opinion. In my view, they had good reason to base that on. Almost everyone who has reviewed our work has come to that same conclusion. The Senate Intelligence Committee report, which you noted, the Mueller investigation, spent 2 years investigating it, came to the same conclusions, general conclusions. John Durham, who came back and investigated everything we do and brought no problems or complaints based upon that review. The House Intelligence Committee report, which has now been declassified, agrees in large part with what we determined, but of course differs on that count. So the idea that she would use this discussion around sourcing and intents of Russians as some sort of springboard for charges against Barack Obama or John Brennan or Jim Comey or anyone else is absurd. And she either knows it's absurd and she's doing it anyway, or the director of national intelligence actually doesn't understand the nuances of intelligence, which should concern a lot of Americans.
There's no way she doesn't. She's just a fucking liar. I am convinced, again, that this is such a stupid way to go about attempting to frame this information that is over a decade old, that they really are just trying to cause a media frenzy, debunking all of this bullshit and then distracting from anything that comes out related to Epstein, which is imminent because there's been a subpoena to release these documents. Of course, Trump's probably going to try to obstruct that in some way. Or other Republicans. That's not even factoring in the fucking recess. But whatever, man. I want to see Meghan McCain's meltdown over this. I didn't know. Somebody mentioned that Caitlin Collins used to work for like a Newsmax. Is it even true? The Daily Caller, isn't this like, yeah, Tucker Carlson's joint? That is weird. Podcast host Meghan McCain demanded that CNN chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins receive an absurd punishment for doing the job of a reporter, asking challenging questions at a White House briefing.
Thank you, Caroline.
She has to bitch to her podcast because her dad's dead.
Two questions.
I don't think she's on the View. She's not on the View anymore. So.
For Director Gabbard, just on this, Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on.
I miss her getting bullied on the View. Indeed. Dude, if Pisco and I could react to like Meghan McCain's like greatest hits on the View without getting like copyright struck, that would be so fun.
This, including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first, I want to correct something that
what you just witnessed was journalistic malpractice, according to Meghan McCain.
You stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just that were never terrifying.
Wait, it's just a clip? I want to see her reaction to it. Where is the fucking reaction? Oh, here it is. A searing denunciation. This is what it is. Okay. Caitlin Collins is an absolute imbecile and a pure partisan hack. Have some respect for the two women standing in front of you. To the two girl bosses that are promoting these lies, have some respect. Who are exposing lies, deep corruption, and keeping the country safe. The White House should pull her credentials. Whatever, bitch. Just for old time's sake. This is a compilation of her just saying my father over and over.
My father, my father, my father, my father, my father, my father, my father is my father, my father's my father, my father, my father, I mean, my father, 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 my father's my father, 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 my father's my father, my father, my father, my father, my father, my.
This goes on for a minute. This is the only reason why anybody gives a shit what this bitch thinks. Okay, whatever. We're doing Harry Sisson and Adam Friedland. So, interview on Biden, the scandal, and Gen Z Dems. Now, what Harry Sisson did, all he did was, like, his worst sin is, like, what, lying to women? Snapchatting multiple women at the same time, like, being a fuckboy. So I don't really understand why he was canceled, but I know what helped in that, and it's because Dean and Parker, or whatever, his, like, TikTok friends, did not stand by him and just talk shit. So he's out. But maybe he's making a resurgence. The only thing that was shocking to me is that he was straight. I didn't know that. I thought he was gay.
I think that Baby Gronk is the new Riz King. He even got a hug from Levy.
I don't know.
Answer the fucking question.
What was the question?
Is Baby Gronk the new Riz King?
You can't even say.
He got a hug from Levy.
Who's Levy? Do you know who Levy is?
Just answer the fucking question.
I don't even know who the fuck this is.
So like this is why you guys lose elections.
You're right. It's because
there's a voucher that there's a $300 for a house, and if you like,
it's actually $20,000 for first-time home buyers.
Yeah, that'll buy you a good house. That'll buy you a sick house. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland.
Why did you think he was gay? LOL. Gee, I wonder why.
As always, I want to start off by thanking
truly a mystery
members here on YouTube.com, the Friedland Family Foundation, as we call them. If you would like to join and support the show,
wonder what could have given me that impression.
At the top of this page, or there's also a link in the description of this video. Of course, you could contribute at our lowest tier, and you get early access to every video.
Adam, stop shilling. Okay.
Sensation. Democratic influencer Harry Sisson.
So, according to Republicans,
and my opinion on people like Harry Sisson is that they serve a function. They can be useful, but they have really like nothing new or interesting to say. They are mostly just like Democratic like press release machines. And they just go and like debate people with those talking points. I don't think that they are ever really capable of forming their own original opinions outside of the Democratic consensus.
If you're an immigrant and get a speeding ticket, you should be deported. But if you're Donald Trump and commit felonies, you should be...
Never seen a metrosexual before? Not true. I'm in a relationship with a metrosexual. Thank you very much.
President of the United States. Got it.
Now, Harry has amassed over 1 billion views on TikTok and across the internet. He was, of course, an outspoken Democratic surrogate during the last presidential election, and I felt it necessary to sit down with him to understand the Democrats' youth outreach strategy. Despite my youthful appearance, I'm 38 years old, and as far back as I can remember, most of my friends have been grown-ups. I'm an old soul. Boys my age like swag. I like class. So therefore, in considering interviewing Harry Sisson, I feared that there might be a generational gap that might prove difficult to bridge. So to get ready, I realized I needed to talk, but more importantly, listen to younger people about what's crack-a-lackin' with them. There was a Pew poll recently that said that young voters, especially young men, were more convinced by Trump's vision for the economy. So maybe if
What vision? Where he says we're going to bring jobs back and get rid of inflation? That vision? Sure. Sounds good to me.
Maybe you could like shed some light on that.
A baby.
Here's a question. Why do you think young people are having less sex? Do you think it's like porn consumption? Why do you think it's so hard for older millennials like me to communicate with younger millennials like yourself? Have you seen Andor? Yeah, you probably fucking watched Mandalorian, the baby one. Is it me? Am I doing something right now, or is it? I can't stand this shit right now. It's been hard, like, you know, it's been hard because they wrote this article where they took these like pictures of me where I looked like really like they're like on the floor and stuff. They said that they called me the millennial.
The GQ article.
Yeah, this is what it's come to. I'm talking to a fucking baby. You want me to hold her?
Yeah, not gonna lie, I thought Lycan was gay. Many such cases. Unfortunately, for those who think that, he is not.
I don't know. I don't know how to hold a baby. Too strong. Might break. I mean, I could break the baby. I mean, just so you know. Full. Does she want
the mic back on the baby?
I'll hold.
It looks huge on the baby.
Let's give it a try, I guess. When I looked into that child's eyes, I felt like I was looking into the future of America. You know, children like this will be on the front lines of future political battles, like school uniforms and gay marriage and the legalization of marijuana. I can't wait to see the world that these crazy kids will
Crazy seeing Adam Friedland hold a baby.
build. Please enjoy my conversation with Harry Sisson. Our next guest is a prominent online political commentator. Everyone, please welcome Harry Sisson. What up, tween?
What's up, man?
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Chilling, man.
Yeah, it's the next day out.
You ditched school for this?
I did. Well,
Come
now
on,
that's
dude.
public. I was hoping that wouldn't be public.
Wait, you don't want people to know that you're bad?
No, I hope my professors wouldn't see this. You don't know what they're into, you know.
You want to do upper decking?
No, I'm not a Zen guy.
What do you do?
I'm not a nicotine guy at all.
Do you piff?
No.
You don't smoke weed?
No.
Sneeze?
No. No.
You a teetotaler?
Well, you know, some people at NYU, not me.
Who's the richest kid you know at NYU?
I know.
And how evil are their parents?
Barron goes to NYU.
You chill with him?
No.
You snizz with Barron?
No.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you snizz with Barron?
No.
You go to the box with Barron and
Yeah,
snizz?
actually, we're good friends.
Is he verbal?
You know, I have a friend that had a class with Barron, and it was like a math class, and I guess on a midterm he did really poorly, and he announced to the class like
A
publicly.
class with Barron Trump. I wonder if those two ever talked and what that fucking social interaction looked like.
He got 40% on the exam and like slammed it on the table. Now I wasn't there to witness it. I just heard this.
This poor kid, you're now
Yes.
dragging through the mud.
Yes.
With a,
I'll drag Barron.
why,
I think
dude?
Barron's.
That it sounds bizarre to me. I went to university and I can't remember any time where you were, at least at the university that I went to, if you wanted to like get your scores and stuff like that, you had to go. They wouldn't do it like during class. They wouldn't distribute it then.
Well, Barron's the
What
one
if
that
you
like helped
chilled
Trump
with
win.
Barron? What if you went to the box with Barron and chilled?
Maybe Barron's a normal
And what
guy.
if you flipped Barron, dude? And Barron became your man on the inside.
I don't know, man.
He
Maybe
became your Manchurian boy.
He could be my source on the inside. I don't think he's there yet. He was helping Trump win. He was like, go on Aiden Ross, go on these people's streams.
So
you know?
what, dude? It's so hilarious that worked.
It is hilarious that it worked. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the state of our politics right now, you know?
Do you see yourself as different from that? Like, I mean, you are effectively a content creator as well, right?
I guess. Yeah, I guess it's a label.
But I guess you're like a liberal version of Aiden Ross.
Whoa.
I mean, what? Now you're flexing on Aiden, right?
Well, it's
but
just
he's
basic.
convincing these
It's not
18-year-olds,
flexing.
but you got it.
I don't think he's as nearly as big as Aiden Ross. If he was, he would have been way more resilient and been able to resist his like canceling attempt.
Are you convincing these goddamn boys?
I don't know. Do I have to just
They pop up during class sometimes in NYU? In NYU, that's how they're giving out test scores.
Or do I have to be like, oh, I don't know who-
They're wasting any amount of time given how fucking expensive it is. I have family members that go to NYU. It's like $30,000 a fucking year, like $15K a semester. That I feel like they're not wasting any time during lecture distributing your grades then. You can go to office hours and get it, or they just post it online.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Who, Aiden Ross?
Say he's fucking retarded. Say the word.
Well, I can't
You
go
can't
there.
because you're a Democrat.
I can't go there.
You can't because you're a Democrat.
No, I can't. No, I can't.
I was like looking at your content. I was like looking up like things about you.
Yeah.
And I saw you grew up in Singapore and Dubai and stuff.
Yeah, I was born in Singapore. I only lived there for like 8 months, and then lived in Dubai for like 5 years, and then I moved to Ireland, where I primarily grew up, and then New York.
Why do you have American?
I was about to say, well, how come he doesn't have like a regional accent?
Accent.
Because my parents are American.
I went to Ireland last year.
My school was more expensive and did that. LOL. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm sheltered.
Fuck with them heavy.
What part of Ireland?
The west. The west.
Oh, the west?
Yeah,
you should go to Dublin next time. That's where I was.
No, Dublin.
You don't fuck with Dublin?
No, it's washed.
It's washed?
Yeah.
What about like, Temple Bar?
It's Disneyland for beer, dude.
Disneyland?
I go to the real Ireland.
Is that a bad thing though?
Dude, I hate England so much.
Why?
Because it was a genocide.
Well,
it wasn't a famine. They stole our fucking food.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, that's a fair reason too. But
why don't you hate England?
I think a lot of the modern Irish people are kind of over that.
That's bullshit, dude.
Well, I
That's a little bit of a oversimplification.
Forget, dude.
Would you break out?
Clearwatch, thank you for subscribing. Tier 1. Anybody else wants to subscribe, you'll get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also gift subs in the chat if you want to follow Clearwatch's lead.
Black and tans come and fight me like a man. Why are you not proud to be us, Irish?
Are you Irish?
No.
Also, his parents being American, that really shouldn't be the only thing that influences like whether or not you're gonna carry an accent. Because if you go to classes and your teachers have different accents, if all of your friends, all the people that you spend the majority of your time around with in your adolescence have an accent, it's kind of strange it wouldn't rub off.
Why'd you live in Singapore and UAE? Your parents are like international business people?
No, my dad works in aircraft leasing and financing.
What is that, like private jets?
No, it's like Hertz rental car when you go to the airport and you like rent a car. All these major airlines, they don't own their planes. They like rent the planes for like a 10-year period.
That's real?
Yeah. And so like the headquarter of that industry, I guess, is in Dublin, Ireland for some reason, probably like tax benefits. And so
yeah,
we were there.
because the tax, they
it's
got
like
rid of
zero
taxes.
business tax or whatever it is. But so yeah, that's why we were there.
Yeah.
No other reason. There's no like cool story that I'm like son to these
So your
CIA
dad
agents.
owns all the planes in the world?
All the planes in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Isn't that kind of crazy?
So why do you have an American accent again?
Because my parents are American.
Yeah, so you're just chilling with your parents and people in Ireland?
If the British invaded right now, would you pick up a pitchfork?
They're the worst guys.
The British?
Yeah,
But
we're
they're
America, dude.
We're like really cool with the British.
No, fuck them, dude. When Princess Diana died, I thought we were still beefing with England, and my mom was crying. I was like, why are you hyped? I was like, it's fucking England.
Were you alive when
I was like,
Princess
yeah,
Diana
that's right, bitch. No, I was like a little kid. Yeah, I was alive.
You were alive when Princess Diana died?
OJ, Princess Diana died, Monica Lewinsky.
9/11.
Oh, yeah.
9/11. You missed all that.
I missed all of that.
Dude, Monica Lewinsky was a crazy one.
I've kind of looked into it. It's a little crazy.
It's like everyone's dad was like, just let him get head from a fucking 19-year-old.
That is insane in retrospect. It's insane to think that like Monica Lewinsky was always going to be slut shamed and maligned for what she did, right? But like what's crazy is that people gave it a pass because they could see that it was politically motivated by Republicans to even make an issue of it. But Bill Clinton got in trouble for lying about it. But Monica Lewinsky was so honest. She was like scared for her life. You can read what she told the Justice Department or whoever it was. So like she was talking to somebody named Linda Tripp, and this bitch goes and tells everyone, like was recording all of her calls and then leaks it to the press to like out this scandal. And then on top of it, she fucking ends up like Monica Lewinsky ends up testifying. And there's a point where they asked Bill Clinton, like, did you ever stick a cigar in her like vagina? And you can see like the look on his face for a second, just like sheer panic. He like cannot believe that she went in as much detail as she did, telling them, but she was like scared for her fucking life.
They're like, it was like she was like a young woman, and everyone
she was an intern. Yeah,
everyone.
She was like an intern. She was like 21, and there were also like Bill Clinton's like secretary and stuff like helped facilitate her like giving him gifts and vice versa, and like him getting her gifts.
She's fat. She's got cum on her dress. It was so mean. Everyone was so mean.
Well,
to
I
Monica.
can't speak to what they were talking about. I wasn't alive. You were though.
Yeah, great excuse, dude.
You were like
you're in the
fossil.
belly of the beast. You're in the Monica lie machine.
Yeah, I guess now I am. Yeah. Do you want to apologize?
Have you heard
right now?
about O.J. Simpson?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay,
of course I know.
He was a running back for the Buffalo Bills. He went to USC. And
is there something you're leaving out in this
his
story?
wife was like with his fucking weight.
I don't know much about the Sisson guy, but this interview really depressed me. His lack of historical knowledge. He doesn't need that because again, he just reads Democratic press releases and finds ways to consolidate them into talking points.
this guy Ron Goldman.
Yeah.
And he was falsely accused of stabbing them to death.
Falsely?
You missed the 90s, really.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for you.
I wasn't
Adam's talked about this multiple times. Like his dad was convinced that that they had it out for OJ and that he was innocent.
Couldn't have.
Dude, it was a different country, man.
Yeah, well, you had, Bill Clinton just came off Bush scene, but then we had Bush Jr., and that went really badly.
Yeah, he ruined the world.
Yeah, killed a lot of people.
But now he hugs Michelle Obama. And probably
Yeah.
you, too. You probably hug him, too.
So to Aaron, Clinton basically raped her. You explained to me how the leader of the free world has an appropriate relationship with a White House intern who is like 20.
I've never met him.
Would you hug him if you saw him?
Like, it's already not even appropriate for professors to have relationships with their students, and we're talking about the fucking president of the United States.
If he went in for a hug, I feel like I have
So
to
you'd
hug
hug him, but you wouldn't collab with our president, Donald?
I wouldn't collab with
John
George
Trump?
Bush.
You wouldn't collab with him?
Yeah.
What about on a hug?
No, I still wouldn't hug
Do you think he has El Riz?
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
You think
Technically possible? It's technically possible, it's just highly improbable.
Bush has El Riz?
No, I was referring to Trump.
Who's got more El Riz, Trump or Bush?
Neither. Neither of them have.
Who's a worse guy, Bush or Trump, in your opinion?
Well, it's a tough one. I think it's
Yeah.
actually genuinely a debate to be had.
Yeah.
They're both really, really bad. People forget how bad. I think people in my
Bush
generation forget how bad
caught
Bush was.
so many bodies.
I guess
Trump has a
hasn't
much
done-
lower body count.
Yeah, I mean,
When they filmed this, because now Trump's a party to the genocide, so.
but think about what we're talking
You could have,
about.
I think it would have been more contentious in after his first term, who was worse, as far as exporting terror, pretty much. But given the second administration, I think it's clear that Trump is worse.
What's your body count? What's your body count?
In terms of drone strikes?
No, in terms of bitch.
The real
I can't
questions.
reveal that information.
I'm just kidding, dude. I was
yeah?
just trying to be cool to a kid.
I'll talk well about you to the NYU kids.
So when did you move to America?
When I was 14.
When you were 14.
Yeah.
And you immediately ran up in here and was trying to judge.
Would it be appropriate if he divorced Hillary and married Monica? Well, he fucking told her. He hinted that was going to be what happened, and it didn't happen. So, but I don't know.
I fucking cut
It would have been appropriate that if he was actually serious about courting this woman, dating this woman, that he waited until they were she was no longer his subordinate.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Trying to
dude.
change shit for
How
you.
you gonna come over here and just these colors don't run? Who was president at 14? Obama?
No. Actually, I was 15 when I moved here. It was Trump, because I was in
Trump was the president?
I was in Ireland for Trump getting elected.
Really?
Which was crazy. Yeah, I was the only American in my class, and everybody hugged me the day after he got elected. They were like, "I'm so sorry."
Oh, you got sympathy?
I got sympathy. My teachers felt real bad for me.
Even the teachers?
Even the
hugged you?
teachers. Even the teachers.
You have any MILFs at the school?
No.
What was your first
MILFs?
Memory about politics? What got you into it?
It was the 2016 election. When
Respect on your knowledge of the Lewinsky affair. I lived through it, and they don't have all those facts on it. There is no. I know he's not the worst president. I wouldn't try to argue that. But as far as one of the more personally despicable presidents, I genuinely really, really dislike Bill Clinton. He is probably as far as a personal reputation, a personal level, he's very evil to me.
Trump was running. That's what
And you were in Ireland.
Yeah. I started reading.
Worse than Bush? No way. Yes, I really do. I really do think that Trump being an accomplice to the genocide in Gaza makes him worse than Bush.
Every day about the election and Hillary. That's what
what got you into it?
It was the 2016 election when Trump was running. That's what
And you were in Ireland.
Yeah. I started reading every day about the election and Hillary Clinton versus Trump, and him just being the nominee for the Republicans got me
I was
involved.
gonna dunk on him because it sounded like he was saying I started reading for the first time in 2016. Was that what he meant?
He says bad words and stuff.
Well, he says a lot of bad things. Yeah. Not just bad words, bad things.
How would you describe when someone says what's your political identity? What label do you use for yourself?
I don't know. I say liberal.
Liberal?
Yeah. I'm kind of in line with Joe Biden on a lot of things.
Your name online is typical Democrat?
Used to be. I changed that. Now it's just my
That's
name.
brutal. You can't have that name.
Yeah, well, that was 17-year-old Harry.
I feel bad for you, honestly. I know I'm
Bush caused Trump, though. Yeah, and I've argued this before with Josiah. I think there's too much emphasis on separating the old guard, neocons of the past, and not wanting to see the through line from them to Trump. I do think in a lot of ways, those Republicans, they obviously set the stage for the Republican Party to be accepting of a figure like Trump.
Why?
Because you were born in a time where people are like, the world sucks.
Yeah, well,
right?
yeah,
the world that
Clinton's a sexual predator. Hopefully he will be run to the party if all of that happened today. I don't know, honestly. With how partisan things are, it's like the same way that he, like, in a lot of ways, the American public looked past it because they saw it was kind of just politically motivated to go after him lying or whatever. I think, I don't know. It's hard to say.
you were presented with was sad.
I think the public would take it more seriously as not just like strictly an affair between adults that didn't have its issues, but to say that it would lead to him being like impeached, I don't know about that.
We've never known peace. So
like impeached, and because he was impeached, but like removed from office. I don't know about that.
Grew up when I was like born. We were in the middle of the Middle East, still doing that shit.
Yeah.
Then we had all the fallout from that, and then the recession in 2008, and then COVID in 2020. We've had Gen Z's had a rough go of it.
Yeah.
Now I think every generation has their thing.
People are like mean about you guys. They're like you're all like.
Yeah, but like every generation is like that.
No, but it's really you guys. The world that you were offered was shit.
Yeah, and then we have Trump. Like we have 8 years of Trump, 12 years of him being in politics. It really sucks.
But the interesting thing is that like there's now a shift, right?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Like 18 to 21 is like I think it's 14 points higher.
Yeah, there was a poll recently that said that. Yeah.
It's insane to me.
Yeah, no, it's like
it's
being
very young and Republican is bizarre.
Yeah, they're voting for like a worse financial future.
So the
You were 2 when it happened. Okay, but what those polls ignore is that yes, there's been a shift in these younger men, like Gen Z, being willing to identify with Republicans and conservatism. When you actually pull them issue by issue, they still favor progressive policies. It's not even it's like a label thing.
Democratic Party is like better for like
I would argue
the stock market.
I would argue that Democrats are better for the economy just generally.
Do you think that that's a winning message?
Yes. I think we just learned from the election that like the phrase "it's the economy, stupid" from Clinton in his campaign remains true today.
But the economy wasn't that good. That's probably why Biden lost.
Exactly.
Right. Inflation. Right.
Right. Exactly. Inflation, stuff like that. So we're right on every.
Are Gen Z more Catholic? Or that's just a meme. That definitely has to be just a meme. Even if they were, it's not going to reverse the overall trend that like Western nations are becoming more secular. Even if you see these like little blips or whatever, where like fine, more like some Gen Z want to like LARP as Catholics. Go for it. Somebody who used to be Catholic.
Every other issue, like the majority of Americans agree with us on the major issues: reproductive rights, climate change, things of that nature. But the economy will always prevail.
You did that. Things of that nature. You think he should run for president?
No.
Why not?
No.
Because I think we have to get celebrities out of politics. I don't think we can have like, these guys who have no experience running the United States of America. Like with Trump, it worked out pretty poorly.
I don't like that attitude. I mean, I guess I like it in the sense like this whole like you don't have any experience or whatever. Like technically, the reason why like anybody could conceivably become the president of the United States, right? That's not the reason why. I think like that's the issue with like celebrity candidates. It's more like elite candidates or very, very wealthy candidates. I think that's more problematic.
People that work for him and write legislation on his behalf know what they're doing, right?
But like Stephen A. Smith should be kept away from the White House because I don't think that he'd be willing to oppose the MAGA movement in the way that they need to be.
They're just doing bad.
Neither in his campaign nor his like how he'd govern.
Like the Heritage Foundation aren't celebrities.
Yeah, but
right?
you can hire anybody, but you still have like a lot of decisions to make as president. Like you're still the last guy who makes the call regarding drone strikes, and we know that Trump is pretty flexible.
That's so West Wing of you, Jed Bartlett.
I've never seen that show.
What?
No.
Dude, I'm actually shocked that he's never seen The West Wing, given how much of a fucking lib he is.
That's honestly, you're a liberal.
I have tried to watch The West Wing. Like, I think if I try, it would be my third time if I tried twice, and I could not get past episode 4.
You got to see that, America.
I've
That's
seen
what I'm
shows
describing.
Like Veep is good. Veep is fun.
Veep?
Yeah. Have you seen
Veep is funny.
Survivor?
Mark Wahlberg?
No.
No, this is like a TV show where like the White House is bombed or something, and then this random all but random person ends up being made the president because out of everybody that was bombed, he was like the next in line, but he's like 10 people removed.
He gets dropped behind enemy lines. He has to fucking kill everyone.
No, it's about a.
What is that? Lone Survivor.
No, it's about a guy like when there's a joint address to Congress or like the State of the Union. There's one cabinet member that stays behind.
Yeah.
So if it blows up, like they become president.
So he blew it up?
No. He didn't blow it up. He was the last cabinet member.
Everyone's dead.
Everyone was dead. It's a good show.
Who's the new president?
It was him.
Who plays him?
Oh, I forget his name. I don't know. He's
Look it up right now.
Okay. I don't know.
That'd be so sick if that happened. At this point, fuck it up. Let's see that kind of thing. No? Jonah,
Kiefer Sutherland?
One of the best actors of all time?
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, maybe stop watching that. Watch 24, dude.
I don't know what
You
that
gotta
is.
stop liking politics.
How does he not know what 24 is?
I'm here
You
to
think I should
convince
get
you.
out of politics?
Yeah, I know you do. You're very good. Like,
Thank you.
Like, he at least knew what the West Wing is, but he doesn't know what 24 is?
It was like reading your tweets. You don't tweet.
Especially if you, like, okay, now the person who was saying, like, well, I didn't disagree with them. They were like, he has a stunning lack of historical knowledge. And yes, knowing about 24 is relevant to your historical knowledge because fucking Scalia, didn't he reference 24 in one of his, like, dissents or one of his rulings? It's notable. Yeah, it was torture. It was like Alito. It was like cited by Alito or something like that.
Like
you have to know what it is.
You tweet like a DC comms person. You tweet like a press secretary.
Well, I don't really like Twitter as a platform, but it's just really fun to rile up the Trump supporters.
You do
They're
your,
so easy to
your
debate.
point, and then like enter, and then like this is not normal.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah.
Which is like a 45-year-old lady tweets
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
You
I've
gotta
learned
be
from the
like,
best, I guess. I don't
you
know.
know, you gotta be like Donald. They're being fucking bitch asses.
Well, Twitter's a very old platform, so you got to speak to your audience.
I mean, I was looking at the Menshees.
What?
Your Menshees.
I don't know what that is either. I don't expect people in the audience to know. I expect Harry Sisson to know. Because he's like so into politics.
Oh, in the mentions. Oh, in the
That's
replies.
so mean to you.
Yeah, no, but that's what's fun.
I don't know much about TV or movies, frankly. I've watched more TV and more movies than anybody else I've ever met, so that's probably why as well. I did not like 24, but
Fun about Twitter. Like I like
That's
riling
not
them
fun.
up.
You're 22. That's too much.
I think it's
People
fine.
are like, dude, I saw this one. I had him tweet it out. Or print it out. This one. They said, Harry Sisson in the public restroom. There's a guy pissing at a urinal.
Yeah.
And then you say, hey, do you hate Trump too? And he says, yeah. And then you stand behind him and pee in the guy's ass.
Yeah.
That's brutal, dude. Yeah. I've been a comedian on the internet, and I've, you know, at 29, 31, I was like dealing with people goofing around like that. And it was still stressful. At 22, it must be insane.
Who cares? Like, who
They're saying that you're peeing in a guy's butt at the urinal.
I'll live, you know? I'll be all right.
No, I don't buy
Who cares
it.
about that?
I don't buy it.
That dude right there, like the account you just showed me, is one of the biggest conspiracy theorists on Twitter.
So
like,
what?
I'm convinced he's sitting in his
Yeah, but
basement
it's
with
mad
like,
funny saying that you pee in the guy's butt.
well, I feel honestly.
He killed your ass on that.
Don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at that.
Yeah, too. You're 22. You should be like listening to like Aphex Twins and stuff.
Who
and
the
like,
fuck is that? Who the fuck is that?
You're awesome. Let's go back to that point about conservatives kind of having the advantage online, right? Why is it appealing to an 18?
What's my favorite show? My favorite show is Mad Men. My second favorite is probably The Sopranos.
Year-old to
third favorite, Fleabag, I think.
Kind of align themselves with a political party that's like mad about The Little Mermaid being black. Like that's like the most 87-year-old thing to be mad about.
I don't know.
Why are kids now associating themselves?
Well, because
with
their role models are saying it. So you have people like Elon Musk and Trump. Like Elon's the richest person in the world. He has his own companies. Trump is the president of the United States, and whether we like it or not, like people are going to like look up to the president and grow up with them if they're
no
not
one
political.
liking the president is like one of the like most whack things you could do.
Well, I
to
like
be like
Biden.
the president rules. That's so. What do you
regardless, it's the truth. Like,
no
people
one
like
says
these
that
people.
Trump is their role model. They just think that like.
Yeah, it's not Trump, but it's like the office of the presidency, and whoever occupies the presidency is like viewed as a
You
role
think
model for a lot of
18-year-olds are like, I love the office of the presidency?
No, I think that when you're growing up, you see like the president give a speech, and that's something that like you can be proud of, even if you're like 16. You'd be like, that's my president.
Why don't you say, if they're mad about the Little Mermaid being black, just say like, you're a fucking pussy then.
Well,
just say like, stop being a pussy. It's the Little Mermaid.
Well, I haven't
for kids. Yeah.
always been like as stand up as you're making me seem. Like I do these like live stream debates every once in a while, and I'll tell Trump supporters I'm gonna like sleep with their wives.
South Park just released an episode on Trump. Honestly, that sounds kind of terrible. I've not been impressed with the more recent seasons of South Park.
Like straight up.
That's not gonna get them to like you.
No, it's not. It's not getting them to
Have
like
you
me.
fucked
It's just
their
insulting.
wives
No,
before?
no.
What's your body count of wives? Trump
0.
wives?
No, zero.
So you're just doing.
Oh, okay. He likes them young.
You're just telling some guy that's broke and mad at you.
Well, yeah, because the goal is you want to like if they're not going to get convinced, at least have some fun with them. At least like piss them off a little bit and bait them.
You're just arguing with people on the internet. It's stressful.
Well, yeah, but those are like the small minority of people. Like
you
the
should
most,
be
most of the people
in your
you talk to
class
are
right
good.
now. Your
I should be in
online class. What's the name of the class?
It's why college is so expensive.
At NYU.
At NYU.
At a $60,000.
Well, the irony is overwhelming, isn't it? It's like crazy.
Who's your squad at school? Like, who are your boys?
I don't really like have a squad at school.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's go to a party and meet friends.
Sopranos' favorite character? I feel like Sopranos is not a show where you really have like a favorite character. And there's only characters that are like the most enjoyable to watch.
Well, I have a really good friend that lives in Hoboken. We go to bars together.
You go to New Jersey?
No, fuck no.
What is this, a 45-year-old guy that you chill with?
No, he's my age.
Really?
Yeah. We go to he comes here. We don't go to Hoboken.
Really?
We're not going to Hoboken to go to bars. We're going to New York to go to bars.
How old were you when the lockdowns happened?
I guess 17, 18?
So that was like your junior, senior year?
Yeah.
And you had to chill with
Crazy. I'm so glad that I was already in college when the lockdowns happened and that I didn't have to do any remote learning for like primary education.
Parents?
Yeah.
That sucks, dude.
I had to chill with my parents. It was a crazy time.
Yeah.
Crazy time. That was weird. My parents were in the process of getting divorced at the time, so it was even worse.
Oh, that's terrible, bro.
Oh, it's fine.
It's not fun. You have to, first of all, not chilling with your friends. That was the most fun. Those 2 years.
Yeah, but
like blazing and stuff.
Well, I wasn't doing that.
I'm just saying, you couldn't see your friends. You had to what? Like
we played
hanging out with your parents is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, we played.
Wait, you couldn't see your friends. You could still FaceTime. There's still Discord already. There were still different ways to communicate with your friends, even through lockdown. Now Adam's selling on himself and showing his own age.
Like a lot of video games together. We get on like PlayStation every day.
Fortnite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Madden and shit like that.
Are you nice at Madden?
I'm really good at Madden.
Oh,
like
really?
I'll cook like most people.
You play FIFA?
Yeah.
I'll cook your ass, bro.
No, you won't.
Oh, fuck.
No, you won't.
Who's your squad?
Well, I've been playing FIFA since FIFA 11, for the record.
Okay, fine. I've been playing since earlier.
Imagine playing FIFA.
I'm like, what fucking console? You even have like PlayStations when you were growing up?
What an idiot. One of the dumbest guys I've ever met. Did they have
Men don't FaceTime each other? Apparently not. I guess don't they like Zoom? Don't they get into like lobbies or whatever you boys do?
Were you a Game Boy? Were you on a fucking Game Boy playing FIFA?
My only point is that there are definitely ways to communicate remotely.
PlayStation?
Oh, you were?
2, actually.
PlayStation 2?
It had a DVD player. Who's your squad in politics, like on content creation?
I have my good friend Chris.
Who's Chris?
His name is Chris Maori.
What's his? He's a Maori.
He's a Maori.
Does he do the haka?
No.
You know what the haka is?
Yes, what the New Zealand rugby players do.
Is he a Maori?
He's a Mowrey. He's Maori, yeah, but he's not from New Zealand.
Adam Jewish? What is it? That's weird.
I'm not familiar.
I'm just saying.
But he's my
his
good
last
friend.
name is the thing he is.
I'm not following.
Is that his online name or his real name?
That's his real name.
His Christian name or his Maori name?
No, it's not even Christian. It's just Chris.
Is he from New Zealand?
No, Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
He's like future.
Yeah.
Guys, I entered the room big first. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code.
All right, Blue Chew. Help Adam fund the show. Go check out Blue Chew.
It's for your penis.
What's on your Spotify? What's big on Spotify?
You want to see?
Yeah.
I'll show you. What play?
I love you, you love me.
What playlist do you want?
What's your #1 tracks? Most ripped.
Oh, you want it like of 2024?
What do you listen to?
I'll read you my first 5 tracks for 2024. My 5 tracks in 2024 were 7 Summers by Morgan Wallen, which is crazy. A country song
that's
number 1 as
fire.
well.
That's gonna play well to get.
Is anyone shocked that like his #1 song is a country song?
You know
the MAGA right. I have like Zach Bryan in there as well. It's a shame that like Zach Bryan is like, has done some pretty shitty things.
What's he done?
Like cheat on his girlfriend.
Who cares?
I think that's bad.
You're not gonna listen.
This guy is gonna say that, given the shit that he was up to.
A song because he cheated?
It wasn't cheating, but he was being a fuckboy for sure. He was messaging a bunch of girls and like giving the impression that he was either like looking for something like that he was only talking to them, as far as I remember.
Oh, I still listen to him.
He's a famous singer.
I still listen to him.
Yeah, cancel. Now I have to cancel him because not for what he did, but for being a hypocrite.
Of course he's cheating. He's a famous singer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the whole
You
story.
think Sinatra wasn't cheating?
He probably was.
Do you like Sinatra?
I like Sinatra. I like some Sinatra songs.
You think your aesthetic is kind of going Sinatra vibes?
No.
A little bit, no?
I don't.
You're
I don't
kind of a
see
classic man. The way your hair is brushed.
Oh,
and stuff?
thanks, man. I don't know. I don't see it, but.
Have you ever rocked pearls?
No.
Because guys on TikTok wear that now. It's kind of weird.
I don't think dudes should be rocking pearls.
My boy Hassan rocks that sometimes.
I'm sorry to Hassan.
Are you on that Hassan Piker tip?
Oh, Hassan
Piker.
Hassan Piker. Yeah, I know Hassan.
Are you on that
He doesn't
tip?
like me, unfortunately.
Why not?
Because I'm a liberal.
Should we hit him up?
Yeah. I talked to him before on like a live stream, but he doesn't like me.
Why not?
Because I'm a liberal. He thinks I'm like too moderate, and then I'll defend the Democrats no matter what.
So what?
He will defend the Democrats no matter what. I've never seen him ever criticize the Democrat. I'm sure it exists somewhere, but the overwhelming majority of his output is like defending them till the fucking end.
Political compass is moderate? Like what
Well,
would you say?
he thinks I'm moderate, but I'm like I think.
But actually, you're a real freak.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not super far left. I guess I am like perceived to be like a moderate Democrat because I'm like very willing to work with the other side. Like if we can get something done, I'm inclined to do that.
Oh, like
to like with the Republicans, yeah.
That's sick.
So like
you talk like you're one of the in Congress. That's pretty cool.
Maybe one day.
I'm gonna work across the aisle.
Yeah.
You want to be in Congress?
I don't know. I think.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe in the future.
Would
I'm
you
still
do
not
it?
old enough yet.
Are you sick of speeches?
No.
Really?
No.
You got to watch some Obama game tape.
Well, no, I've studied Obama's speaking ability. It's fantastic.
So cute. Did you ever see?
Yeah, there's definitely a shortage of white men trying to imitate Barack Obama.
After that shooting at that church, when he did the memorial, and then he just sang,
God.
we were like, oh,
Liberal surrender hands.
Obama can also sing.
That was.
Oh, happy day. And we're like, what?
Is his position also that the Dems can't do anything? I feel like it's more like the Republicans are just always worse. So anytime the Democrats fail to live up to it, as far as I've seen, he doesn't like go too in depth trying to cover for their failure. He kind of just redirects attention back to Republicans.
Wow, he hasn't told us this whole time he's a singer too.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that.
It really just made up for him, like not giving us health care.
We gave us health care.
Shut up, you idiot. You don't
The
know what you're
Affordable Care Act.
What's better, Barney or Bluey?
I don't know.
What foods give you the ick?
What foods give me the ick?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ketchup.
You don't like
I don't
ketchup?
fuck with ketchup.
Okay, I kind of fuck with that.
Do you like ketchup?
I mean, I don't really like ketchup either, so.
I don't know. I don't care. It's there.
Okay.
Okay. Do you ever get worried?
It's like
that
pure
you're
sugar.
Grounded? Do you think that Baby Gronk is the new Riz King? He even got a hug from Levy.
Who?
Answer the fucking question.
What was the question again?
Dude, this is why Kamala lost, because you won't answer a question straight up.
You're right.
Do you think Baby Gronk is the new Riz King? He even got a hug from
What the fuck, you don't like ketchup? Not really, no. It's unnecessary.
Levy. Just answer the question.
I'm sorry, dude. I don't know what you want me to say.
Why do you refuse to answer the question?
What do you want me to say to that?
It's not that hard.
What do you want me to say to that?
It's a yes or no.
I mean, he is actually very, very good at like dodging the question.
Is Baby Gronk the new Riz King?
You have to get the low sugar. I get the sugar-free one, much to Lakin's dismay.
You can't even say. You can't even say
got a
without looking
hug.
at the clipboard.
He got a hug from Levy.
Who is Levy? Do you know who Livy is?
Just answer the fucking question.
Exactly. I don't even know who the fuck this is.
This is why you guys lose elections.
You're right. It's because you won't talk about this.
There's some voucher for you get $300 for a house, and if you like,
it's actually $20,000 for first-time homebuyers.
Yeah, that'll buy you a good house.
There's opinions that Adam Friedland has that I can just hear that he is regurgitating different criticisms that Chapo has made of the Democratic Party.
That'll buy you a sick house. Just let us go to the doctor.
But it helps a lot.
Just let us go to the doctor.
You can go to the doctor.
We can't go to the doctor.
Sign up for the Affordable Care Act.
Do you straight up? I went on the exchange this year. Bronze.
Is Lycan just locked in the basement all day? No, he's in his crate.
Plan, the shit one, the crappiest one.
So do you have the crappiest
Bronze plan, $850 a month with it was a
wait,
10,000 deductible.
850 or 850?
$850 a month. That's crap.
That's not good.
Just admit it, it's crap.
No, that's not good.
Thanks, bro. I convinced you. I'm like Bernie.
All right, so are you aligned with
You
Bernie?
think Bernie's got aura?
I think Bernie has some momentum right now. He's moving.
Momentum right now?
Yeah.
He's about to die.
Ain't no way a 22-year-old man doesn't know Livy Dunn. I know, right? Again, this is why, is it really crazy that I thought he was gay?
What do you mean?
If you don't know Livy Dunn, you don't say, I like Brecky Hill or whatever. Are you even a male Zoomer?
Right.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, do you think his message, you think doesn't resonate with you?
Yeah, well, I mean, some of it does. I think some of what he says is good, and others I disagree with.
What
is a non-answer.
Parts of it have L Riz?
Is that
Bernie's message?
Is that why we're
just answer the question?
Sorry,
What do you not like about Bernie's message?
I don't know. I think he's not pragmatic, and I value pragmatism.
He's
a lot.
not pragmatic.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like he wants to be
It sounds anti-Semitic a little.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It sounds like you're being a little bit anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry then.
What's pragmatic?
Pragmatic? Well, he's saying he wants Medicare for all, college for all. I don't think we can get that done.
Why?
Because we don't have the numbers in Congress. We're never going to have those numbers.
Why?
Because people vote for Republicans.
Okay, why do you even bother being such a hardcore Democratic shill if you basically assume as a law of nature that there always has to be Republican majorities in Congress? What is the point of you then?
You need Obama. I think you were 4 years old.
Yeah.
When he got elected in 2000.
This guy doesn't have any real opinions. He just wants a job. Not more than he wants to. Sex with the girlies on Snapchat, I guess.
Yeah, he had a supermajority.
We had the numbers.
We had the yeah, but this
It
was
is super majority for like 2 seconds.
like Bernie wasn't popular then.
And he didn't pass card check, even though he definitely had the numbers to do that.
Here's the thing: is like you're 22, right?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be talking like this. Honestly, it makes more sense if you're just saying the N-word online than if you're like, we have to be pragmatic. It's bizarre.
Are you advocating
it's not
for
a
me to say the N-word
22-year-old.
And it's like, be pragmatic for what exactly? You don't even have like your aspirational policy goals. He's like, no, that's like, it's not gonna happen. It's unrealistic. Meanwhile, the MAGA is like getting fucking mass deportations underway. Stop thinking in terms of like just what's realistic solely.
When I was 22, I misunderstood what The Graduate was about, and I thought I'm gonna run away with my love into the street. And I didn't get that at the end was like they made a mistake.
Well, I don't know.
I saw The Graduate really young, and I was like, isn't it like a happy ending? Till I watched it again later when I was like in high school.
I was 22. I was like, I threw rocks at a girl's window and stuff.
Yeah.
We got to go to a party with him.
You shouldn't go to NYU parties.
Why? We're gonna chill with Barron. We're gonna tell him. We're gonna tell him that
if you can find Barron,
the Democrats slay, and they have no crumbs.
I think it's left no crumbs.
What is gyat?
Yeah, say that again.
Gyat. Yat. It's like pussy.
Yeah.
Sounds like pussy.
No, it's like gat damn.
A
Sounds
woman's
like
ass.
A tushy.
Yeah.
The Bunda. Bundesliga. Bundesliga.
Oh, you're
Frank Ribéry.
Oh,
That's
I
what
like
I call
Ribéry. I like Ribéry and Robin.
He
Remember
was
those?
an ugly motherfucker.
Well, he was really good though.
Robin, when he did this, after he hit it off the left, you played soccer growing up?
Yeah.
You were
in
nice?
Ireland, yeah.
In Ireland?
Yeah.
Who's your team?
No, I mean I played. I didn't have a team in Ireland. They have like no.
Do you follow sports at all?
Yeah.
Who are your squad?
I watch like football and soccer for the most part.
Who's your soccer team?
Manchester United. Who the fuck is your team?
Yeah.
Who's your team?
Enjoy it, dude.
Who's
Enjoy
your team?
it. Mind the gap.
Who's your team?
You don't
Exactly. You don't want to get into. You don't
I'm
want to.
Arsenal.
Oh, Arsenal.
We're gonna win the Champions League.
Yeah, God love you.
Fuck you, dude.
How does it feel to fumble the league? Like
How's it
3
feel
years
to
in a
fucking
row?
fumble the election, dude?
Guys, folks, it's that time again. Lucy.
Oh man, got his ass. What if there was an answer after that got cut out? Like, Biden dropped out and it's not fair because Kamala only got 3 months, so blah, blah, blah.
I'm home.
You live in the dorms?
No, I have my own apartment.
Really? Oh, from money? From Soros?
From Soros.
So, fire? You think he has aura?
Soros?
Yeah, he was in the Holocaust and shit. He's goated. He came back heavy. He's in his slop era. Do you think Soros is liminal vibes?
Can I actually preface though? I don't take money from Soros.
Even saying it that way.
Well,
now,
he sounded less suspicious joking about it.
Look.
Don't
listen,
do that. No,
listen,
it's
listen.
bad. This is why you get killed in the comments.
No. Here's why. Because it's heads I win, tails you. Or no, the other way around.
No Country for Old Men. Heads you live, tails you die.
Sure.
Have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't. But I have a lot of movies
Oh my God. How have you not seen that?
that I like. I just don't know what the hell that is.
All right. So
Although he couldn't, like, Harry Sisson trying to do Anton Chigurh, he couldn't do that if he tried. His life depended on it.
Good Will Hunting. Interstellar.
He does.
I don't like Interstellar.
Style, right?
Good Will Hunting.
You for your hair.
That's a compliment.
What do you like about that movie? Because he was such a piece of shit, trash, Boston trash, but he was actually smart.
But he was, yeah. Well, there you go. I think
Is
that's
that
cool. That's a cool
do
story.
you identify with that story as a guy growing up with plane? Your dad owns all the planes.
No, I don't. I don't really identify with that. But it's a good movie.
You know what's crap is this incel. He was such a piece of shit. It's not nice to them. Like, it's awful to not get pussy. And then we're like, not only do you not get pussy, you're Osama bin Laden.
I'm speaking from personal experience.
You're the greatest danger to society. What? That's how they're talked about. Like, they're
about
dangerous.
Republicans?
No, incels. The way we talk about basement-dwelling incels.
Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because they were machine gunning out mass shooters faster than any other group in the United States.
Right?
I don't think I've ever seen somebody liken an incel to Osama bin Laden.
What do you think that, especially amongst young men, that kind of developing, into and maturing sexually?
Here's what is wrong with the U.S. Okay, let's get ready to hear this. The right is going, we are best country in the world. And BTW, have you heard of fascism? And the left say, Google best run countries in the world. Oh, it's the Nordic countries. But wait, hear me out. Have you heard of socialism? You are so divided you can't even see what fixes shit happening in your own country. Okay, so true. So true, King. Thank you.
Yeah.
Has been more stressful after post Me Too?
No, I don't really think so. I think that I don't think it's Me Too that has damage young men. I think it's on the internet.
Kids are having less sex nowadays.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But I don't think Me Too is the reason why.
What do you think the reason is?
I think
Isolation?
It's isolation and the rise of, internet culture.
Sure.
I think
I think it partially is Me Too. Not that I'm saying it's justified or whatever. I'm just saying that like men have a lot of anxieties surrounding it.
Insecurities that have risen from both boys and girls seeing like models online and being.
But
like,
I do think it has like the alienation and like loneliness or whatever does have more to do with like social stratification and other things unrelated to Me Too.
There's always.
I just wouldn't say it's like not that at all.
Hot girls, dude.
Yeah, but it's different. It's like you'd have to go to a fucking store and buy a book to see that. Now you can just like open your phone and scroll and see that endlessly.
Yeah, you guys got porn like anytime you wanted.
Yeah, you can just open your phone and like anything you want is readily accessible. I think that's probably pretty damaging.
So you what age did you see pornography for the first time? You can say it, dude. Stop it.
I don't fucking know. I don't
like 11 probably.
Probably something around.
You're on iPad watching Bluey, and then just gang bang.
I think like a lot of my friends like learned about that stuff like really early, like far earlier than like anybody else.
For us boys, back in my day, we had to search for it.
What was that like?
I stole in the airport on the way to summer camp. I would steal porno mags, and then I would have to like look at the TV guide and see like when like the sex stuff was coming on Cinemax, and then sneak down to the TV room at like 2 a.m. to beat to like softcore.
Wow.
No, it's
fascinating.
It's kind of nice. Yeah.
And
people's
like
older brothers had hustlers and stuff. It was kind of more quaint.
Well,
you guys were just getting fucking.
Yeah.
Just.
I think Gen Z's kind of been punched in the face with a lot of things, not just like this.
That can't be good.
No, it can't be. We'll find out the ramifications soon. I think we're already finding it out a little bit. Like
Trump, you mean?
Yeah,
Trump. You think Trump?
I mean, I think there's definitely some connections here. Between like the rise.
Wild that people literally had to go to a store to buy a porn movie or DVD. I mean, it's wild that people had to do that for regular media in general, increasingly. It's weird to think that like the first iteration of Netflix was people like mailing movies back to the company.
Online culture and rise in insecurity in young men, and then like being like, oh well, Trump speaks to my insecurities. He says it's this person's fault, so it must be their fault, and I'm not the problem.
Whose fault?
Well, Trump picks on like a variety of people. He picks on immigrants. He picks on women. I mean, he blames a lot of these things on all these groups. And a lot of these young men will feel like it's not me. I'm not the problem. It's not my fault that I don't go out to parties and get girls. It's the immigrants who are taking my job. Some dumb shit like that.
The immigrants are going to the parties?
Yeah. That's right.
Really?
Is
that what's going on over there?
That's what Trump is saying.
You got the MS-13 at NYU?
No, we don't have MS-13 at NYU.
They're doing freak-offs with your girls? We got to get our women back. We got to send them over to Bukaka so we can get our girls.
You're going down the alt-right pipeline right now. Don't do that.
You were the one that was saying this is happening.
No, it's what Trump is saying is happening. You got to pull yourself out.
Trump is saying that MS-13 is getting too much pussy up here?
Trump is not saying that.
Are your parents libs?
My parents, yeah, they're on the left, but they're not as political as I am, I don't think.
Libs or left?
Really?
Yeah. So this was kind of just like a me thing, for the most part.
What's your parents' vibes? Like, what do they like? They listen to music?
Yeah, they listen to music. They're like Bruce Springsteen people.
Have you ever done karaoke?
No.
Okay.
There was a collective sigh on that one. Is this like your favorite pastime, karaoke?
Have you been to Costco before, Harry? No.
He's like so much more of a person than you would get the impression from based on his social media presence.
I saw you garnered some controversy online.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You garnered some controversy. Have you been to Costco?
No.
Never?
No.
You're lying to me right now.
I've never been to Costco.
You passed gas at a Costco.
Oh, is that, I don't know what you're talking about.
You farted at Costco. A journalist was there.
Okay.
From CT, ESPN, Antonio Brown. He broke the story on X. He said, Harry Sisson farted with this photo. What is this about?
Fuck.
This appears to be ejaculant of perhaps 4 or 5 loads, based upon what I'm shooting. That appears to be 4 or 5 loads. What were you doing with it in your bum?
Adam, stop showing this.
You knew that you farted at Costco. Also, there appears to be a tire track.
Adam, stop showing this.
You left the workers to clean it up.
Yeah. No,
Champagne liberal, huh? Can you please explain this photograph? It's very confusing and it's controversial.
Hold on.
Oh, dude, I can't even like you.
Harry, just answer the question.
It's not true. It's not true.
You're ducking and diving and.
It's
I wanted to stop.
I
think it's so. To be fair, like the context, I'm just like worried.
This got 2.5 million views.
Do you know who Antonio Brown is?
2.5 million people think that you farted out perhaps 3 full loads of a man.
It's just lotion. I know it's not real, but still.
Harry, so this journalist, Antonio Brown from CTESPN, and you also, Harry, you clapped back at this journalist, Antonio Brown. You said 11 women accused you of claiming to be, oh, no. What is it? No, never mind. What did you said that? You said that there was a clapback you did that said that he went to jail for refusing to pay his child support.
That's right. He was arrested for.
So you think that someone's a bad father just because they go to jail?
No, I think they're a bad father. If they
Do
don't
you
pay their
understand
child
what our criminal justice system is like?
It's can be
so just
unfair.
because you go to jail, then you're no longer qualified to be a father?
Well,
I
think
don't understand what you're talking about.
I think you're focused on the wrong thing in that story. I think you should be focused on him not paying his child support. So much so that he had to get arrested.
So if that means he's a bad father?
I would.
This journalist that was at Costco randomly when you farted. I don't understand how those two. He was just there. He was getting dog food, it appears, and you farted what appears to be perhaps 1.5 to 2 loads of men's semen. Which is why would you store that in your bottom? So why does this gentleman have it out for you?
I don't know. You should. I think he.
Perhaps it's because you quite rudely farted out. Perhaps an apology is in order, Harry, for this farting. You peed in the guy's ass, and now you're farting out. You're farting out load. You're farting out bust in a Costco. With a tire track going away. You made your escape. You said, "Let the workers deal with this. I'm gonna go on a plane. I'm gonna go on Daddy's plane."
Adam needs to leave him alone.
It's false.
This is again the most human that he's been.
Antonio Brown.
Forcing him out of his comfort zone.
Oh, the Stillers, number 84.
Yeah.
Hell of a wide
Stillers.
receiver.
Well, until he got.
He could toe tap.
There we go.
He was really nice at toe tapping on the line.
He was all right.
So you got in trouble for sexting, on Snapchat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because it's now popular to like politics, and girls are like, "You look so cute." When you're
Let's
like,
see.
Pete Buttigieg killed it in this speech, and you're like in the corner, you're like this, and girls are like, "You look amazing, great hair, Goodwill Hunting style," and you flirted.
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
You're 22 years old, and people are knowing that you're getting boobs from girls. That's and adults.
Trying to ask him if he's gay in the most non-serious way possible. I honestly don't think that. I think he was just trying to needle him.
Are being crazy to you about it? That must be quite stressful.
Yeah, middle-aged like MAGA men for the most part. Yeah,
it's
they're
not
upset.
normal, Harry.
I don't know what to tell you.
What did your parents tell you
About what?
when that was happening?
This?
Yeah,
Controversy?
Did they help you? Like,
No,
were
they
they
didn't.
helpful or?
I didn't talk to them really about it.
So you had a roster.
Why would you? Why would you tell them about that? It's embarrassing.
Like what kind of?
Well,
sure they knew though.
Latinas?
That was the. No.
MILFs?
No.
It would be fire if they were all like 68 years old. If you were like, if you were getting sushi pics from 68-year-old women. Honestly, if that was the case, you should leak that, and people would be like, "He's a legend."
Well, people thought I leaked this. People thought that this was created by me.
Why?
To make me look cool.
To make you look cool?
Yeah, to make me look
To me. Okay, cool.
like normal.
We'll go with
all
that.
the Republicans,
Is it? I think that you did.
No, I
Now
didn't.
you said that, I think you did.
Well, all the Republicans before this, they were like, "Oh, he's gay."
Oh, so they were saying you're in the closet, so you're like, I got
I don't know that it was only Republicans.
boobs from 11
The only difference that Republicans are using it as a pejorative.
Yeah, well, that's the claim that I was
for liking Biden.
Yeah.
To be like Joseph Robinette Biden, his brain is good. That shouldn't be getting the chick.
Don't know why Harry is so shy on this topic. The response is honestly kind of cute. I guess he doesn't want to pour gas on the fire or something, because there's no benefit to directly like addressing it. Him playing it off and like being tongue in cheek about it is a lot better than him trying to issue some very, very serious statement or being completely evasive.
It's going.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to.
But that works these days.
I don't know if that was part of it.
What was it? What was your hit? What hit?
I don't know. I couldn't really tell you.
What's your number one TikTok?
My number one TikTok?
Yeah.
Like in terms of views or in terms of what I like?
Views.
It was this video I posted in like 2020-ish. It got like 15 million views. I was talking about.
Can I see it? Can you run that?
I can like maybe look for it.
Run it.
Yeah. It's
You were 18.
Yeah, it was this one.
That's your hair is different. You're doing more of a Beeb thing.
You showing a picture of Joe Biden kissing his son Hunter Biden.
I can't even listen to my voice, man. It makes me cringe.
What's wrong with proud father showing his son love? If you actually break it down, he's
Come
just
on,
hugging
bro.
him and giving him a kiss. But
I don't
if you
wanna
really
see
want to play that game, does this look normal to you? Does this look normal to you?
Wow, Republican deflections, like what he always says. Oh, fuck. No. No, I don't want to do that. I thought I had clicked on a different window. Sorry.
Okay, this is a funny picture.
Does this look normal to you? Do any of these look normal to you? Do any of these look
why are you
normal to
engaging with this crap?
Don't think
You did numbers on it.
Trying to paint Joe Biden as creepy because have you seen Donald Trump?
Bruh.
So a Trump supporter.
First of all, okay, this is a funny picture. Him
I think
kissing.
it's a good photo.
No, you don't. Why are why are you doing state media? It's funny that he's kissing an adult
Weren't you just
man.
saying you want to be like China?
Yeah, but for kissing.
He does remind me of state media. There has been a tweet that he said, like, I don't know if it was about like Biden winning the first debate that went terribly for him or something like that, like complimenting Biden. But I remember quote tweeting it with that photo that's always used of like the woman from North Korea doing like propaganda on their news.
Good photo.
You're doing but who cares? It is funny, but it doesn't mean it's bad.
I don't know. You take it up with 18-year-old Harry. I don't know. He's a
No, it's cute. Yeah, but that's the point. The point is that like you did.
It's so funny, like opening his TikTok and seeing that it's this like wall of his face. It's the same identical format over and over and over. He posts a lot. To get back to 2018, when we're just like, I've been scrolling for a minute and it's like President Biden has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. That was earlier this year.
Numbers and respect on that. You get paid. You get paid whatever source tells you.
Yeah.
But like, just being like the kissing is not as bad as Ivanka. It's kind of celeb gossip, no?
Well, a little bit, yeah. But that's what politics is nowadays.
Yeah.
It's not just policy. It is a little bit of celebrity gossip.
Have you seen his
ever really policy?
His what?
Hunter's penis?
No.
He's got a nice one. A nice piece.
I've never looked at those photos.
Why? Are you too scared?
No, I think it's wrong.
Well, after the episode, we'll see it.
I'm okay.
We're all men, dude. You haven't been in a fucking locker room? Dude,
Why do you like soft?
Hunter's.
Okay, but it was like there's a difference between being in a fucking locker room and looking up pornographic and like lewd images that were leaked against somebody's will, even if they are like a public figure.
Pull up Hunter's dick. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why not, dude?
Because it's wrong. His photos were like,
Although him being like it's wrong, that's why you shouldn't look into it. Not that there's really much to fucking see. It's just him like smoking crack and like having a big dick. I feel like that's covered to just like a way to discourage people from looking at it, I guess.
This wasn't good. It would be wrong.
His photos were
Oh, poor guy. He's got a nice one. You know what's wrong is that his parents make him go to Azerbaijan and sit on a fucking oil company board every couple of years.
Is this a new theory I haven't heard? Azerbaijan?
He's
a Burisma. That's what he means.
It's sent around the world. He's a sad guy.
I'm pretty sure that was his choice. You know, I
There's
met
a lot to see actually. Many Republicans feel this way.
Hunter at the Christmas.
Have you seen the Channel 5 interview with Hunter? Yeah, I did. I did watch it. It was better than I thought it would be, honestly. Says some base things, says some stupid things. I did like that he talks about like the dangers of alcohol in a way that's like very, like he's like people will listen to it because it's not just like a dare or don't do drugs type ad. He's like coming at it from like perspective of somebody who struggled with addiction. But Pisco and I are going to review parts of it on Friday.
The White House Christmas party.
You hit it?
No, he's sober. He's doing good.
Yeah, but like,
he came up to me. He's like, I've
He
seen.
didn't ask him any interesting questions. It was a total. Yeah, to say it was like an interview. It was more like a conversation, honestly.
Videos.
Wait, he's sick?
Yeah, he's really nice. I have a photo with him if you want to see it.
He's awesome. He's the coolest guy.
He's a really nice
I
guy.
empathize with the guy. I think that he's just had. He seems sad, and it's stressful that your dad's the president, and it's stressful that your brother died.
And like the reason why I won't watch it on my own is because, like it was an outlet for him to say whatever he wanted. Like there was a lot of narrativizing going around surrounding like his involvement with like, it reminded me of like Hillary Clinton going like, I'm the most investigated like innocent person. I don't want to have to, it's already a very, very long video. It's like 3 hours. So to have to spend a bunch of time like fact checking his claims, it just seems very, very dry. It's like only certain things that I'm interested in looking at on stream.
And it's like they were.
If you want to see it,
he's awesome. He's
like,
the coolest guy.
he's a really nice
I
guy.
empathize with the guy. I think that he's just had. He seems sad, and it's stressful that your dad's the president, and it's stressful that your brother died, and it's like they were. And he was supposed to be the heir to the dynasty. Like I'm not saying Hunter is like some conspiracy crap. He has to just go around the world every couple of years and be on a Chinese like petrochemical company board, and like he probably is just like, all right, I'll do it for my mom and dad.
I think it's him.
These people are human beings, dude. They're not like.
I agree. Well, every time I met Biden twice.
Was it? He's probably chill, right?
It's the greatest day of your life.
Nice.
What
I
do
met
you
him
say
in
to
the
you?
Oval Office as well. Well, the first time is all caught on video. Like I've posted on TikTok.
Oh, you
so all
filmed
that's
it.
caught on video, yeah. And actually both times are caught on video. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Well, the first time I met him, he was like, I heard a lot of things about you. heard a lot of good things about you. I said, I've heard a lot of good things about you too. He said, that's because you say
president said that to you?
Yes, yeah, his team briefed him. He didn't know who the fuck.
You got glazed by the president?
I don't think that's...
You're Monica Lewinsky, or you're the opposite.
That's
You're the
what
opposite of Monica Lewinsky. You got glazed off.
He's like the Zoomer male Monica Lewinsky, right?
I can meet a Monica Lewinsky.
You got glazed in the Oval Office by the president?
I don't think that should be a headline. No, I didn't do that. That didn't happen.
If Trump
But that was not in the Oval Office.
If Trump said, Harry, let's collab, I swear to God, I will glaze, would you say yes?
No.
But what if he guaranteed a glaze?
No.
What if he's like, I've been wrong about everything. The economy is better for the Democrats are better.
That I might. If he was like, okay, all right.
Thank you, Harry.
Aye.
Dude, he's a good kid, guys.
Crazy kids. Some comment. This is incredible. He's too young to know the references of the older generations, but because he has the personality and beliefs of a boomer lib, he's also equally out of the loop with most of the pop culture references of his own generation. It's like a laboratory experiment on creating the most out-of-touch person imaginable. He is really like a boomer's idea of like an ideal Gen Z, like a perfect Gen Z kid. Good little boy. Interview sounds like Adam taking out years of abuse from Nick and Stav on this poor kid, and it's absolutely hilarious. Crazy to watch a 22-year-old with the political outlook of a 75-year-old career politician. I also think that's why he can be very, very, there's something very like uncanny valley about him and Dean and Parker and all those guys, in my opinion. But if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me, you should go ahead and do so because I'm live every single day. If you want to subscribe to me, you can and get access to an ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes. You can also gift subs at the chat and give other people the same experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me if you haven't already. Like the stream so it pushes it out to other people, as well as, well, I don't have memberships enabled yet, but I will soon. And then people can get memberships. Yeah, if you want to support me, you can follow the links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But in the meantime, we're going to look at this Piers Morgan Gaza panel, which is definitely not going to piss me off.
Hello, my name is Adam.
Okay. Unbelievably evil. Israel unleashes barbarity in Gaza, plus Dave Smith on Druze in Syria. Let's do this. Uploaded a few hours ago with Anna Kasparian.
Can't defend it. Okay, can you defend it? Hand on heart with all these Palestinians being slaughtered?
I laud and applaud them every day.
Yes.
To set a standard that will be virtually impossible for any Western country to match.
Oh, this guy is the worst. This guy is the one who, like, in the last episode, he's affiliated with PragerU, and in the last episode, he was like, not even like, could you imagine if like this would be like in the analogy that he made, Israel was like Nazi Germany. I don't think he realized he had done that.
Future war. This is a genocide that could be alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point.
Alleged genocide.
Should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages?
To be proud of slaughtering 20,000 children. This is not human.
This is Gideon Levy. He is, I think it's Gideon Levy. He's a journalist for Haaretz, or like he's an op-ed writer for Haaretz.
Like this.
Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day, as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not gonna let you filibuster, bitch.
As somebody asked, will Anna start screaming at anyone on the panel today? Right as they send that, it's Anna going off.
I find it so unbelievably evil.
Is Israel justified in defending the Druze in Syria?
Oh, absolutely not. And I don't believe for a second
that's not what they're doing. Yeah, that's not what they're doing.
That's what's motivating them. Yet we've seen 1,000 times more footage coming right next door in Gaza, and that hasn't motivated them to stop.
The UK's Foreign Secretary has described the current scenes in Gaza as sickening.
Like this. Imagine Jews during World War II were told they must stay in Poland and could not be safely evacuated because it would constitute ethnic cleansing. Yet, that's exactly what Gazans are being told right now. I went on Piers Morgan to explain the bizarre Palestinian exception.
Anymore. All right, Shabbos, final words from you, and then last word to Anna.
Sure, I would say two things. Number one, if we want to play the game of what individuals are saying about the war in Gaza, Hassan Nasrallah has repeated for years, it would be great for all the Jews to live in Israel because it would be so much more convenient to kill you in one location than having to hunt you down country to country. Thank God the Israel Defense Forces killed him. Yahweh Sinwar repeatedly said that there would be millions and millions of more October 7s, and we would have to fight to the very last child. Thank God the Israel Defense Forces killed him. I will say this. If you truly care about the Palestinian population, if you truly care about innocent civilians, then all I would suggest is that we would do what we have done in every single war fought in modern warfare when there is a refugee population. You would safely evacuate them into humanitarian corridors so you can take out the enemy combatants, and when the war is over, you will bring them back into Gaza and you can rebuild Gaza, not into the dictatorial, tyrannical regime it currently is, but rather the Singapore of the West, which is what it was meant to be when Israel pulled out every last Jew, living and dead, in 2005. They wanted to build up Gaza so that could be an economic and cultural powerhouse, but instead the Palestinian people elected Hamas, and we all know what that brought about. So if you care about the Palestinian people, then
they elected them like 20 years ago.
Suggest is do not have the Palestinian exception. Rather, follow the foreign policy of the last 100 years and safely evacuate the innocent civilians. You can take out the enemy. When the enemy is finally killed, you can bring it back. And if you don't like that option, I have another option. Tell Hamas to surrender immediately and return the hostages. But apparently that's not conducive to Western civilization anymore.
All right. That's a lovely fantasy. Final word to Anna.
Okay, so like in his comparison, the Shabbos guy, he does, I don't know if he realizes this, but Israel is Nazi Germany. So that was his stunning contribution to the last panel that I watched him on. Let's see if he has improved since then.
28 countries yesterday condemned Israel's, quote,
what is more morally objectionable? Hardcore Zionist / Netanyahu supporters or more pro-Palestine person for anti-Semitic reasons? It's weird because, like, I don't know. Like, what's obviously more harmful now is anybody that's like whitewashing or downplaying an ongoing genocide. So, like, my impulse is to say a Zionist / like Netanyahu supporter. But if you're a pro-Palestine person for anti-Semitic reasons, one, you're not really pro-Palestine, and two, you're a Nazi. You're like, or at the very, like, you're some form of neo-Nazi or anti-Semite. So ideologically, you hold hatred in your heart for like multiple groups. So I would say that that's more harmful. But as far as like what's more relevant now, it's more dangerous to be like a Bibi supporter, and it's like morally worse to be like a Bibi supporter.
Horrifying attacks on Palestinians queuing for food. Pope Leo is demanding a ceasefire, expressing sorrow at what he calls barbarity. Far from finalizing a ceasefire, Israel has launched a massive new air and ground offensive on central Gaza, and every day more Gazans are being killed.
Two sides of the same coin, yeah, pretty much.
As they try to get food and water. 21 died in a crush on Friday. 39 were killed in gunfire near aid sites on Saturday.
Thank you for subscribing, Ruggs.
67 were killed in gunfire as they waited for UN aid trucks on Sunday. Fewer than a quarter of Americans now say that Israel's actions are fully justified. 74% of Israelis told a recent poll they support a ceasefire which returns the hostages. Well, later on, we'll tackle the vexed debate about when a war becomes a genocide with Dave Smith. We'll begin with a simple question. How can Benjamin Netanyahu be stopped? Joining me is executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, the PragerU commentator and pro-Israel activist, Shabbos Kestenbaum, and the journalist and commentator for Haaretz, Gideon Levy. Well, welcome to all of you. Anna Kasparian, I mean, it's an important question, isn't it? As most of the world now watches in ongoing horror of what is happening in Gaza, which seems to have just gone way beyond any defensible proportionality.
You're suddenly caring about this is really infuriating. He takes whatever position that he needs to for each individual panel, whatever gets him more clicks. So yeah, he goes from being a smug asshole whose head you want to tear off to like, oh, he sounds kind of reasonable on this one. Just depends on the day.
To the events of October the 7th, horrendous though those were. But who is going to stop Netanyahu? It doesn't appear that President Trump is minded to do that. And if the Americans don't, I don't know who can.
The EU.
Well, you do make a great point here, Piers Morgan, and it's the same point that I actually made on this very program not too long ago. The only person who has the ability to use his leverage to get Netanyahu to act differently is President Donald Trump. And for whatever reason, he seems ready and willing to supply arms to Israel, get dog-walked by the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And quite frankly, not only is his actions and his enabling of these actions and this genocide in Gaza shameful for the American people, since we're being forced to fund it and pay for it, it's also embarrassing for the American people. We'd like to live in a sovereign country that has a government that represents the best interests of the American people. Instead, Donald Trump, along with other government officials, are facilitating the theft of our taxpayer money to buy
when are you going to hop on here? They definitely take you, I think. I have their contact information. I just need to reach out to them and see if they'd be interested in having me on the panel.
to buy bombs and other weapons that terrorize, slaughter, and maim innocent people, women and children in Gaza. It's unacceptable.
Okay, Shabbos Kestenbaum, I find it really difficult to see how any Israeli or Jew, frankly, around the world thinks that anything that's now happening in Gaza is going to make it more secure to be an Israeli or Jew. Because all I can see is the opposite happening, that there's just increasing rage.
I mean, I was going to say, I don't think that most Israelis are under the impression that this is all just for fucking self-defense. They are obviously, it's been bloodlust, like, from the start.
In the Arab world, but also in the wider world. We're seeing it now with many allies of Israel. You know, I defended Israel's right to defend itself for a long time and got attacked for it all the time by people supportive of the Palestinian position. But I can't defend it now. Can you defend it? Can you honestly, hand on heart,
Straighterade on Piers? Could you imagine Piers Morgan trying to like introduce me and like saying my name Straighterade
on a daily basis with all these Palestinians being slaughtered at food sites? And don't just say it's all Hamas, because it's not.
It's not even all Hamas. It's like not. There's not any evidence that it's like Hamas at all.
Sure. So let's be clear. I do not defend the Israel Defense Forces. I laud and applaud them every day, who have set a standard that will be virtually impossible for any Western country to match in a future war. In a dense urban environment, Israel has one of the lowest combatant to civilian ratios of modern warfare.
This is the biggest lie that's propagated. People like John Spencer are the ones that push this myth that like the average combatant to civilian ratio in most like modern urban warfare is like 9-1, but it's not true. It's like 2-1.
Israel has actually given more aid into Gaza than pre-October 7th. This is a genocide that could be alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages. And
who is this guy? He's like a propagandist for PragerU.
This point has been made very clear by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. This has been made clear by Benny Gantz. This has been made clear by Gideon Saagar. This war can end the minute Hamas surrenders and returns the hostages. In fact, there's a ceasefire deal on the table right now that Adam Boehler, who's the U.S. envoy for hostages, and Steve Witkoff have repeatedly offered to Hamas. That deal is on the table and has been on the table for the last 2 weeks. The only party that has rejected that ceasefire is Hamas. So if you truly want the killing to stop, if you truly want the war to end, if you truly want there to be a ceasefire, then you would use your platform. We would use campus activists to immediately put pressure on Hamas to surrender. The pressure should not be on Israel. Israel is engaging in a defensive war. I am proud of what Israel has done. Certainly, innocent civilians are being killed.
Not only if you assume every adult male is a combatant too. Yeah, I do think that that is also one of the ways that they arrive at that weird ratio.
Which is a tragedy. But we do not judge the efficacy, the validity, or the justification on a war on how many civilians are being killed. That is not how you judge a war. No war has ever been judged. In the Korean War, 3 million civilians were killed. In Iraq, more than 500,000 civilians were killed. In the Syrian civil war, 300,000 civilians were killed. Civilian death is always a terrible thing, but is a consequence.
Can you name me? All right, Shabbos, can you name me? Name me.
I mean, he's not technically wrong, but like one, those aren't examples of like good military interventions or ones that are like viewed favorably for the most part. Maybe like the Korean War like had more support, but that does not mean that it was like a good idea. But like if you're talking about I just don't like these relative comparisons or whatever that like what also factors in is how they would is like, what are the reasons why the civilians were killed? What were the circumstances? Like in Vietnam, it was because they had like free fire zones, for example.
A recent war, since World War II, where the proportion of children.
Those weren't direct deaths. That's the other thing, is that like a lot of those, it's difficult to even ascertain who is responsible for like what civilian deaths. So there are some instances where he may be apportioning certain civilian casualties to, I guess he would defend like the United States or whatever, but it's not necessarily clear that that's the case.
In civilian deaths has been this high. Can you just give me one?
I just did. The Syrian Civil War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, any battle in Iraq, whether it was
you believe
Mosul,
the proportion of children to civilians killed was higher than it is right now in Gaza?
No.
I just told you. All of those...
Well, he didn't need to like bite the bullet on that claim. He was just talking about civilians, but now Piers is asking about children specifically.
Wars, and you can fact check me all you would like. The reality is, and this is why you have John Spencer on repeatedly from West Point, Israel has one of the lowest combatant to civilian ratios in modern warfare.
Yes, of course he fucking cites Spencer.
Operating in a dense.
Yeah, but I've also had lots of military.
That's where this comes from. That's the go-to citation for this lie.
decency, man. Where is your decency? Seriously, where is your decency? Do you not see the videos? Do you not see the starving children? 19 kids died of starvation over the last 48 hours. Where is your decency? I get that you're Jewish. I get that this is about your identity. I get that you want to defend your people. But sometimes you can't defend the indefensible. How many people need to die for you to be pleased with this slaughter?
Would not go down this road of like, I get that you're Jewish or whatever, because there's nothing intrinsically about like Judaism that makes you have to defend these things.
Campaign that's currently.
But if I think she's trying to come at it from the perspective of like, you know, that's an important part of your identity. So if that may be influencing your reason for supporting it, right? So I wouldn't go about it this way.
On. How many? Tell me. When is it enough for you? And no one is buying the lie that that the genocide would end if Hamas releases the hostages. I'm not going to believe for a second that Israel gives a damn about the hostages, because they've been bombing the Gaza Strip. They've been blocking humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip. That not only impacts Palestinians who are being slaughtered by Israel, but it also obviously is going to impact the hostages. No one is buying this dog and pony show, okay? It's so obvious what Israel is doing here. They're even bombing Syria because they allegedly care about the Druze. It's not about the Druze. By the way, that Syrian civil war, Israel was part of that proxy war that you have Israel part of, the United States part of, Turkey a part of. All sorts of countries were involved in that proxy war. It was absolutely horrific. And now, of course, Israel is taking full advantage of the situation to annex more land.
See, like, here's an example of like Spencer lying. This is not even like a recent tweet. One that I remember saving though. In the 2016-2017 Battle of Mosul, the biggest urban battle since World War II, the U.S.-led Iraqi security force killed 10,000 civilians to destroy 4,000 ISIS in the city. That is a 1 to 2.5 combatant to civilian death ratio. That is a complete lie. It's not even remotely true. What he wrote down and put in this tweet. So it is true that there are. Oh, come on. There were 10,000 civilian casualties. Death toll in Mosul 10 times higher than acknowledged. Between 9,000 and 11,000 people were killed in the 9-month battle to liberate the Iraqi city of Mosul from the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria or ISIS militants. A civilian casualty rate nearly 10 times higher than has been previously reported, an Associated Press investigation has found. The deaths are acknowledged neither by the coalition, the Iraqi government, nor the ISIS self-styled caliphate. Iraqi or coalition forces are responsible for at least 3,200 civilian deaths from airstrikes, artillery fire, or mortar rounds between October 2016 and the fall of ISIS in July 2017, according to the AP investigation, which cross-referenced morgue lists and multiple databases from non-governmental organizations. Most of those victims are simply described as quote-unquote crushed in health ministry reports. The coalition, which did not send anyone into Mosul to investigate, acknowledges responsibility for only 326 of the deaths. It was the biggest assault in the city in a couple of generations, all told, and thousands died, said Chris Woods, head of Air Wars, an independent organization that documents air and artillery strikes in Iraq and Syria, and shared its database with AP. Understanding how the civilians died, and obviously ISIS played a big part in that as well, could help save a lot of lives the next time something like this has to happen, and the disinterest in any sort of investigation is very disheartening. Of the nearly 10,000 deaths the AP found, around a third of the casualties died in bombardments by the U.S.-led coalition or Iraqi forces. Another third were killed in ISIS militants' final frenzy of violence, and there's an Amnesty International report that describes what they call like the cyclonic conditions that were brought about by ISIS militants in this region that led to this amount of civilian casualties. So Amnesty acknowledges that they're responsible for a third of these deaths. And it could not be determined which side was responsible for the deaths of the remainder. So when he publishes here, the U.S.-led Iraqi security forces killed 10,000 civilians. No, we did not. And that's insane. Like, it's insane to make such an elementary mistake that could easily be debunked, and that, like, this doesn't, like, wreck his career. Or, like, people like, it doesn't get community noted. Like, people don't realize that he is just, like, not up to date or informed, or is, like, spreading falsehoods. John Spencer is also an American, so for him to be like propagating lies like this, because again, he is John Spencer, urban warfare. A retired United States Army officer, researcher of urban warfare, and author. He currently serves as the chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute, co-director of Urban Warfare Project, and host of the Urban Warfare Project podcast at West Point. So again, he works at West Point, and for him to say that like the United States is responsible for all 10,000 as like a former U.S. military officer, and inflate a death toll and say that the United States is responsible when a third of them, they just don't even know who is responsible because of there being so much chaos. But a third of them, they know are ISIS is responsible, and then a third, the United States. So really, it would actually be the very least like 3,300 for 4,000 ISIS. That would still be less civilians and combatants. And then even if you added on, even if you entirely apportion blame to the United States forces or backed groups, it would still be at like 6,000, which would only be like slightly higher than 4,000. Is just such an indictment of like this guy, like literally attempting to make the United States seem worse to make Israel seem better in comparison as a United States citizen, which is bizarre. Isn't Spencer the guy that promotes the 9-to-1 civilian militant casualty law? Yeah, he is.
From Syria again. But anyway, continue.
And like the thing is like you should not even like these are not even good ratios either. That's the thing. Is like these are also terrible ratios.
Human decency.
So I have to say, as someone who grew up on the far left, actually watching you, Anna, and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks, it's very, very sad for me personally to see just how far gone politically you have become.
I don't care.
Audible discharge is not, excuse me, stop interrupting. Audible discharge is not a usurpation.
Oh, so fucking irritating, man.
Of a coherent argument. You simply saying that I'm using my Jewish identity. This has nothing to do with my Jewish identity. It has to do with politics.
It is about your Jewish identity. Literally, everyone in the international community sees this for what it is, and you can't. You can't. How many people need to die?
You know, again, you are double my age. I encourage.
Oh, okay. So this only got worse from Anna. Damn. Yeah, she should not die on that hill. Looks terrible.
You to use the decorum of a 7-year-old and stop interrupting. You interrupt every other guest. Kindly just shut up.
No.
Because she's not saying like this is not what we're witnessing is like the weaponization of your Jewish identity or whatever. She's like it is about that. Like, I'm not really surprised because like she'd been Zog posting the last couple of weeks, but like to see it land here is very disappointing.
Issue.
I don't care about decorum when we're talking about
all right, but you must let him answer.
That we're paying for.
All right, but Anna, look,
and like I don't care about the decorum either. It's not like the her getting loud and rowdy that is upsetting. It's this is about you being Jewish or whatever. Her just like unironically being anti-Semitic.
You must let him answer.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, this question of how many civilians? No one asked that question in World War I. No one asked that question in World War II. No one asked that question in the Korean War. No one asked that question in the Vietnam War. No one asked that question in Iraq and Afghanistan because you do not judge the efficacy, the validity, or the justification of a war depending on how many civilians are killed. If you truly want to end
also those questions were asked.
The killing of civilians, then I would urge you to use your platform and use the Young Turks to advocate for a ceasefire, the expurgation, the dismantlement of Hamas.
Don't tell me what to use the Young Turks for.
All right, let me go. All right, let me go to Gideon.
Give a voice to the voiceless,
hang on.
the powerless.
Okay.
Not the people who have all the power in the world and use it to slaughter innocent people.
Okay, let me come to Gideon. Be waiting. Let me come to Gideon, please. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy.
I mean, they don't have all the power in the world, but the nation states that do have all the power don't stop them. So it's more accurate to say they're enabled by the most powerful nations.
Gideon, it seems to me the problem with those like Shabbos trying to defend all this and saying how pleased they are with it all is that you've also got people like Smotrich in the Israeli government, the finance minister, one of the key members of that government, very openly talking now about a form of ethnic cleansing, where all the Palestinians, in his words, would be cleansed from Gaza. And this is clearly, it seems to me, becoming ever more obviously what the bigger plan may be here, which is that actually Israel's defense forces make it so uninhabitable, Gaza, by just blowing it all to pieces, that actually they say, well, you can't go back and live there to the Palestinians. You're going to have to all leave. And then they leave, and then Israel takes it over. I think that's exactly what people like Smotrich want, and that is not a form of self-defense to what happened on October the 7th. It's an ethnic cleansing of a population out of their homeland. What do you say to that?
Unfortunately, the problem is not Smotrich. Unfortunately, the problem is Israeli society, which is either supporting or quite passive and apathetical.
It's not, yeah, it's like not just Smotrich. Like Smotrich is like a symptom, really.
is the
Because again, if like these people are going to say it's the only democracy in the Middle East, right? Then how did the Smotriches get into the government? That wasn't just like he didn't just show up one day, right?
Of Israel, I'm afraid to say, he says loudly and in a very vulgar way things that you can understand from many, many other Israelis, maybe the majority, who sits at home, who doesn't watch anything of what's going on in Gaza, who has no interest in what's going on in Gaza, and sits, and then comes someone like our friend in the team now, who is even proud in it. Can you believe that a Jew, a human being, an American, can be proud of starvation, of mass murder, of genocide? I mean, this stage, really, here I remain speechless. I can understand if the Israeli propaganda tries to explain, to cover up, to spread lies, to talk about self-defense, to talk about killing Hamas, to talk about the fact that it's about Israel's security. But to be proud of what we are doing, to be proud of slaughtering 20,000 children, how can a human being get out those words out of his mouth? This is not human. I'm really sorry. Only the Nazis spoke like this. I repeat, only the Nazis were proud of mass killing and genocides.
Okay, well, Shabbos, you should respond to that.
Sure, I'm certainly not proud of mass starvation because there isn't any. I'm proud of the fact
I normally find it to be not that it's not there aren't parallels to draw, obviously, between the Gaza genocide and the Holocaust, World War II, etc. But I find that they end up being so contentious that you don't actually clarify to people that you maybe otherwise could reach or potentially get through to on certain points, that I avoid it. But Gideon Levy is like a Jewish man, so him making that point or whatever is like not nearly as controversial or inflammatory.
Well,
it actually does communicate the gravity of the situation.
Hang on. The IDF literally, for 3 months, starved the population in a blockade.
He has the N-word
There's no secret about that.
Kind of, yeah.
Everybody saw it for what it was. So I'm afraid you're just not right about that. They only recently ended that blockade. So they are starving the population, which is, by the way, a war crime if you do that.
Piers, do you know how many meals the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation...
Oh, spare me all this. It's just crap. It's like when I did a list, honestly. Shabbos, I did a list, Shabbos. I did a list. Hang on.
To starve a population, why would you give them 85 million meals in the last month and a half?
I know. They're all overfed. I know.
Okay, that like 85 meals number is like so... 85 million meals thing. It's like, that's still not enough. There are Palestinians dying of starvation daily at this point. Hold on. Die of starvation. This is reported from the Times of Israel a day ago, and it's definitely an undercount. Unprecedented. 20 Gazans died of starvation over 2 days. It says Hamas, but really what they're referring to is the Gaza Health Ministry, which is a civilian-run org. UN says over 1,000 killed near aid sites. EU threatens action against Israel. Latin and Orthodox patriarchs of Jerusalem lament morally unacceptable situation in Strip. A director of Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry, again, so this is a civilian organization, said Tuesday that 20 people in Gaza died from starvation in the previous 48 hours in what he described as an unprecedented toll. You are only going to see these numbers explode. In the past 24 hours, a 6-week-old infant and 3 other children died of starvation in Gaza. Unnamed local health officials also said, noting that malnutrition and starvation were now killing Palestinians faster than at any point in the 21-month, what they say is a war. The ministry director, Munir al-Barash, told the Al Jazeera outlet that, quote, the figure of 20 deaths in 2 days is unprecedented. Total of 88 people have died from hunger in Gaza since the start of the war. So far, including 78 children, he added. A grim statistic. The figures cannot be independently verified, and Israel is accused and the reason why the figure cannot be independently verified is because Israel is not allowing journalists. Israel has accused Hamas of diverting aid to itself while depriving the Gazan civilian population of vital supplies. That has not been independently verified, but they will leave that out.
Going into Gaza post-October 7th, then pre-October 7th. I cannot name another war. And
you know the problem, Shabbos?
The besieged population is actually receiving aid from the enemy.
I'm surprised that the guy from PragerU hasn't mentioned that the IDF is the most moral army in the world. You know, I think even like these propagandists have enough sense to know that like that kind of claim is just not going to fly at this point. It's going to get you laughed out of a room.
That is what I'm proud of.
It's amazing. Look, Shabbos, here's the thing. Unfortunately, you sound like the people who have started to defend the indefensible when it comes to what Israel's government is doing. And I'll tell you why. After all these attacks on Palestinians as they're queuing up for food, the IDF says basically the same thing. Either they were firing warning shots or they felt they were being...
We should just trust all the data coming out of Israel, not from independent observers, as if Israel doesn't have an obvious conflict of interest to make it seem like what they're doing isn't that bad. Israel is obviously not impartial and have literally made up data before. I don't know why people think we should trust them. Well, the reason why you shouldn't trust them over the Gaza Health Ministry is because the Gaza Health Ministry actually does have far more transparency with respect to how names end up on their death tolls. Like, they publish the full names of that person, they publish their birth date, and they publish what is like their version of a social security number, which is like an ID number that they're given at birth by Israel, as opposed to the numbers that Israel puts out. They're completely opaque. They don't tell you how they arrive at the figures. They don't give you there's no transparency about like names. There's no way to independently verify any of it. They just pluck numbers out of thin air and they just publish them.
Threatened by some people, or they've launched an inquiry.
And then on top of it, Israel also has a pretty intense military censor.
Or an investigation. And we never get the results of any of this. But in the meantime, 1,000 people who are desperately hungry and are queuing for food, even though you say they've got plenty of food, there are thousands stampeding for the small amounts of food that they can get their hands on, even though you say they're not hungry because you've overfed them, right? That all these people are just dropping dead. And it's got nothing to do with the fact the IDF are firing towards them, when everybody knows it does. And this is the problem when you defend the indefensible. It would have so much more credibility if the IDF just once said, you know what, we did. We shot at them, and like you said, you're very proud of everything they're doing. And if they were to proudly own this and explain why they need to shoot starving people who are stampeding for fragments of food, maybe we'd all take a lot more seriously the other claims they make. And the other point I'd make, Showers, is when you now just tell me I'm talking nonsense and they're all overfed and no one's getting killed and it's all on Hamas. To this day, the Israeli government refuses to let any international media into Gaza. And it's not
even on his like worst panels where I feel like he swung too hard, being too light on the pro-Israel guests that he's had on. He will at least consistently bring up this point that they do not allow them to they don't allow journalists to come in and independently verify this.
Because of the quaint notion that they're worried about the safety of journalists, because they've killed over 200 Palestinian journalists. They don't care about the health and safety of journalists, and it's not their business to decide about the safety requirements of journalists. It's the business of the organizations that employ them. But until Israel's government allows foreign media into Gaza to verify its endless, in my opinion, utterly disingenuous statements, then no one should believe a word they're now saying. Because why should we? Why should we? Why should we believe anything that the Israeli government is saying about any of this when they don't want the world's media to see it? After October the 7th, what was the first thing they did? They brought the world's media into the kibbutzes to see the full horror of what Hamas did to verify the truth. But they won't apply that same thinking to verifying the truth in Gaza. And as a journalist, I know why they don't want to do that. They don't want people to see the truth. They're hiding the truth. That enables them to lie with impunity and to discount any responsibility for anything they're doing. And if I sound angry about this, it's because I'm bloody angry about it. Because it's so obvious that they don't want people to see the truth. And you can sit here and you can say till you're blue in the teeth, there's nothing going on that's wrong. There's nothing to see here. It's all on Hamas. No one's starving anyone. No one's shooting anyone in food aids. No one's doing anything wrong. This is the most moral army in the world. Well, okay, so let the journalists in. And
see, this is why you can't bring up that shit anymore, because Piers, like at this point or whatever, like it's not gonna let it fly.
We can see for ourselves just how true that all is.
Even with all his flaws.
After listening to that disquisition, let me say this. You're certainly entitled to your opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. I agree with you. The Israel Foreign Ministry and the Israel Defense Forces should let journalists like yourself, Piers, not only into Gaza, but also into the Kerem Shalom border crossing, so you can see with your own eyes, the way I have seen, the more than 800 humanitarian aid trucks that were going into Gaza on a daily basis. I never once said that there's no starvation.
Wait, that he's seen like from news reports, or what does he mean?
For food. If they're so overfed, why are they stampeding for food?
Piers, I defend you constantly. You are not an anti-Semite, obviously, but I do understand why people have trepidation coming on your show, because they allow you to speak for 5 minutes, and the moment I try to make a point, you interrupt. So if you allow me just...
That had literally him bringing up that he's an anti-Semite out of nowhere, like, oh, sorry, that he's not an anti-Semite.
2 minutes to make my point, and then you can tell me why.
Just make your point.
Okay.
Just make your point. Stop crying about it.
No, that's a valid thing to say. It's fine. I don't want to keep interrupting people. That's fine. Go on.
I appreciate it. Let me say as follows. I agree with you. Journalists should be allowed into Gaza. I imagine, though, the Israeli position is, well, we can't allow journalists into Gaza because if the accusations from individuals like Piers Morgan or Anna Kasparian is that we are killing journalists indiscriminately, and then journalists were to end up being killed because Gaza is an active war zone, you can imagine what that would do on the PR front. Never mind the fact that British military rule does not allow journalists into active combat zones. So what you are saying is we should apply a double standard to Israel, that they need to allow journalists into an active war zone, but no other Western country needs to follow the same procedures. Even with that double standard, I would concede that point. I agree journalists should be allowed in.
What if you could delay your next...
He's so brave. And he gives that as a throwaway line because he knows it's not going to happen, so...
AmericanFinancing.net/Piers.
As for starvation, I never once said that people are being overfed. I never once said that what the IDF is doing inherently all the time is good. What I am saying is the IDF has taken measures that no other Western country has ever taken in modern warfare.
Okay, so I never literally said they're the most moral army in the world. I just tried to heavily imply it with all of these other bullshit comparisons.
They drop leaflets on buildings telling civilians to evacuate because there are known Hamas entities in those buildings. The fact that they have provided...
They comply with international law.
More aid into
Also,
Gaza.
the leaflets, it's like, yeah, they tell you 5 minutes before that they're going to bomb the shit out of you. How moral?
Post-October 7th, then pre-October 7th is something I'm very proud of. And if you believe that the Gaza humanitarian...
If I like send you a text that I'm going to dump a haymaker on you in 30 seconds, I can claim that I'm the most moral person that's ever committed assault.
Foundation
The
is
fact
not doing
that they
enough.
shoot at people as they're waiting in line for humanitarian aid. Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day. Every single day as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not going to let you filibuster, bitch. I'm not going to let you filibuster. I'm not going to let you filibuster. You guys are totally okay with IDF soldiers shooting and killing desperate people waiting for humanitarian aid. You're okay with that. I find it so unbelievably evil. Unbelievably evil. It shocks my conscience and my soul that people as evil as this exist in this world. Okay? Watching these images, looking at these videos, seeing all these kids desperate, hungry, parentless, trapped in Gaza. And you're sitting here and you're defending it. I can't stand it. I can't listen to it. The filibustering is unbearable. It's unbearable.
And what
it's unbearable. I can't take it. How can you watch all those kids die?
Okay, let me bring Gideon back in here.
Will you call on Hamas right now to surrender and release the hostages? Do it. Do it right now. Say, I
called out Hamas. I called out Hamas from the very...
Oh my God, this guy, dude, so desperate. I really thought that he would actually have some smarter retort than just, do you condemn Hamas, Anna?
Beginning. I've got no love for Hamas. It's a terrorist organization. What they did was wrong. I cried over
the smirk. Does he actually think that this makes him look good?
Atrocities that they engaged in on October 7th. But you know what's so disgusting? You want to? Yes, I did. You should watch The Young Turks. That's where you'll see exactly what I had to say about Hamas after October 7th. I even trashed elements of the left who refused to criticize Hamas for what they did. Okay, so you don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to that issue.
Okay, you've made that clear.
But you can't on one hand, talk about the injustice of what Hamas did, and then turn around and say it's okay if Israel does it times 1,000.
Okay, let me bring Gideon back.
Do be spitting that? Yeah, back on top. Back on top.
Yeah, Gideon, my big issue.
Earlier, I was like, oh, come on, Anna, do not lose to this guy.
The slaughter of so many civilians now, which seems to be almost accelerating now on a daily basis with no control valve at all. Now we have a full new wave of ground invasion. God knows how many more civilians are going to get killed with this. But my real problem is, what is the supposed goal here? Right? I believe Smotrich when he says he wants to cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. Okay. But how does any of this make Israel safer? How does any of this help Jews around the world who want to get on with their lives and not have to feel threatened when they walk out of their front door? How does any of this do anything but what the critics of it, including allies and friends of Israel, say is just fomenting the hatred, fomenting the ideology that Israel just wants to kill all the Arabs it can, which I don't believe is what they want to do at all. But I do believe that out of what happened on October the 7th, there's been a collective meltdown of common sense from Israel's government. And they're now just on a never-ending rampage with no apparent goal, which makes any sense to anybody else.
Here we differ, Piers. I used to think like you until the recent weeks. Now I'm so deeply convinced that there is a goal, a very clear goal. And the goal is the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It is systematic, it is well planned. And listen to what I have to say. All the Holocaust in history started with moving populations and concentrating them in one concentration camp. Israel is doing it by the time we are talking now. Secondly, Israel is destroying...
And I mean, and Trump is openly saying that that's his plan, and Bibi, prime minister, and then the defense minister, Israel Katz, are literally endorsing that plan and saying, we love it because it forces their relocation.
The Gaza Strip systematically. It's not anymore a building here, a headquarters there, a school here, a shelter there. No, it's systematic destruction with huge companies who do it for a lot of money. Destruction of Gaza, which will make it unlivable. We want Gaza to become unlivable in order that the Palestinians will leave Gaza. Stop thinking that there is no goal. The goal is crystal clear now. I don't know if it will be achieved, but it is crystal clear, and it's not Smotrich. It's not only Smotrich. It's the army, it's the government, it's big parts of Israeli public opinion.
Yep.
To destroy.
And this is like an important thing to hammer home, even domestically in the United States. The idea that like if Trump went away, then all of America's social ills and political ills would just evaporate overnight. It wouldn't. You'd still have there's still 28% of America to fucking contend with, and the fact that they all voted for Donald Trump, the fact that the majority of the Republican Party is was completely in line with everything that Trump wanted to do and say, the exception of like some dissent for the Epstein shit and the apparatus that enabled him.
Gaza, make it unlivable, to push them to the southern part of the Gaza Strip.
So like Bibi can go away, Smotrich can go away, the Ben-Gvirs of the world could go away, but Israel's still going to have a lot of issues.
Them in concentration camps in which they will be longing to the days that they were starving in the Mossad and in other places, because life there will be much more of the hell. And then, according to the plan, and they said it, whoever will want to leave will be able to leave to other countries. So we are watching, by the time we are talking now, a horrible plan, a satanic plan of ethnic cleansing of Gaza. There is a goal, it's very clear, and the world has to do something immediately to stop it before it will be too late.
Shabbos, would you like to see the Palestinians out of Gaza? Do you agree with Smotrich?
Absolutely not. And I'm very proud of the fact that when I was living in New York City, I drove 4 hours to Washington, D.C. pre-October 7th to protest Bezalel Smotrich. Bezalel Smotrich represents a fringe minority of the Israeli populace. One of the trade-offs of living in a democracy, which of course Gaza is not, Iran is not, Syria is not, Lebanon is not, Jordan is not, Israel is the only democracy. And one of the trade-offs is you live with individuals who have reprehensible views. That's
Again, but he was elected. That's not just a random person that just came out of nowhere.
Living in a democracy is all about. And I'm thankful that individuals like Bezalel Smotrich are not part of the war cabinet. When you talk about what are the stated aims of the war, the prime minister has stated them numerous times. Right now, an American citizen, Omer Nutra, an American citizen, Itai Chen, their bodies are being held by Hamas in captivity. So when you ponder, well, what are the goals of the war? They're very simple. And
democracy is a moot point. I know, but these people say that insist that Israel is not only a democracy, but the only democracy in the Middle East. But then in the next breath, he's trying to say that, like, oh, that's just like one person. It's like very, very fringe.
Repeated on national television since October 7th. Give back the hostages, both the living ones and the ones you have killed, and force Hamas into exile. And instead of putting the pressure on the dictatorial Islamic regime that have obliterated any chance the Palestinians have of freedom of movement, freedom of expression, their own state, instead you put pressure on the individuals who are responding to an actual genocide that occurred on October 7th when Hamas tried to kill every last Jew they could find. I believe in a two-state solution.
Let's say that what's happening now is not a genocide, but October 7th was not. It's not enough to just say it was a large-scale atrocity and massacre. You have to say it's a genocide.
I believe and I want Palestinians to have their own state in the same way that Jews have their own state. The problem is there is one entity that does not believe in that, and that is the entity that is calling from the freeing of Palestine of all Jews from the river to the sea. So if you are pondering, if you are asking, what are the stated aims? Give back the hostages. Can someone please explain why Hamas has the bodies of Thai hostages, why they took Africans, why they took babies? No one can articulately make a rational claim for that, and no one can articulately make the claim as to why Hamas thought it would be a good idea to slaughter innocent.
I wonder if he'll do it now, but there was a past panel that Gideon Levy on was somebody brought up this exact point, like, why did Hamas take child hostages or whatever? And he was like, Israel has their own, so you don't want to get into that because Israel also has like detained Palestinian children and minors that they shouldn't have without any due process.
Villains on October 7th, and then assume there would not be any military response.
Well, no, I think you're missing what I would say. Well, hang on.
Piers, let me just say one sentence.
Yes, please do. Gideon.
The atrocities of the 7th of October were horrible. I was there the next day. I saw it in my own eyes. I will never forget it. Ever since then, Israel committed 1,007th of October. You understand it? 1,007th of October Israel committed. The children, if you take the numbers, the figures, the way that they are being killed, you see that we cannot claim again and again about the 7th of October and justify with the 7th of October all those horrible crimes against humanity which are taking place. There is a stage in which this is unacceptable anymore. You cannot again and again try to remind us about the terrible things that happened on the 7th of October and the 20 living hostages. You know that every 6 minutes, every 6 hours, Israel is killing 20 people and they are as innocent as the hostages. Among them, many children. So stop with the 7th of October. It's unacceptable to rely only on this and to say the 7th of October enable us to go crazy and to do those crimes. And second point, stop speaking about Smotrich. The concentration camp in Rafiah is the idea of Israel Katz, Minister of Defense, nothing to do with Smotrich. Netanyahu let all this happen. It's not Smotrich. The idea of the humanitarian center or city, whatever, is clearly a stage on the way to transfer them. They say it, not I say it. They say that they will be able to get out of this concentration camp only if they move to another country. This is ethnic cleansing, and it's not Smotrich. It is the Israeli government, the whole government behind it.
And Shabbos, just to be clear, if it turns out that is indeed what this Israeli government is moving to do, and they do attempt to expel all the...
Why does he... Oh, Piers, we're doing so well. Couch it with, if this is what they're intending to do, why? That is what they're intending to do. They openly state as much. It's not a secret anymore. This is not speculation. This is not people trying to infer intent from actions. It is actual policy.
The Palestinians out of Gaza. Would you categorize that as a war crime? And would you say that Netanyahu and the others responsible should then be tried in The Hague?
Piers, let me be clear. If there is a forced permanent displacement of the Palestinian people, I will gladly go back on your show to denounce it. However, what the co-panelists are distinguishing, or excuse me, what they're blurring, is what has been...
Like this. Netanyahu said implementation of Trump's Gaza relocation plan is new condition for ending war. This was reported May 22nd, 2025. At rare press conference, PM insists Qatari funds sent to Hamas at Israel's request did not enable October 7th, seems to downplay terror group's capabilities, attacked in flip-flops, falsely claims Kibbutzim was not invaded. You're nailing the Bond villain's assistant look. Somebody said Princess Leia earlier. But Trump. Yeah, during his first press conference in 5 months, he named the implementation of U.S. President Donald Trump's revolutionary plan to relocate Gaza civilians as a condition for ending the conflict. The first time he has made such a demand, he called Trump's plan brilliant and has said it had the potential to change the face of the Middle East. While ready to end the war, Netanyahu said he would only agree to do so under clear conditions that will ensure the safety of Israel. All the hostages come home. Hamas lays down its arms, steps down from power. Its leadership is exiled from the Strip. Gaza is totally disarmed, and we carry out the Trump plan, a plan that is so correct and so revolutionary. The U.S. and Israel share a determination to ensure that Iran cannot get the bomb and that Hamas is booted out of Gaza, he said. And, quote, we want to ensure that Trump's plan for Gaza comes to fruition. He added, it's a brilliant plan, he said, that can truly bring change not only here, but we can change the face of the Middle East, change once and for all for what we have been through from Gaza for decades. And then PM calls Trump's Gaza plan remarkable. Katz tells IDF to prep for voluntary immigration. Netanyahu says Palestinians can relocate and come back, stresses he does not expect U.S. to supply troops on the ground or funds to carry out effort. So it was reported in February of this year. So when he's like, Piers says like,
And it turns out that is indeed what this Israeli government is moving to do.
Like, if it turns out that that's what they intend to do, Piers, we know that that's what they intend to do. They say as much, they don't hide it. That is openly the policy they're pursuing.
All the Palestinians out of Gaza. Would you categorize that as a war crime? And would you say that Netanyahu and the others responsible should then be tried in The Hague?
Piers, let me be clear. If there is a forced
no.
permanent displacement of the Palestinian people,
Short answer, no.
I will gladly go back on your show to denounce it. However,
I will denounce that, but I'm not going to say that anybody should be fucking held accountable for it, of course. That would be crazy.
what the co-panelists are distinguishing, or excuse me, what they're blurring, is what has been done in every single war fought in modern warfare, and with what Israel seeks to be doing now, which apparently is ethnic cleansing. If you truly believe, as my co-panelists have suggested, that the Palestinian people are facing a genocide, if you truly believe that they are experiencing a discriminate bombardment, then you would do everything in your power to ensure that the innocent civilian population are safely evacuated temporarily so that Israel can kill the terrorists who have embedded themselves in civilian populations.
What do you think of Anna? She was posting cringe a little bit earlier in this debate, but then she got back on track on more solid grounds.
Like schools, like hospitals, like nursing homes.
Although, unfortunately, I think she's going to continue posting cringe and kind of making anti-Semitic statements, unfortunately. If she continues down the Zog path that she's going down and dies on that hill.
Problem is, every time Israel or Western countries suggest moving a refugee population the same way we have moved any refugee population, it's called ethnic cleansing. So then the alternative, okay, but then you would have civilians living in a dense urban environment where they are exposed to warfare. And then they die because that happens as a consequence of starting a war you have no hope of losing. So it's sort of a catch-22. Either we can safely evacuate them to Egypt, which, by the way, also
starting a war you have no hope of losing?
Also shares a border with Gaza and has zero interest in taking the Palestinian population, or we can say, well, if you're not willing to safely evacuate them into humanitarian corridors, then you are exposing them to danger in warfare. But it seems like my co-panelists are suggesting that is preferable. That, to me, is something I cannot understand. That is not rational. That is not liberal. That is not justified. We should safely evacuate civilians, take out Hamas and the dictatorial tyrannical regime, and then once the war is finished...
It's been 21 months. If they wanted to or had any interest in evacuating any civilians, any children, any elderly people, any women, they would have done it already. They're not going to do it.
You can safely repopulate Gaza with the same civilian population and build Gaza into what it was meant to be when Israel left Gaza in 2005, which, again, to your point of ethnic cleansing, Israel is doing a pretty shitty job of ethnic cleansing when, A, there are more Gazans post-October 7th alive than there were pre-October 7th, and B, Israel has given up Gaza in 2005.
I don't even know if that's true. But even if it were true, that one wouldn't eliminate genocidal intent, and two, all that would mean is that so Palestinians are replacing themselves faster than you can kill them. Congrats.
In 1979, they have consistently given up land in the name of peace.
The life expectancy of Palestinians is plummeted.
How much land the other Arab nations have given up? Zero, because their starting position from 1948 was the eradication of the Jew from the river to the sea. And that's what the root of this conflict is all about, is the inability of the Palestinian leadership to recognize the fruitfulness of coexistence and peace.
This was from January of this year. Life expectancy of Palestinians fell by 11.5 years in the first 3 months of the genocide. The source for this is Global South Insights, elaboration based on UN World Population Prospects. Using estimates from the UN World Population Prospects 2024, Tricontinental Institute for Social Research and Global South Insights analyzed the decline in Palestinian life expectancy caused by the Israeli bombardment in Gaza and found that Palestinian life expectancy at birth fell by 11.5 years between 2022 and 2023, from a respectable 76.7 years in 2022 to just 65.2 years in 2023. It was the first 3 months of the U.S.-backed Israeli bombing from October to December 2023 that brought about this terrible decline in total life expectancy. We are not aware of such a rapid decline in life expectancy at any other period of modern human history. Palestinian life is now more than 17 years shorter than an Israeli one. This gap is greater than that which existed between blacks and whites in apartheid South Africa, which was 15 years in 1980.
I believe in coexistence and peace. I believe the war should end. No, who doesn't?
Okay.
Are you going to let him filibuster?
All right, final word to Anna.
The same. Okay, a final word to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. If this was really about getting the hostages back, then Israel wouldn't be raining terror on the Palestinians in the West Bank, which is a separate territory, which was not governed by Hamas, but they are raining terror on them.
And then there was an even more intense one from Penn. Study shows drop in life expectancy in the Gaza Strip. A collaborative team of international researchers estimate that between October 2023 and September 2024, compared to pre-war levels, life expectancy in the Gaza Strip almost halved. Life expectancy in the Gaza Strip has been nearly cut in half, minus 46.3% since the current war began in October 2023, according to new estimates published in The Lancet. The study, led by Michelle Gillett, professor of sociology in the School of Arts and Sciences, and a team of international collaborators found that life expectancy dropped from a pre-war average of 75.5 years to 40.5 years for the period of time between October 2023 and September 2024. So that other one found that you saw like the 11.5 years in the span of a few months from October to December. But then this shows what it looked like after a year. And for it to drop from 75.5 to 40 is insane. The decrease in life expectancy was higher for men, minus 51.6%, 73.6 years pre-war to 35.6 years, than for women, which went from which dropped 38.6%. It was 77.4 years pre-war to 47.5 years. The authors calculated 3 life expectancy scenarios. The central scenario, based on the official count of fatalities from the Gaza Ministry of Health, excluding the estimated count of individuals reported missing or under the rubble, estimates life expectancy between October 2023 and September 2024 to be 40.5 years. The low scenario, based on deaths for which complete identifying information was available, estimates life expectancy from the same time period to be 44.4 years. And the high scenario, based on the official count of fatalities from the Gaza Ministry of Health, including the lower bound of the estimated count of individuals reported missing or under the rubble, estimates life expectancy from the same period to be 36.1 years. The authors caution that the central scenario estimate of 40.5-year life expectancy includes deaths for people whose ID information was not complete and whose existence could not be cross-checked against UNRWA register. As the estimate doesn't include individuals reported missing or under rubble, it may still be an underestimation. Additionally, the authors highlight that none of the scenarios include the indirect effects of war, such as lack of access to health care and malnutrition or mortality. It's still fucking insane. But this guy is going to sit here and be like, it's better than ever in Gaza.
They're allowing these terrorist settlers to run Palestinians out of their homes. They're bulldozing homes. They're building additional illegal settlements. They're openly talking about annexing the West Bank, by the way. So all of these talking points are so easy to dismantle. Why should Egypt clean up your mess? Why doesn't Israel absorb the Palestinian people in Tel Aviv or some other part of Israel if they're so concerned about civilians getting killed? It's because they're not concerned about civilians getting killed. They do want to ethnically cleanse. They want to force Egypt, which, by the way, is having overpopulation issues of its own, to absorb a problem that was created by Israel and the United States. And no one is under this ridiculous impression that this would just be a temporary relocation of the Palestinian people. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu use the Greater Israel map in the very beginning of this genocide? Publicly, during a press conference? He did it because this is all about the Greater Israel Project. He believes, first of all, he's totally against the Oslo Accords, has been from the very beginning. There are videos of him when he's in his 20s talking about how the Palestinians should not be allowed to have their own state, their own right to self-determination. We're not stupid, Shabbos, okay? We're not idiots. We see it clearly. You can say whatever you want to say, and the same talking points are regurgitated over and over again. We're not buying it because we can see the facts on the ground. And Gideon Levy, let me just say to you, God bless you. Thank you so much for speaking out, because I know that there are people out there who have the wrong impression of the Israeli people overall. And I'm talking about civilian people. But there are wonderful Israelis. There are people who have the humanity in their hearts and their souls. They see what's happening. They're against it. Wonderful Jews all over the world, including here in the United States, who are protesting against the atrocities that are being committed against the Palestinian people. So thank you, because it's important for people like you to speak out, to at least provide a counter to the narratives and the lies that provide cover for the slaughter that we're seeing right now in Gaza. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Well, many influential people have been tagging both me and Dave Smith over the past few days, demanding to know why our apparent wicked anti-Israel bias has prevented us from discussing the Druze in Syria. So I thought we could address that head on. Dave Smith was supposed to be debating Guria Eland on that issue and others, but Guria has just decided he is otherwise engaged, perhaps after listening to the last part of this debate. Well, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem.
Gira Island. Okay, so since this is just going to be an interview, and I like Dave Smith's debate performances, I'm not going to continue watching this because he is just a comedian at the end of the day. He's like not really anything. Like and Cooks, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. What's next, you guys? Well, before we move on to probably Saagar versus Michael Tracey over like Epstein, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already, so you can catch when I go live. and subscribe to me either with your Twitch Prime or on your own. That way you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also give subs throughout the chat to share the experience with other viewers. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, or subscribe to me. That way you can catch me when I go live on YouTube, and also catch up on my past VODs, which I always timestamp. That way it's easy to go back and view particular segments. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat and in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade, Straighterade _ on everything. But for now, we are going to watch Saagar probably get embarrassed by Michael Tracey of all fucking people, who I'm not really a huge fan of at all. But let's see. Let's see how he does. Saagar versus Michael Tracey. Was Epstein an intel asset? Crystal and Saagar are joined by Michael Tracey to debate Epstein and intel services. Saagar. This was uploaded on the 17th. That motherfucker can talk. Michael Tracey is very long-winded, and he can be quite a fucking weasel.
For a little friendly Epstein debate, friend of the show, Michael Tracey, independent journalist, and you can check him out over at mtracy.net. Great to see you, sir.
Always a pleasure.
Yes,
Good to see you, Michael.
Absolutely. So I said this before, but even though like everybody knows I'm more on Saagar's side on this, but I'm going to try my best to play the role as neutral moderator so that we can have a one-on-one and you're not getting just like, teamed up on by both of us on this whole thing. But you recently wrote an article that takes apart some of what you describe as the Epstein mythology. This is for Compact Mag. We can put this up on the screen. The headline here is the idiocy of the Epstein mythology, and you've been very vocal on Twitter, now X, as well, in taking apart what you see as some of the more tenuous theories surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. So before we dive in, I want to sort of level set with you, Michael, of like, what do you think is going on with Trump right now? Like, why is he acting the way that he is around Jeffrey Epstein, and ran on releasing the files, and now he's not going to release the files, and there are no files, and now yes there are files, but they were written by Obama, and screw you, and I don't even want
the reason why Michael Tracey is like, one, I don't like really beating up on him. There's something kind of just like a bit pathetic about him. It feels like you're beating up on like your friend's like special needs little brother, not gonna lie. And also like he just cannot maintain a consistent position to save his life. He is constantly chasing the high of being vindicated on positions that he took several years ago. So like since he's always trying to chase that, he will take just like weird contrarian stances, so later he can be like, aha, I was proved right and I was the only one saying this. But more often than not, he is wrong. So but now like the popular, like since he can be kind of like adjacent to the right, or like the toll cells, that kind of like populist bent, he is taking the kind of critical of the Epstein narrative. So
you to be a supporter if you believe any of this nonsense.
Comes back with a disheveled diatribe saying, I told you so, LOL.
What is your assessment of like what is actually happening here?
Well, there's no doubt that the Trump administration has embroiled itself in a PR fiasco of its own making, I would argue. I slightly tongue-in-cheek say at the end of that article that I do think that there is a genuine trafficking conspiracy for people to get upset about. And it's that so many people in the Trump orbit trafficked in nonsense for the past several years, namely Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, et cetera, when they spent their time tantalizing their followers with these teases about how there was going to be some explosive revelation once the second Trump administration got in power and vanquished the deep state. And by natural extension of that, of course, the quote unquote Epstein files would be released, because it was the satanic, demonic Democrats who were, for some reason, covering up all the damning information to protect their donors and friends and allies, because Democrats in this Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Rumble universe imagination are perpetually covering for pedophilic sex trafficking networks. And
Saagar looks like AI. He kind of does. I think it's the filters that they have.
Trump was occasionally asked about this when he would go around on these ass-kissing podcasts during the 2024 campaign. And if you go back and look at what he said,
he looks like he eats sugar packets. Y'all are brutal coming up with these unique insults.
He would often be a little bit equivocal.
I guess I started it by saying he looks bullying. It was like bullying your friend's special needs little brother.
Committal. he would say, yeah, sure, maybe we'll look into releasing the Epstein files. But it wasn't as if Trump went around campaigning on this issue of his own volition. It's just that part of the 2024 Republican campaign strategy, which I thought was very clever and effective, was to tailor a message to audiences who consume this kind of media, meaning the Joe Rogan Network and kind of related podcasts that I would argue have conspiracism as a sort of habit of mind or kind of soft ideology. Not that they're...
Okay, that's true, but coming from him, that is incredibly rich, because one of the things that he was like pushing back in like 2020, 2021 was that the BLM protests were contributing to a significant amount of COVID-19 spreading, and that just wasn't true. It wasn't supported by data, and he kept favoring anecdotes over comprehensive data looking at the effect of that across the United States.
Wrong, but every conspiracy theory that they might believe in, but that's just sort of how they process.
And he literally did allege conspiracism, because when he was debating Bosch, he went to say, he was like, well, people have their these journalists reporting on this have their ideological priors. Many can be sympathetic to BLM. So it's like, what are you saying? That they're inaccurately reporting medical data just because they want to further a social cause? And this is happening across different institutions and media outlets and different journalist institutions in the United States. It just didn't make any sense.
It's like their epistemology. So Michael, these Republican campaigners had to tailor a message to these people, and Trump just kind of played along with it. And it was always, I think, going to blow up in their faces once the rubber...
And it is accurate to say Trump played along with it, because when you look at the statements that he made, there's far more statements where he is being weird or being oddly like we saw earlier in that interview from 2020 when he's sitting down with the Australian journalist and he like wishes Ghislaine well, practically. He's being very coy. Yeah, exactly. JD Vance and people that he surrounded himself with intentionally that he picked have been the ones that have really gone harder at it.
The road, and they were pressed to actually make good on these promises. But Trump himself...
IDK, Trump did go pretty hard. That winning included individuals hating, having hatred and intolerance for predators. Yeah. This is the critical pedo theory. These people that are obsessed with thinking that like the world is run by like pedophiles, and it's Democrats at the center of it.
Just
really evaded the issue.
Let me just to be really clear what your position is, and I'll get Saagar to respond. Yeah. Do you believe there's no there with regard to young girls being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell to other powerful people, for example, Bill Clinton, potentially Donald Trump, potentially Bill Gates and others? You think there's no there with regard to those questions? And do you also believe there's no there with regard to potential intel connections with CIA or Mossad?
Yeah, so let me try to spell this out pretty carefully. I try to differentiate between what I've been referring to as Epstein mythology versus the actual factual record when it comes to Epstein. In the realm of mythology, there exists this belief, and correct me if
Thank you for subscribing, Tony Danzig.
you guys think I'm wrong. There exists this widespread belief that a pedophilic sex trafficking ring has been systematically covered up.
Yeah.
And that Jeffrey Epstein orchestrated this pedophilic sex trafficking ring by trafficking minors to prominent third-party individuals. And then
he uses that, let's see if I can fill in the blanks. He uses that as leverage to enact his agenda globally and pressure like global superpowers like Israel and the United States to do his bidding because he has dirt on them.
And conducted a blackmail operation to coerce those individuals into silence or complicity or something. And the idea was that previously the Biden administration...
He keeps it neutral. He did not say for political ends. He just said for certain ends.
And was maliciously covering up this information, again, to protect the likes of Bill Clinton or Bill Gates, etc. But now the idea is, shockingly, to the MAGA base, or the MAGA social media influencers anyway, which I'm not sure is totally synonymous with the base, but that's sort of another issue. Now, to their absolute shock,
they're not. You see like a bigger ideological split between the kind of America first versus like the Iran hawks reflected in their pundits, but at the end of the day, they all fall in line. There's a lot more cohesion among the base.
Donald Trump is apparently engaging in this very same cover-up. I would argue that the factual predicate for that assumption, which I think you guys will agree is extremely widespread, that's why people were so incensed about this issue, the factual predicate for that is not well established at all, or not nearly as established as you would think, given the confidence with which people assert the existence of that thing that they're so certain exists.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and let's go
on
ahead
the
and
intel thing. Okay.
Let's go ahead and get Saagar in, and then we'll come back and can dig more specifically into the intel.
Michael, first of all, I would point out that part of the reason that the quote-unquote factual predicate doesn't exist for what you're talking about is actually in existence, in my opinion, that if you look at the open source information for how so many of these prominent individuals dealt with Epstein, and then eventually the non-prosecution agreement that was eventually signed by Alex Acosta and Jeffrey Epstein, and eventually, of course, the Palm Beach County PD only bringing a case against him for solicitation of prostitution actually proves that part of the reason why a lot of this stuff doesn't exist in the quote-unquote factual predicate and or DOJ documents is part of the reason why so much of this does not exist in court basis, etc. If you actually look at the information, I mean, I think Leslie Wexner is perhaps the best example for proving what you were talking about, where we have a actual high prominent individual in the year 1991, one of the only billionaires here in the United States of America, the richest man in Ohio, who gives power of attorney over to Jeffrey Epstein over his entire estate, transfers hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate over to him, to which Epstein then uses those properties, as you just pointed out in the factual predicate, as exists and points out in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, which, yes, is
okay. Like, again, the factual predicate, like this is literally, it is still literally a conspiracy, though, because you don't, that's what you do. You take like disparate facts or whatever, and you like connect this, you create a narrative out of it, and you connect things that don't necessarily exist or follow from the premises, from the factual premises.
Trafficking between young women and Epstein himself, as in he is the sole person who is victimizing these women, that was on Wexner-related properties. That's a pretty direct example of where nobody, including Wexner himself, has ever been able to give an example of how exactly you had this extraordinary situation of signing over power of attorney. And in fact, Vicky Ward, James Stewart, the biographers who looked into the story say that many of the people around Wexner believe that it was a result of a
fucking PBD talked about this as well. Hold on. And there was like an article explaining that this is actually not as like crazy as they want to make it seem.
Blackmail operation. It's not that difficult to imagine that the founder of Victoria's Secret, which entails selling lingerie to teenage girls and surrounding yourselves with beautiful models and all of this, would be involved in some pretty sketchy behavior with a known pedophile of Jeffrey Epstein. So I think that's a pretty clear example.
Wait, what?
It's not that difficult to imagine that the founder of Victoria's Secret, which entails selling lingerie to teenage girls and surrounding yourselves with beautiful models and all of this, would be involved.
Okay, but they're adults.
In some pretty sketchy behavior with a known pedophile of Jeffrey Epstein. So I think that's a pretty clear example.
I don't think founding like a lingerie company whose like market also includes, again, like there are no, like, I'm a woman, so I have authority on this. I'm sure like it exists or whatever, that there have been advertisements from Victoria's Secret tailored to specifically fucking, I guess, pander to teenagers or like underage, like minors or like female minors. But he's making it sound like Victoria's Secret sells like lingerie sets intentionally to like teenagers and minors, when all of the Victoria's Secret lingerie ads are like for adult women and like by adult women. So, and they have like a sister company called Pink, and Pink is the one that's like for teenagers or whatever, but there's no lingerie from that brand or like from that sister brand whatsoever. Even if like, and that's even just like engaging with like how stupid it is to say that because you have like an underwear brand and you're a guy that you must necessarily be like a creep. Definitely like lots of creeps everywhere, so it doesn't preclude you from being one, but I don't think it should necessarily follow that you're more likely to be creepy. It's weird.
Tracing all the way back from 1991,
like a big reach.
The ability to use and coerce, behavior, perhaps blackmail and others, to enrich himself, and also, I mean, we can get into the intelligence case.
You know Victoria's Secret? Yeah, the guy that actually created it ended up, didn't he like sell it for very, very cheap? And then once he sold it for like a couple of $1 million, it was like it was valued at like $1 billion like a fucking year later.
Case now in the future, but exactly why so many people, I think rightfully, can point at an example like that and say it's very clear if you look at that pattern that there is smoke there. Now, I agree, this has not yet been proven, but I would actually argue that the reason that it has not been proven is specifically to cover up the very type of behavior.
Well,
this is what it was. It was like Jeffrey Epstein's trust or whatever, the 1953 trust. Remove paywall. Jeffrey Epstein put his assets in a trust, but here's how his alleged victims can go after his money. This was published in August of 2019. As the events surrounding Epstein's death gradually unfold, it has been revealed that he signed a will 48 hours before he died by suicide on August 10th, listing his brother Mark as the only heir to his $577 million fortune. Yet the disgraced financier took further steps to keep his assets, which include the $56 million in cash, away from public scrutiny by putting them into a new 1953 trust, reportedly named after his year of birth. Lawyers have vowed to go after his estate, beneficiaries or not, but moves to put the assets in trust could complicate attempts by alleged victims to sue his estate for damages, as at least 5 women have already sought to do so, including 2 women who are seeking $100 million. So did Epstein bequeath his assets in trust to keep them out of reach of potential claimants? Quote, people put stuff into so-called asset protection trusts all the time to try to keep them away from their creditors. It's a growing business. J.D. Adkisson, an attorney dealing with creditor and debtor issues, told Forbes. By putting his funds in trust before he killed himself, the assets are kept private and are not immediately available to anyone who might want to go after them, such as creditors or alleged victims. However, alleged victims have, quote, a certain period in which they can make claims, says Steve Oceans, managing partner of law offices of Oceans and Associates. Clearly, they're all going to be able to submit their claims and sue the estate because all he did was transfer his assets into a revocable trust, in which case there's clear transfers with an intent to hinder, defraud, or delay creditors. A revocable trust can have its terms changed at any time, as opposed to an irrevocable trust, the terms of which cannot be changed without permission from the beneficiaries. While the executors of his will have been named as Daryl Indick and David Kahn, the details of his trust, including trustees, are unknown. Ocean adds, such a public situation that everyone knows who was damaged is clearly lowering up at this point as well, and they're going to be well within their statute of limitations period. Here's AP in 2019 saying that Epstein had gamed the system from beyond the grave, characterizing what he did. So for him to be like, why did he do that or whatever, it's like there's an answer to your question, dude.
Some people around Wexner may have believed, as you put it, that there was some potential explanation for Epstein's inheritance of this wealth that had to do with blackmail is not a proven factual predicate for anything.
Well, nobody's saying that, but by that point, we're not supposed to take any reporting.
All right, like to be clear, not that specific question, because it is adjacent to it, but it was not the guy that I was thinking of. But Saagar being like, why did he do this? Why did he do that? Like, there's no shortage of analysis.
You know, at the end of the day, you have a multi-billionaire who signs over power of attorney for his entire estate and hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate, and it's because he thought he was a money genius. That does not happen.
I acknowledge that there are.
No way. Is this really Saagar's Twitter, Abby? Hold on.
Aspects to this story that are non-mythological in the sense that they really do raise questions about the mystery surrounding how he garnered his wealth and so forth. But let me give one example that I don't think has adequately penetrated the popular consciousness, nor has it been adequately
it actually is. Girl Dad, host of Breaking
media,
Points.
Maybe including this very show.
Weird.
Virginia Giuffre, who I think
go back a little bit.
Penetrated the popular geeks, that they really do raise questions about the mystery surrounding how he garnered his wealth and so forth. But let me give.
I would say that that's actually more proof that he committed suicide. Yeah, actually.
One example that I don't think has adequately penetrated the popular consciousness, nor has it been adequately covered on alternative media, maybe including this very show. Virginia Giuffre, who I think you'll agree, if you've studied this case, which I assume that you have, is the central figure who spawned the widespread belief that there had to have been this pedophilic sex trafficking network, because in late 2014, she issued a court filing in which she alleged that she had been sex trafficked to a myriad of prominent third-party individuals, like Prince Andrew, like the former majority leader of the United States Senate, George Mitchell, like the former governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson, and other people. And then she also made a categorical claim that she had been trafficked to like unnamed prime ministers and other people of prominence around the world. Yeah. That's what really spawned it. And I just don't think it's disputable that Virginia Giuffre was a serial fabulist. I know people don't want to hear that. I know whenever I've commented on the subject anywhere on the internet, 95% of the comment sections are against me, and they think that I'm covering up for pedophiles or something, as though I love pedophilia, and that's why I'm making this argument.
Even Pisco admitted this, that there have been claims that she's made that were either found to be just not true or were never substantiated.
That's not the case. Virginia,
despite them being fairly like grandiose claims.
Per the factual record, was a serial fabulist. I'm sure you know, Saagar, that she accused Alan Dershowitz,
yes, I do,
of having been one of the third-party individuals to whom she was trafficked. She made this accusation adamantly.
Michael Tracey on the list? I don't think so, no.
under the cover of the litigation privilege for nearly a decade. Then by 2022, because Dershowitz actually had the resources and the motivation to pursue this charge against him or to dispute it to the point of a settlement, she then had to retract and recant this signature claim that she had been making for 10 years almost.
Okay, this guy just seems so unserious. I could refer to either of these men, so you'll have to clarify.
Very much animated the media coverage around this issue. She withdrew it. She totally obliterated her own credibility. And then sure enough, in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial of 2021, she was not even called as a witness by the prosecution because she would have been a nightmare under cross-examination because so many of the things, the most salacious claims that she made around this story just do not stand up to basic scrutiny. You can even find examples of her signing on to like literal hoaxes in terms of these creeps who came out the woodwork claiming that they had the video footage of illicit sexual activity in Epstein's properties. And then Gouffre's own attorneys, David Boies, who, by the way, made a killing on this whole issue. That's another thing we could get into, how basically the Epstein matter has subsidized the South Florida bar and all these feeding frenzy lawyers who have made.
Why does he look like Consolidata with slightly, hold on, rounder glasses? I don't know. I don't know if I see it. I think he looks too different from this guy. There is something that he looks like, though.
A killing.
I'm not sure.
Well, I would argue the money went the other way, Michael, but yeah, continue.
Yeah, it goes both ways, but the defense attorneys concocted a whole strategy whereby they would extract enormous payouts for themselves.
Well, okay,
given the toxicity of this situation.
Virginia Giuffre, she's one victim. She's a very troubled individual.
Last point.
Yeah.
Virginia Giuffre made millions of dollars. She had a life of luxury as a result of her deciding to become this professional victim. That was her full-time job. She launched this scam NGO. I thought the right was supposed to be skeptical of NGO networks.
What is Virginia Giuffre doing right now, Michael? Do you know how it
She's
ended
deceased.
up?
I don't know about like the framing of like professional victim. Even if she ran scams on these Johns, okay, and all these men or whatever. But
she's deceased.
It's possible that she could be lying, but also like some of her testimony was true, obviously.
Because her life ended
because she was a very troubled, unstable, and unreliable person.
Look, she also killed herself.
It's not deniable she's pictured there with Prince Andrew, but to paint it only as a Virginia Giuffre is one of the only people that is saying this is just not accurate. Part of the reason
she wasn't integral to the story.
She was absolutely integral to the coverage, and largely it's because of the photo, which you're not going to deny, I hope, of her picture with Prince Andrew, which is literally what got him removed from his public duties.
I hate the way this asshole is framing this. They're 1000% creeps. Yeah, like I don't think you should play up this whole like she's a professional victim, they did nothing wrong or whatever.
As from his public duties as a member of the British royal family. Clearly they believe, at least in some part, that Prince Andrew was involved in some pretty sketchy behavior there was a relationship with Epstein. But even, let's step back further.
Yeah, the royal family was coerced through the tsunami of horrible PR that they were subject to.
What do you mean horrible PR?
Why
is this guy hanging out
BBC
with
interview.
a convicted sex offender, and in this case, with a 17-year-old girl with his arm around her? That's not acceptable behavior, not just for a British royal family,
He wasn't even a convicted sex offender at the time that photo was reportedly taken.
You're right. It's routine to be hanging out with 17-year-old women and to take photos with them.
Was he a convicted sex offender at the time that photo was purportedly taken?
I'd have to check the date on what it is. But
he wasn't. It was taken purportedly in 2001. He was not a convicted sex offender at that time.
So you're saying then in that case that Prince Andrew, the member of the British royal family, did not have access to the global elite in which people like Donald Trump could say on the record in 2002, before Jeffrey Epstein is convicted as a sex offender, in which he can say, Jeffrey, he likes them young, in which is an open secret, literally among the jet set class, that this type of behavior is acceptable to Harvey Weinstein and to everybody else. This is open out from Vanity Fair reporting, from a quote from Donald Trump himself. That's our current president. But beyond that, it is an open
Donald
secret.
Trump said that Jeffrey Epstein is a great guy and he tends to like the company of young women or something like that.
He likes
so does that
young.
prove that Donald Trump is a sex offender?
No, I didn't say that he proves he's a sex offender. What I'm saying is that it's open.
I do think that is a good point to raise, though, that these motherfuckers will draw inferences from just photos from everybody else except Donald Trump. Donald Trump would never do that, right?
knowledge that Epstein routinely is seen and is pictured with young women at that time. By the way, and let's continue this, and this is why—
so was Donald Trump.
Pegging this entirely on Virginia Giuffre, again, is not accurate. And I think what it
Largely.
does—
I mean, she's the one
it
who's—
is not, because, again, the photo of her with Prince
Watch
Andrew—
any of these Netflix documentaries, HBO, it's always Virginia Giuffre front and center. They never—
It made it front and center
ever
because
claim
of
that
the
she was
photo.
They never ever qualify any of their coverage by noting that she has a proven, demonstrable record of serial fabulism.
Okay.
Would you concede that she's a serial fabulist?
I would concede that she was—
I do think that any responsible documentarian that wants to discuss this would be transparent. If you truly feel that it does not interfere with their testimony, that related to anything on Epstein, that you would be transparent and forthcoming with the fact that she is at different points been dishonest about claims that she's made.
Troubled individual who clearly, at this point,
fabulist.
from the way that her attorneys and others have acknowledged, that she did make up some facts. And I do think
so. She
that
made up.
Didn't Tracey, Brian Tracey, Michael Tracey also say that there was no Russian interference? I don't know, but again, given who where he operates, the kind of adjacent to the gray zone tier type journalists or whatever, those sorts of alt independent outlets. What's the other one, Reveal or whatever? These sorts of outlets, I wouldn't be surprised if he's very, very skeptical of the Russiagate stuff.
Grandiose claims.
I'm not relying all of this on Virginia Giuffre. That's my point. I have a much broader. He
actually started at 282 though.
Amount of evidence to point, and this is also where I think it kind of gets.
You don't think conceding that the most high-profile accuser, who was integral in the claim of a sex trafficking ring, insofar as her claim was that she was sex trafficked to prominent third-party individuals, I'm not contesting that Epstein himself was a sexual predator. I mean, he's on the record saying that he rejects that there should be any kind of taboo against, post-pubescent women of any age or girls of any age being accessible.
I didn't even know that.
To men for impregnation. I mean, he had bizarre and creepy and depraved beliefs around sexual relations with minors.
So,
I'm
Michael,
not contesting that. I'm contesting this third-party sex trafficking ring that forms the basis of why people are so outraged now about something purportedly being covered up. And all these elites getting away with things.
Let me ask you a question about this, Michael. How do you explain the deal he was able to cut down in Florida with Alex Acosta, who goes on to be Trump's labor secretary, who was U.S. attorney at the time, which led to him serving, I believe, 13 minutes in a county jail where the jail cell was open, where he was able to go to his office for 12 hours a day. Afterwards, he's released. There's significant reporting that indicates even, after he was supposed to be on home confinement, he's flying around, he's doing what he wants to do. That deal was so sort of outlandish that actually a judge came in and said, you violated the rights of victims. This deal was actually technically illegal. And not only did it provide for, very cushy deal and very low-level charge, ultimately for Jeffrey Epstein, it also indicated that none of his potential co-conspirators could be charged whatsoever. So how do you explain?
Yeah, that was the big part of the sweetheart deal.
This person getting such an incredibly cushy deal at that point, and a deal, again, that allows any even theoretical co-conspirators off the hook, which is it's so extraordinary that even Ghislaine Maxwell now is appealing to the Supreme Court saying, hey, I should have been part of that deal. What am I in prison for since the government said no co-conspirators could ever be indicted or found guilty of anything?
I'm just not sure why people think it's such a profound mystery that a wealthy individual, whatever the source of his wealth, and I agree that if possible, a more forensic audit should be done of how he acquired his wealth. But obviously he had the means to hire a dream team of lawyers to come and negotiate with the government on his behalf. He brought in Alan Dershowitz, who had just participated in securing an acquittal.
Well, that's the entry point to understanding how he was able to secure a deal like that. But like you say, it is a profoundly, even for somebody with access to wealth like he had, that is a particularly stunning deal.
For O.J. Simpson, he brought in Ken Starr to make a federalism argument to federal prosecutors, arguing that the offenses for which Epstein was accused were fundamentally state-level crimes and did not enter the purview of federal prosecutors on that ground because the federal prosecutors couldn't establish that there was trafficking across state lines or some other element that would place the crime in their purview. Were these technical arguments? Sure. But, if you want to make this a scandal about wealthy people having access to powerful lawyers who can maybe get them a more lenient non-prosecution agreement than the average person would have access to, I'd be all on board with
this. This is not just more lenient, though. This is again, exceptional.
But it seems that people just immediately launch into the explanation.
As far as I can tell. unless people can find instances of wealthy people getting these sorts of deals for these particular types of crimes.
That he must have been some kind of intelligence asset or agent.
Like, it doesn't mean that it's conclusive that he was or whatever. It just, it like is, I do think that like you can reject that conclusion because there's just not enough evidence to say that there was, without trying to frame it as anything but like, this is just what money gets you. It's like, even that is still pretty insane.
Just to touch on that for a moment, you know, Saagar, I'm not trying to personally attack you on this. I happen to see, I saw a clip going around last week of you on Tucker's show in which you asserted that
Which
Alex
I corrected,
Acosta
by the way. I corrected that quote.
Okay, maybe you corrected it, but I'm just like, but a lot of people have repeated this quote. That derives from a 2019 Vicky Ward article in which she's quoting, or she's attributing this quote from Alex Acosta from several years before 2019, when he's in a meeting with Trump transition officials. And according to Vicky Ward, a former senior Trump administration official, which sounds a lot like Steve Bannon's blowing smoke. We don't know that with 100% certainty. By the way, why is Steve Bannon sitting on 16 hours of raw, uncut?
We're all with you there. We're all with you there. Yeah.
Okay. And why was he strategizing with Epstein about how he could present himself for a media interview with 60 Minutes? But anyway, we'll leave that aside for the moment. But that quote was essentially, it's like the definition of hearsay, and yet it got characterized as an on-record, like declaratory statement from Acosta of him just asserting that he had been warned that Epstein belonged to intelligence pursuant to the 2007 non-prosecution agreement, and therefore he should back off. That's not what that quote signified. And actually, several years later, post 2018, when the Miami Herald series breathed new life into the story, harnessing the power of Me Too, which, by the way, I thought the right was mostly skeptical of. Instead, on this issue and in like select circumstances, we hear the right saying, believe women, we have to honor all survivors, we can't use any critical scrutiny.
And it can't be ignored that this is a lot of this is usually the typical refrain from right-wingers when it comes to women coming forward with accusations of sexual assault and rape.
Their claims. But after the Me Too energy bolstered this story,
that's not true. That's not what happened.
The DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility conducted a review of the 2007-2008 non-prosecution agreement, and Alex Acosta did directly address this claim that he had once potentially asserted that Epstein belonged to intelligence, and that's why a supposedly more lenient deal was given. And Alex Acosta did deny it on the record. Now, in terms of the leniency of that deal, listen to what...
Okay, that's also really silly. Like, what? Nobody's ever lied under oath, dude?
Dershowitz has to say. I'm not saying I agree with Alan Dershowitz on everything. In fact, I strongly disagree with him on the issue of Israel. It's odd to me that every critic of Israel now has to feel that they have to be wedded to this particular issue because their criticism of Israel is bolstered by the idea that the reason that Israel is so widely supported among power structures is because there's a pervasive sexual blackmail network. I think that kind of makes critics of Israel look rather stupid. But Dershowitz.
Yeah, I agree with this. I had this exact same criticism for Anna, kind of outlining it on her take and being like, I'm like, why? You are recentering tangible, very good tangible criticisms away from something like the ongoing genocide or the impact of like the influence of AIPAC and J Street to this, which is like, well, what do we do? Who the fuck? What the fuck? Who says that? Anna Kasparian
says that Epstein fired him and refused to pay his legal fees but sexual blackmail network. I think that kind of makes critics of Israel look rather stupid. But Dershowitz says that Epstein fired him and refused to pay his legal fees because Epstein felt that he did not get a lenient deal. He felt that the prostitution charges, state-level prostitution charges in Florida that he was required to plead guilty to were actually overly onerous, and he should not have had to be subject to any kind of state control at all. So there was a dispute over whether they were actually...
Let me respond. Michael, the idea that this was because of Me Too is complete bullshit. The reason why...
It wasn't bolstered by it? The cultural energy of Me Too didn't empower the
U.S.
I wonder, and you could honestly take the fact that Epstein was like, this is bullshit, that I got this like sweetheart deal. You could take that both ways. You could look at it as either indicative that he was an intelligence asset potentially because he's like, I shouldn't even be serving anything, so this is ridiculous because of like how much money he spent in his connections. Or you could look at it as something that like undermines the idea that he was, because why would you act in that manner given the incredibly like the extraordinary deal that you were granted, unless you really do feel like it just comes down to like money and like just being, I guess, delusional.
District court judge ruled that the non-prosecution agreement violated the rights of the victims who were not informed of the non-prosecution agreement, which you're portraying as standard operating procedure for some sort of...
Why did Leon Black pay Epstein $170 million for tax advice, a guy who dropped out of NYU? You are in deeper than I am because I'm new to the Epstein stuff.
Person. That is just absolutely not the case.
When did the Miami Herald series came out?
Yes, I agree. It came out in 2018, but it was a 12-year period in which the victims themselves were not informed of the situation, sued under their rights, under the, I believe it's like the crime victims' rights. I don't exactly
Julie
remember.
Brown and Tina Brown, who have covered this issue very closely, attribute the renewed interest to Me Too.
What I'm saying is that the district...
This has been going on for literal decades. I know, but I'm late to it because it always bored me.
District court judge is the person who overturned the NPA, which is the reason why, now, perhaps some of the motivations of perhaps coming back for your rights, it is indisputable that the rights of the victims were violated under that non-prosecution agreement. Number one, as you just pointed out in that OPR review, they said that Acosta himself exercised, poor judgment whenever he came to that. Now, let's address...
But he denied the intelligence asset
Yeah, but
claim,
let's
right?
address that intelligence. First of all, the transcript of that has never been made public, and the way that it was phrased specifically around OPR, and when they asked him about intelligence, was he said, absolutely not, I did not have information that he was an intelligence asset. The way that question, as you and I know, asked is pretty damn specific. Now let's talk about Israel as well.
No.
And no.
It was much more. Did you look at the footnote?
Yes, I did. I looked at both the footnote where he said I was allowed to address it in a classified session. He said absolutely not when asked specifically whether he belonged to intelligence.
He says
no.
He was asked whether he had knowledge of Epstein being a quote intelligence asset.
Yes,
Acosta stated to OPR that quote the answer is no. I'm not sure how much more direct he could have been.
The answer is look. I mean, I'm trying to.
Well, he's direct, but then they're trying to ascertain whether or not he's being honest. Okay, so this was new Epstein deposition unearthed that buries Trump from Midas Touch. Let's see.
10 deposition of Jeffrey Epstein, where he is asked about his relationship with Donald Trump. First, Epstein responds in this 2010 deposition that yes, he has social acquaintances or has been social acquaintances with Donald Trump. Then when he's asked if he and Donald Trump had interactions with underage girls together, he invokes his...
Very clickbait. Part and parcel for Midas Touch, a reason why I am not the biggest fan of them.
5th, 6th, and 14th.
Because they're reportedly like a news outlet.
Rights. I want you to watch what goes down here. Wow, another bombshell has just dropped. Let's play this clip.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Now, of course, we also know what Donald Trump has said about anyone who invokes their 5th Amendment against self-incrimination. Here, play this clip.
So there are 5 people
taking
the 5th Amendment, like you see on the mob, right? You see the mob takes the 5th. If you're innocent, why are you taking the 5th Amendment?
Now, this comes at the same time that we learned from
That's funny.
Wall Street Journal report that Donald
I was like, he's not going to be commenting directly on that, but it's funny.
Is indeed all over the Epstein files, currently in the Department of Justice and FBI's custody and control. We've learned from...
They're masters at the narrative spinning, man. Because I've seen that clip before. Maybe this one?
The other people hold?
Immediately. F. Said
that she...
where he seems to indicate that E. Jean Carroll said that she liked being sexually assaulted or that it was sexy. She never said such a thing. Donald Trump is lying here. Play this clip.
That's what she said I did to her. She fainted.
Okay, so this is related to E. Jean Carroll.
Now, also in the Trump depositions in the E. Jean Carroll case, where he was again found liable.
I would not have any interest in.
Now, here is another.
Incredibly hilarious that he said that, because he was actually shown a photo of one of his ex-wives, Marla Maples, and he thought, no, he was shown a photo of this woman, E. Jean Carroll, or E. Jean, I don't know how you say her name, but he confused it for Maples, who he used to be married to, and they were like, no, that's her, after he had already said, like, she's not my type.
Deposition right here of Epstein that you can see for yourself. Let's play it.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime? Yes. What was the crime of which you were convicted? 2 counts: 1, soliciting prostitution, and procuring a minor for prostitution. Did you in fact commit those acts?
Why is this the best version of this that we have? Somebody's like a fucking microwave recording.
I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment rights. How many times have you solicited a minor for prostitution? Same answer. How many times have you solicited a minor for prostitution in the state of Florida? Same answer. Have you ever solicited a minor for prostitution in the Virgin Islands? Same answer. That is, you are invoking your Fifth Amendment. Yes, right. Yes, Mr. School. Have you ever solicited for prostitution in New York? Same answer. Have you ever solicited for...
That's how you get the leak. This looks like it's in a documentary, though. This looks like literally a documentary, like Netflix subtitles.
Prostitution in New Mexico? Same answer. Have you ever solicited for prostitution in Paris? Same answer. Have you ever solicited a minor for prostitution?
It's not a leak. We know all of this already. We love Midas touch, don't we, folks?
Very specific here. I believe that the way that question is asked in the
IDK just guessing, good guess.
transcript and the circumstance are pretty
got it right in
important.
front of me.
No, but that's my point, though, is that even if you're, quote, he belonged to intelligence and I was told to leave it alone, is not direct knowledge. These are classic non-denial denials. And in his 2019 press conference, he did not actually address it whenever he was asked on the record publicly. It's only in his OPR review that he later on comes back to it. I don't think you're going to deny in 2019 that he did not leave the door open to the fact that that report could have had some accuracy. He said something along the lines of, I wouldn't believe everything you read, but it was a non-denial denial. But at the time of that non-prosecution agreement that you're talking about, Jeffrey Epstein, by verified report, is in Israel, basically brought all of his assets over there, returns from Israel to Palm Beach in April of 2008. So that's the first, in my opinion, sketchy connection for why he's exactly granted this special status in Israel whenever he's fighting a pedophile prosecution in the United States of America. But let's just continue down that fact. And this is the part that I just don't understand. For somebody who generally looks for links, why do you have the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak flying on his plane multiple times, staying at his house for months on end, pictured when there were women there, holding a scarf in front of his face to hide his identity from the tabloids? Why is it that, JP Morgan in 2011 has to rely on Epstein to broker a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu? Why is it that Ehud Olmert and Shimon Peres are both linked to Jeffrey Epstein? Ehud Barak was asked, how did you meet Jeffrey Epstein? I did it via Shimon Peres. Ehud Olmert is named specifically by the U.S. Virgin Islands as an Epstein associate. I mean, if we take that and then combine it here with Leslie Wexner, the fact that Jeffrey Epstein is on board of the...
He's probably laid out the most compelling connection that exists between Epstein and like intelligence or whatever with this set of facts. If what he has said is true. Holy Gish Gallop Batman. Yeah, that's the thing though. It's like, what is he mobilizing these points in service of?
The Wexner Foundation, and then pays Ehud Barak $2.3 million to complete 2 reports, one of which he never finished. I can continue back further. Here we have Jeffrey Epstein involved in multiple sketchy arms transactions from the 1980s. I mean, this is where I genuinely wonder, like, if you're just trying
and to say like that, it's like, oh, no, an Israeli state official that's involved in shady weapons transfers? No way, dude. Must be part of a sex trafficking ring. Like, that's just like standard affair for Israel, no?
Be a contrarian. Do you accept it as a fact that Stephen Hoffenberg, Douglas Leese, and Adnan Khashoggi, Robert Maxwell, who, by the way, is a known Mossad agent, did not have connections with Jeffrey Epstein, in which it looks like with the source of his wealth was used as cutouts for use by the U.S. intelligence, or the U.S. and Israeli intelligence community? The 4 individuals who I just named are known and linked to multiple sketchy arms deals from the 1980s. Khashoggi, Robert Maxwell, Douglas Leese, Stephen Hoffenberg. They've given on-the-record statements about their relationship with Epstein. At one point, Epstein is flying on a private jet with Douglas Leese in the 1980s when he's just 28 years old. I mean, I don't know how you can't look at that, specifically here about the money, even ignore the sex trafficking, and not saying that he did not have connections here to intelligence, or at the very least for cutouts and use as an intelligence asset in the past. I genuinely do not know how you cannot look at that, and specifically where the source of his wealth is complete bullshit. He starts a firm in 1988, J. Epstein and Associates, where he says, I only take on people with $1 billion. There are only 140, 150 people in the country, or in the world at that time, who have $1 billion under management. He's never been a registered money manager.
Okay, but that statement sounds like it's hyperbole or whatever. It's like, I only surround myself with successful people. I'd have to see the context, but it sounds like it's not nearly as serious as he's trying to pretend it was.
He has no proven tax record. He called himself a quote.
It's like it's like the equivalent of like, I only surround myself with like people with the Sigma grind set that make money, spend all day hustling.
bounty hunter when he forms an international assets group. In what way?
Epstein could have said, I only work with people that only work and don't sleep. And Saagar would be like, actually, even though there's only like 3 people in documented recorded history that have ever been found to be able to work efficiently while running on very, very few amounts of sleep, Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have worked with those people.
This not look suspicious for everything that I have just laid out there in the highest level connection
totally get
to the
why,
Israeli
I
government.
totally get
I mean, I don't know what we're
these
doing here.
Suspicions around this issue, but if
you want people to come out and say fact. Yeah, he was Mossad. That's not how it works, Michael. The CIA doesn't come out and say, yeah, we killed Kennedy. We connect all of the dots. I mean, do you believe then the official Warren? What you're saying is that because the Warren Commission said that the magic bullet theory is true, that we should all just swallow it and accept it.
So now we're going to go to a detour into the Warren Commission.
No,
but what I'm saying is,
it's also very common for wealth management funds to have a minimum required balance. Yeah, for sure.
That's discussing this issue.
But
nobody
that's a
can
factual
stay wedded
predicate.
to like one coherent train of thought.
That's a factual predicate.
It's
The Warren
good that
Commission
you
said it's been
conceded
solved.
that the primary Epstein accuser is a serial fabulous.
Oh my God! That's
a
on
positive
Virginia
step
Gouffre. By the way, there are 2 other individuals who have named. Prince Andrew, Johanna Schoberg, and I need to find her name.
Forget Virginia's testimony. The things that Prince Andrew said about like I have a condition that makes me fucking sweat are already weird enough.
Come on,
Caroline, who's been named here in an affidavit.
Michael, let me go ahead and get Michael.
But that's the case.
In particular, Saagar laid out the connections with 4 different Israeli
prime
ministers. How do you assimilate that information? What's your response to that?
Sure. First of all, I have to just address the idea that I'm just being arbitrarily contrarian. I can't tell you how many issues I've received that accusation on over the years. Whether it was the Trump-Russia story, which contained conspiratorial elements where I was accused of being a contrarian, whether it was the 2020 George Floyd riots, which I went around and critically covered the poor media coverage of, I was widely denounced for being a contrarian. I'll give you all the evidence. Whether it was the war in Ukraine, this just happens to be an issue where people, I guess, more on the right now think I'm being a contrarian, and so they're particularly enraged.
I shouldn't have impugned I should not have impugned your motives, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I just don't believe it's not contrarianism to critically cover how media narratives congeal in the absence of what I think to be a reliable, factual basis. And how people believe
Epstein
stuff.
Linked up with all these Israeli
you had
prime
Dave
ministers?
Smith, who I think you guys have had on to discuss this, or you had on as a regular guest, who was at the Talking Points conference and accused Donald Trump of covering up a child sex trafficking or child rape ring. I mean, Saagar, do you think that was a credible statement? I simply don't.
I mean, again, I would not.
But let me address the Israeli official. Okay, so yes, it's not disputed that Ehud Barak, for instance, was a longtime associate of Epstein. They engaged in some business deals together. Ehud Barak, amazingly enough, was actually present when Epstein was on a media strategizing session with Steve Bannon, where they were planning how he could rehabilitate his image in the wake of the 2018 Miami Herald series. And Bannon was having to educate Epstein about how Me Too had changed cultural attitudes around this.
Yeah, this is something that doesn't get discussed enough, though, that Steve Bannon was literally part of like an inner circle for Epstein that existed to help him manage his image and PR.
Stuff, so you couldn't just be as obstinate as maybe you were able to be before in the past in rejecting some of these charges. So Steve Bannon was actually
out smear the women, basically.
Yeah, you had to be more sensitive. So Steve Bannon conducted the 16 hours of preparatory interviews with Epstein to kind of tell him how he would be questioned in the context of the 60 Minutes interview or something. On the Israel connection, yes, Ehud Barak was a longtime associate of Epstein. Epstein had longtime associations with an astonishing array of people. I'm not doubting that. He was a consummate bullshitter. He had alliances with, as we know, everybody from Bill Gates to Donald Trump to Bill Clinton over the years. So does it
bullshit? I mean, isn't it more that he had like a bunch of money?
Does it surprise me that some of those people included the Israeli government? No. Or the Saudi arms deal stuff that he was involved in the 1980s? No. I'm not surprised about any of that. And I'm also allowing for the possibility, as I wrote in that Compact article, that over the course of his bizarre international jet setting, perhaps he did come into contact with somebody who was associated with the Israeli security services. Ehud Barak himself would have been the head of Mossad when he was prime minister.
So is it inconceivable? He was also the head of military intelligence.
So is it inconceivable that over the course of their meetings, Ehud Barak obtained some piece of information that maybe he passed along to somebody? No, that's not inconceivable at all. I just don't see it as dispositive or as like all-encompassingly explanatory of Epstein supposedly getting away with this child sex trafficking ring whose existence I don't regard as having been anywhere near established. In the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, interestingly, Maureen Comey was the prosecutor who was just fired yesterday. And
that's James Comey's daughter. what is it? If I put like Comey, I don't know. Daughter fired, the New York Times. Yeah, prosecutor fired by Trump calls Fuhrer the tool of a tyrant. Maureen Comey, who helped prosecute Jeffrey Epstein and Sean Combs, was dismissed without a detailed explanation. She is the daughter of James B. Comey, a longtime adversary of President Trump. Promptly fired by the Trump admin this week, implored her colleagues Thursday to not give into fear, calling it the tool of a tyrant. Career prosecutor can be fired without reason. Fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. She wrote an email that was circulated to her colleagues within the federal prosecutor's office in Manhattan. Do not let that happen. Ms. Comey is the daughter of James B. Comey, the former FBI director and an adversary of President Trump. She also prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell, who conspired with Mr. Epstein and was the lead prosecutor in the recent trial of Sean Combs, the hip-hop entrepreneur. Oh, this is Diddy, duh. Who was acquitted of the most serious charges he faced earlier this month. Ms. Comey was told of her firing Wednesday in a letter from the Justice Department official in Washington who cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which broadly describes the powers of the president, according to two people with knowledge of the matter. She said in her email that the letter did not give a reason for her termination. Let's see, do they link it back to the Epstein shit? Unclear if or how the Justice Department's firing Ms. Comey might affect the judge's decision for like things that she's working on, I guess. There you go.
She then tried to prosecute, P. Diddy, Combs, et cetera, under like similar auspices of like, asserting a sex trafficking ring, but like weirdly narrowing the claim contours of the sex trafficking to two people or one person. So people hear trafficking and they think it must be the sprawling, multi-layered ring, when in reality, the grounds on which Maxwell was convicted was a sex trafficking, quote unquote, conspiracy that literally consisted of two people, according to the government and according to what the four purported victims in that trial even claimed. Oh, and by the way, those victims in that trial just received multi-million-dollar payouts from the Epstein estate and from JP Morgan. And there was a similar Deutsche Bank settlement that came out whereby they could confidentially and non-adversarially have their claims adjudicated by a mediator. So if you had any tangential connection to Epstein, or if I had any tangential connection to Epstein, of course, I would work with my lawyers who are going to get a cut to come up with a story that would entitle me to millions of dollars, just like Virginia Giuffre did to become a multi-millionaire where she could purchase...
Wait. This leap.
Confidentially and non-adversarially have their claims adjudicated by a mediator. So if you had any tangential connection to Epstein, or if I had any tangential connection to Epstein, of course, I would work with my lawyers who are going to get a cut to come up with a story that would entitle me to millions of dollars, just like Virginia Giuffre did to become a multi-millionaire.
Okay, this ties into his own version of the conspiracy, where he like has to finish it off with saying that the motivation behind this person who had a record of lying necessarily was to be like this professional victim or whatever, when again it's not mutually exclusive.
You could purchase luxurious
You're so focused on Virginia Giuffre. I literally just told you there is another. I have her name here in my notes. I've got it right here.
Were her claims ever adjudicated in a criminal setting? Because that's where the highest evidentiary standards are in place.
Accused Prince Andrew of inappropriate sexual contact while posing for a photo at the Epstein mansion, suggesting that she was trafficked there. That's in a sworn affidavit in the very defamation case that you're talking about. Caroline B., another anonymous individual. But listen, I mean, this is my thing. Did you read the
call for the trial then?
Hold on. Did you read the Deutsche Bank settlement with the New York? Yes. And what does it say in there? Epstein had multiple financial transactions which broke bank rules, in which he's transferring money to Eastern European women for apparent sex trafficking purposes. It's in the fucking report there, Michael, from the New York Financial Services, in which they fined the bank for breaking its own policies, for sending and wiring money all over the world for apparent purposes after he's a convicted sex offender. I mean, you think he's wiring all of these money for hookers just for himself? Because that's not even what they say in the New York Financial Services document regarding the Deutsche Bank settlement.
You're basically saying these people are doing this to get rich. If he's trafficking, if he's participating in a trafficking conspiracy to supply minors to others, how is it that over the course of over a decade of incredibly intensive and lucrative litigation, not a single credible allegation of a third-party individual having minors trafficking them to has been established? How come after every media outlet, at least post-2018,
and this is something that the Epstein conspiracists have to answer, and if it ends up just leading to more conspiracism, well, like they have stuff on them, or there's blackmail or whatever, it just becomes like a self-fulfilling or circular logic. Self-fulfilling prophecy or circular logic, depending on how you look at it. Because there is an absence of critical evidence that would be necessary to propagate this hypothesis.
I'm hugely invested in this story.
Hypothesis being charitable, this conspiracy theory.
So you have Netflix documentaries, HBO documentaries, newspaper and magazine articles, podcasts out the wazoo. How come none of them have ever established any third-party individual to whom a minor was trafficked? Or is it because everybody is just so afraid of offending Bill Clinton? Really?
Well, no, but that's not accurate.
How come they couldn't extract a lucrative settlement from Bill Clinton?
Michael, the U.S. Virgin Islands,
incredibly accused of having a minor trafficked.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, who has the most evidence around this, because so many of the heinous accusations, I won't say crime, were committed on their soil, had an attorney general who actually was going forward with a lot of this prosecution. What happened to that attorney general, Michael? They were fired, and the current attorney general, who is in charge of the case, used to work for the Epstein estate. So that seems like a little bit of a cover-up and a problem there, no? Especially whenever that's something that happened to have been intersected in the past week. Exactly.
The number of people who would be in the know but are remaining quiet is too many to believe. Yeah, that's the thing where it starts to like strain like incredulity. This idea that like there could be this many people involved, but with this level of like for how long it's been going on. The idea that like again, no one has come forward as like a whistleblower, an allegation that is held up to scrutiny is something that really shoots down this hypothesis.
The lucrative dispersion of much of the Epstein estate. They have attorney general.
Can I ask you this? Let me ask you this, Saagar.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you concede that there is a perverse incentive or an incentive for purported self-identified victims? Because by the terms of these settlements, all the purported victims have to do is self-identify as a victim. They can do something.
Okay, but then from there, it's like, well, why aren't there more? With his own explanation for that, because there's not like there's tons of victims.
Confidentially, meaning they don't have to be cross-examined, they don't have to have their claims adversarially scrutinized, and then there's no
as far as I know, like I think it's just like a few that have received payouts or whatever. I thought, isn't it in like the single digits?
No downside reputational risk for them in the event that they're not adjudicated to be.
Michael Tracey is always terrible on race and sex topics. He is a bigot. It's insane hearing him argue about this. I mean, he argues for it in a very particular way.
Quantified victims.
And you know why?
Would you agree that there's a perverse incentive in terms of dramatizing claims to maximize one's chances to receive the biggest possible payout? And were you aware that the 4 people that Maureen Comey and her fellow prosecutors had to settle on to bring forward in the Maxwell trial in 2021, receiving multi-million-dollar payouts because they were counseled by their attorneys that in order to obtain the biggest possible settlement, they should
Michael, it sounds like you think Ghislaine Maxwell should
Does that create a perverse incentive structure here or not? Or am I crazy?
Just because they got money doesn't mean they lied. Well, the one person that he's talking about in particular, this Virginia Jeffrey person, has been found to have been lying multiple times about different things. Wasn't Matt Gaetz and his friend also involved in the sex trafficking ring? This boy is sitting in prison on a 10-year federal sentence. Why are we climbing through flies to try to find all the client lists for him too?
Agree that
am I contrarian?
I agree that it quote could create a perverse incentive structure. At the same time, many of these are legally justifiable because of their proven claim in a court where she was convicted by a jury of her peers.
Did you know that full-fledged adults, so not minors, adults were eligible for these payouts? And actually, one adult testified at the Maxwell trial.
Did you know children become adults, dude? Why wouldn't they be eligible? Of course, you can eventually you can be abused in childhood, and then you grow up, and by the time the predator, the perpetrator that abused you, is held accountable in the court of law, you're an adult already.
She was above legal age.
What are you saying? That nobody should ever be able to sue somebody?
This is like the stupidest point they've made.
Have legal justification whenever they are a victim of sex. Like in the case of
if we're talking about a child sex trafficking ring, then the fact that people who were adults could receive payouts because many years after the fact they could claim that
no adult should ever be able to sue anybody else and be able to get any money for it, for damages? I mean, it's like, what are you saying? That
everyone has been caught lying about dumb things. Does it mean they're lying about this case? Okay, that's correct. But she wasn't just caught like lying the same way that like, oh, she lied about being 2 inches taller. She lied that she was busy, but she was free some night that she was supposed to meet somebody. It was like she was like tying herself to non-credible accusations against people and making non-credible accusations against other people that were found to be false.
Our legal civil court system.
Michael Tracey forgets the concept of time itself. It is difficult to hold all these things in your head at the same time, to be fair.
false and stuff. By that standard, the ability to claim damages in itself is a perverse incentive. Now, I agree it can be weaponized, but I mean, in the Maxwell case, you're basically...
we agree.
Yeah, okay, but then I don't know what to say, Michael. Then you should support
for financial gain.
Yeah, then you should support Republicans who want tort reform or whatever the fuck that all that is.
Okay, maybe I would support tort reform around this particular issue because it's been so insanely abused.
Let me ask. We'll try to close this up. Saagar, a question for you is one of the things that I've seen from people who say, look, there's, we believe Trump and there's no there, is they say, well, look, if the Democrats had access to this material and Trump was potentially implicated, don't you think they would have released that? What is your response to that claim?
Me or Michael?
Yeah, you, Saagar.
Okay. Yeah, for me, I mean, look, I originally thought that it was actually a decent argument, but considering Trump's behavior now so far, and this is actually where I wonder if Michael would disagree with me. Michael, why not we just release all of the evidence within the FBI and within whatever the case that has from the Department of Justice, the secret indictment from 2007, which has never yet been made public, that was prior to that non-prosecution agreement, release everything that's in the case file and just show it to the American public and we can all make up our minds. I mean, that's where maybe you'll be vindicated, Michael. Maybe it won't show any of the
I agree. Release everything.
I don't know why it can't
I agree with Dershowitz.
Okay, good.
Dershowitz said for the past 10 years, look, release everything. I waive any right to privacy. I've been falsely accused. I'm going to be vindicated. So I want maximum disclosure. I'm in favor of that.
Michael Tracey may be too on the spectrum to understand the shame that is pushed on women that come forward with sexual assault and rape allegations. Yeah. Don't, like, he's this, like, if somebody say, if this is true, right, this is a poor basis to say that somebody is, like, lying about sexual assault allegations. He says Maria Farmer is lying too because she's a conspiracy theorist. He also claims female liars for using pseudonyms like Jane Doe. Like, obviously, pseudonyms are used to protect identities. It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's hiding or they don't want their accusations to be scrutinized. Or in the case that, like, there's nothing incompatible with somebody being a conspiracy theorist, a fucking flat earther, an anti-vaxxer, and also having been abused.
That, but there are two judges.
Like, the claims have to be assessed on an individual basis. I do think it is valid to bring up if Virginia Giuffre has made credible or like non-credible allegations of the same types of things that in some instances were true.
In New York, who are keeping materials under seal, you know why? To protect the...
But it should just be disclosed. It shouldn't be used necessarily to discredit. It should just be something that people are aware of. Because it is possible, again, to have lied or like non-credibly accused somebody of sexual assault in one instance and then not done that in and then be truthful in another instance. I think it's worth mentioning, but not dismissing that. Yeah, because you should evaluate it on the strength of individual claims. Virginia Giuffre.
Reported victims, mainly, maybe to protect others who could be defamed by those victims. So if people want to go lobby, I mean, Breaking Point should go lobby in the Southern District of New York for disclosure of the files that remain under seal. But I think the fact that Dan Bongino, I mean, Saagar, would you agree with me that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel...
He pronounces things so strangely. Bongino?
All these people obviously dangled these tantalizing little tidbits in front of the right-wing social media audience on the idea that Trump was going to storm into office with his most loyal, tenacious soldiers and expose the deep state, demonic, sex trafficking Democrats. And that whole narrative was obviously politically expedient, bullshit that they very cleverly used to gin up excitement to vote Republican in 2024. And it wouldn't necessarily translate to any concrete revelations once Republicans got to power. The idea that there was a consolidated Epstein list that the DOJ has in some vault somewhere that they could just release was always kind of a confabulation to get people all exercised.
I'm on the record here, Michael. I completely agree with you for the political expedience purposes, but I don't agree that it's bullshit. When I've also said it's a canard to say that there's some Epstein client list where it's like, hey, fuck the kid, now supports Israel. That's not the way the documents work. Look, I'm not here to defend Kash Patel. I agree with you completely that the way that they frame... Look, there's two options. They either ginned it up and exploited perhaps what they claim is the rape of thousands of children or hundreds.
What girl broke Michael Tracey's heart? Red Scare, obviously.
Of victims or whatever for politically expedient purposes, or if they did that, which is disgusting, or they're covering up said thing, which is equally disgusting, perhaps more so, actually, on the latter.
I would love for them, I totally agree. I would love for the maximum amount of material to come out, because you know
FBI
what? When Virginia Giuffre, who you happily conceded was a serial fabulous.
No, I didn't say that. I said that she's a troubled woman who, yes, has been proven to have lied.
So now you don't agree that she's a serial fabulous.
I didn't know. I'm not going to use your level of framing, which I actually do frankly think is disgusting because it points her as the central character, which you've self-appointed. It ignores the other individuals
She's the one who introduced the whole sex trafficking theory.
Yes, with
2014.
With a photo of Prince Andrew. It's like the photo exists. The photo exists.
Go ahead, finish your point.
Okay, so, I mean, I agree that a maximum disclosure should be made, and that these concealments that are still in place to protect the supposed accusers, many of whom are serial fabulists, but yet received enormous payouts from these settlement funds that don't even scrutinize claims. Because when that scrutiny was applied to Virginia Giuffre, as more and more information had to be revealed, she had to concede that she just made an enormous amount of stuff up.
We got the Virginia
and so
Giuffre
I
thing.
think that would probably pertain
she lived
to
in
Crystal's annoyed.
life of expedient luxury. It's just whatever. All right, continue.
She did not live a life of luxury. She didn't have an ocean.
Everyone on this panel is awful. No, I like Crystal Ball. Michael Tracey, definitely hit or miss. Saagar, I do not like.
Front mansion in Australia and a ranch, and she didn't make $15 million.
Suicide, bro. This is what I'm saying.
Let me.
It was so great for her that she decided to enter. I mean, I don't know.
Well, yeah, because she had a domestic.
Because
she got, according to her estranged husband, she became increasingly violent and attacked him. The local Australian authorities agreed with the husband, and then she lost custody of her children and became distraught.
I mean,
could that maybe reflect on her credibility? Could that maybe give some insight to why she was not called as a witness in the Maxwell trial?
Okay, here they're all being gross because I don't think that somebody killing themselves or dying of tragic circumstances should mean that you can't speak negatively of things that they did when they were alive. But I also don't like Michael's narrative spinning that her suicide is only further proof of her lack of credibility in all instances. That is weird.
To me, a pattern of behavior of somebody who was obviously, in my opinion, abused whenever she was young and as a child, and that's
did she lack credibility?
So, Michael, let me wrap up.
Okay, I'm not trying to do the trauma explains all of this or whatever, but trauma can be a reason for people to lie about these things.
She obviously did, Saagar. I know it's it's difficult to admit because
I'm not going to sit here and besmirch somebody who killed herself and who obviously was a troubled individual.
She fabricated a claim against a prominent individual for almost a decade.
Okay. Your feelings are clear. So are mine. All right, go ahead.
Imagine the productive conversations we could be having if Kamala won. There would be debate, but it would be over, I don't know, antitrust law, price gouging, or something. Not this. Well, we're in the worst timeline. I don't know if you knew that. So this is the soft we get instead.
A final question here for you. How do you explain the fact that you had the Trump administration go from the big influencer phase 1 Epstein files coming out, we're reviewing Pam Bondi's, I'm reviewing thousands of hours of footage, to 2-page memo, nothing to see here, we're moving on, case closed, to Trump now saying, well, there are files that were created by Obama and Hillary and Comey and Brennan, and it's all a hoax, and that everyone needs to move on, and there's nothing to see here. So how do you explain his specifically changing narrative of what's going on here?
Wait, did you say trauma doesn't cause people to fabulate? I'm not sure I caught that. No, I'm saying trauma can't be used to make excuses. Trauma cannot be used in all instances as this blanket cover to explain why somebody was dishonest in particular ways, or with respect to certain claims. But trauma can also be a reason that is valid in some instances to explain a victim's behavior or inconsistent testimony or outright fabrications in certain instances. It doesn't excuse it, it can just explain it.
Here. And, the
like Saagar can lean a little bit. There are people that will lean too hard into they're lying just because trauma or whatever. And then there's people like Michael that go too far in the other direction where they're saying people that have been exposed to trauma would never tell a lie or whatever. It's everybody's already lying everybody already lies daily all the time. I think the average person tells 8 lies a day or something like that. I don't know. Something people lie frequently. That's just part of the human condition. But then from there, this idea that he is doing kind of this perfect victim shit.
That obviously it seems bizarre the way he's handling this in the worst possible way just for him politically, let alone anything else.
Well, I think people in the right-wing media universe are charlatans, and they exploit their charlatanism to politically expediently cater to this long-standing belief
I'm talking about Trump specifically.
No, I got it, but it leads into Trump. Meaning there's a pervasive, ever-present belief within right-wing media circles whom Trump harnesses for political power that there's a pedophilic sex trafficking ring that's perpetually waiting to be uncovered. That's why they were so into QAnon, Pizzagate, and that kind of transferred over in part to Epstein. Well, but it explains it in that, why did Pam Bondi in that now notorious February 2025 interview?
Are they really dismissing that he has personal, Trump is being this way because he has personal ties?
Fox News, say she
I think that is what she's trying to imply, but she's stating it in a very weird way.
Files waiting on her desk because there was an incentive within this milieu to dangle the most appetizing little snippets in front of the audience. Like the beating heart of right-wing social media and like comment sections always believes that the triumphant anti-deep state warriors in the Trump administration are finally going to unveil the true heart of evil at the core of elite networks and expose the pedophiles. Kash Patel said, "Put on your big boy pants and tell us who the pedophiles are." And so Bondi was kind of playing.
He must have said that when he was still like a QAnon influencer. I wouldn't be surprised.
Into that assumption. And she used like imprecise language. Are these people charlatans? You're not getting an argument from me.
Yeah.
I was trying to make this argument like last year when they were pumping out this stuff for their own electoral advantage. Now, I will say, is there a possibility that there are some additional materials somewhere that could be embarrassing to Trump? Of course. We know that he was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's for like 15 years. Jeffrey Epstein is on tape that was released by Michael Wolff saying, "I'm Donald Trump's closest friend," or "I was his closest friend." Now, could that be puffery by Epstein, who loved to exaggerate his influence?
Trump also said he knew him for 15 years. So
yeah, exactly. So
is there actual evidence that Epstein was an Israeli asset, or is it just dog posting? The evidence is that Acosta, who is the district attorney general, the district attorney or something like that, said that one of the reasons that he was he got the sweetheart deal was because he was intelligence or something like that. Hold on. Acosta Epstein intelligence quote. So Acosta on. No. Like, when did he say this? Thanks, Sean King. Source Sean King. I went to see where it's from. Let's see. There we go. Is this... Okay. Trying to get the original quote. This is a Daily Beast article from 2019. Jeffrey Epstein's sixth story played out for years in plain sight. How did the New York financier stay nearly untouchable for decades? Vicky Ward, who has reported extensively on Epstein and on efforts to rehabilitate him, finds out what's changed. Let's see. Where is the... So this is... Okay. A couple of years ago, I was interviewing a former senior White House official when the name Jeffrey Epstein came up. Unaware of my personal history with Epstein, this person assured me that the New York financier was no serious harm to anyone. He was a good guy, a charming guy, useful too. He knew a lot of rich Arabs, including the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and further, he had clever ideas about creating bond issues for them. Okay, so he has a girl problem, this person threw on, almost as an afterthought. Epstein's name, I was told, had been raised by the Trump transition team when Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, who'd famously cut Epstein a non-prosecution plea deal back in 2007, was being interviewed for the job of labor secretary. The plea deal put a hard stop to a separate federal investigation of alleged sex crimes with minors and trafficking. Is the Epstein case going to cause a problem for confirmation hearings? Acosta had been asked. Acosta had explained breezily, apparently, that back in the day, he'd had just one meeting on the Epstein case. He'd cut the non-prosecution deal with one of Epstein's attorneys because he had been told to back off that Epstein was above his pay grade. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone, he told his interviewers in the Trump transition, who evidently thought that was a sufficient answer and went ahead and hired Acosta. The Labor Department had no comment when asked about this. And so it seemed until the news of Epstein's arrest on Saturday for allegedly trafficking minors, thus continuing a pattern of blatant exceptionalism that surrounded him and his social media and business nexus. For almost 2 decades, for some nebulous reason, whether to do with ties to foreign intelligence, his billions of dollars, or his social connections, Epstein, whose alleged sexual sickness and horrific assaults on women without means or ability to protect themselves is well known in his circle, remained untouchable. Then it talks about the Vanity Fair article. But how does, Acosta on whether Epstein was an intelligence asset. This is in 2020. Acosta's strange denial that he knew Epstein was an intelligence asset.
Acts of the office with respect to that. I think those rumors are misconstruing the acts of the office with respect to that particular paragraph. One more question.
Richard Lardner from the Associated Press. Mr. Secretary, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case, not just now but over the years, and again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the
I would hesitate to take what I said to the Trump transition team as fact. Why?
Facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes. A few more questions.
I mean, he's being very slippery because no, you saying that does not objectively mean he was intelligence, but you did say you were told by others that he had connections to intelligence and to leave it alone. Well, who told you that? And name names and like why. That sort of information would be useful and insightful.
And they're kind of somewhere that could be embarrassing to Trump. Of course, we know that he was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's for like 15 years. Jeffrey Epstein is on tape that was released by Michael Wolff saying, I'm Donald Trump's closest friend, or I was his closest friend. Now, could that be puffery by Epstein, who loved to exaggerate his influence?
Trump also said he knew him for 15 years. So
yeah, exactly. So I mean, there could be something that is embarrassing on Trump somewhere in the archives here. That wouldn't be surprising at all. Michael Wolff claims that Epstein displayed to him like pictures or Polaroid photos of Trump like sitting around with like topless young women or something. And there was no claim that those women in the photos were minors, but like Trump was also in these modeling circles. That's how he met Melania, right? And Epstein also,
Michael, I just got to point out, man, this is the same hearsay that you're indicting the intelligence quote. You're like, oh, Michael Wolff. By the way, Michael Wolff is a fucking serial fabulous. Are we going to sit here and not say that? He literally made shit up in his book in Fury. Like, why is it that the second...
I have no idea if that's true or not.
Account here from Michael Wolff.
No, I'm not saying it's dispositive.
No, but it is. Now you're talking, oh, he's got photos of topless women.
That's not. It's not.
I'm not saying it's
hearsay.
By the way,
it's not hearsay for Michael Wolff to say I was shown this photo. Like he could testify in court to that. He couldn't testify in court that he was told by somebody that somebody else told him that they spoke to Alex Acosta 2 years prior to that. So it's a different level of hearsay. I'm not saying it's dispositive.
It's reported. Yeah, fine.
But Michael Wolff has shown that he has recordings of Epstein. Yeah, he has hours of tape.
Sure, I mean, it's reporting, but you're reporting hearsay.
Vicky Ward has multiple quotes on the record from Epstein. Why is she a worse report? By the way, Vicky Ward is 10 times
I'm not claiming that Trump is a sexual predator. I'm arguing against that assumption now that has overtaken these popular assumptions.
All right.
So I mean, I'm not trying to argue that Trump is a sexual predator.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm saying you're willing to take hearsay and reporting from other people when it's convenient.
Here's the Occam's razor that I tend to use with Trump. Obviously, he'll just launder whatever bullshit he can to get through a current controversy. And the way that he's handled this issue is really amazing. I mean, now he's like voluntarily bringing it up when he calls into these right-wing, like Real America's Voice shows and saying Epstein hoax. He's disowning his supporters over it. So obviously, I don't know, like, does he have the presence of mind to know how to negotiate this story in a way that is befitting him? Maybe not. I mean, he's 78 years old now. So that could be an explanation. It is interesting to me that never once do you hear Trump express sympathy for the quote unquote victims. Like a traditional politician would say, we sympathize with the victims. They've been through trauma. We're not going to re-traumatize them. This horrible person, Epstein, was a pedophile and a disgrace and whatever. Like Trump doesn't even make any perfunctory gestures along those lines. He just like goes nuclear now on his own supporters. So is he handling this artfully? No, but like I think there are some, more simple explanations than, oh, that means he's covering up the child rape ring that people accused Democrats of covering up, and now Trump is following suit. I just don't find that to be that plausible.
Okay. All right, Michael, thank you.
The Fire and Fury book is full of really bad... Yeah, like Michael Wolff has also said things that are inconsistent. These tell-all books or whatever, it sounds more like a... When you market a book that way, it already sounds far more like a tabloid than it is any sort of serious journalistic enterprise.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, and one more thing. Like, okay, I know this got a little heated.
Captain America tried to raid you, but she doesn't know you got an underscore. Oops. It's okay.
And
That's
it's nothing,
fine. It's
genuinely
fine.
nothing personal against
Yeah.
Saagar.
Yeah.
I mean,
Same.
I'm waiting for the avalanche of comments denouncing me, and that's fine.
To quote whoever it was,
He loves it because he fucking loves being a contrarian.
on Gino, I think we all have our
It's
big boy
dick
pants
hard.
on here, so no worries.
It's all good, brother.
All
See you
right,
later.
Michael. Good to see you. Thank you.
Okay. So there was also we're not watching this whole thing, but Saagar went on Flagrant to see, and I want to see like how he spins together like this narrative when he's like trying to sell it to somebody. The full evidence Epstein was a spy with Saagar and Enjeti. So it is pretty much like very, very close to when he had the debate. This is a 3-hour video, so we're not watching the whole thing. Let's see. See there from the beginning, history of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, I just want to skip to the Maxwell's plus asset for foreign agency.
Now to Robert Maxwell. Now, Robert Maxwell is probably one of the most central important figures in this story. Robert Maxwell is the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, and Robert Maxwell is basically an intelligence operative from day one. So Robert Maxwell is a very interesting early life story. He's a Czechoslovakian Orthodox Jew. He flees the Nazis, finds a way to escape.
Intelligence ties. So this is Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Ian Robert Maxwell, Czechoslovakian-born British media proprietor, politician, and fraudster. Jewish descent, he escaped the Nazi occupation of his native country and joined the Czech army in exile during World War II. He was decorated after active service in the British Army. In subsequent years, he worked in publishing, building up Pergamon Press to a major academic publisher. After 6 years as a Labour Member of Parliament, or MP, during the 1960s, Maxwell again put all his energy into business, successively buying the British printing corps, Mirror Group newspapers, and Macmillan Publishers, among other publishing companies. Flamboyant lifestyle, living in Heatington Hill Hall in Oxford, from which he often flew from his helicopter or sailing in his luxury yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, named after his daughter Ghislaine. Maxwell was litigious and often embroiled in controversy. In 1989, he had to sell successful businesses, including Pergamon Press, to cover some of his debts. In 91, his body was discovered floating in the Atlantic Ocean, apparently having fallen overboard from his yacht. He was buried in Jerusalem. His death triggered the collapse of his publishing empire as banks called in loans. His sons briefly attempted to keep the business together, but failed as the news emerged that the elder Maxwell had embezzled hundreds of millions of pounds from his own company's pensions funds. The Maxwell companies applied for bankruptcy protection in 92. After his death, large discrepancies in his company's finances were revealed, including his fraudulent misappropriation of the Mirror Group pension fund. Where is it that he had like intelligence ties though? Okay. Israeli support, 1948 war. Hints of Maxwell's service to Israel was provided by John Loftus and Mark Ahrens, who described Maxwell's contacts with Czech communist leaders in 48 as crucial to the Czech decision to arm Israel in the 1948 Arab-Israeli war. Czech military assistance was both unique and crucial for Israel in the conflict. According to Loftus and Ahrens, it was Maxwell's covert help in smuggling aircraft parts into Israel that led to the country having air supremacy during the war. Distribution of Promise software to facilitate Israeli spying. Maxwell is alleged to have distributed a bugged version of a software, Promise, to a plethora of national governments and global financial institutions that enabled mass spying by the government of Israel. He was, and the source for this is a book by Thomas Gordon in 2003, Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy. Maxwell was allegedly able to sell the bugged Israeli version of the Promise software to Sandia National Laboratories and Los Alamos National Laboratory, two of the most important nuclear research and national security facilities in the U.S. Maxwell allegedly, this is from the same book. It's from the same book. Maxwell allegedly employed John Tower, chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Armed Services, to facilitate the sale of the bugged Israeli version of Promise software to Sandia and Los Alamos. And then the Mossad allegations. The Foreign Office suspected Maxwell of being a secret agent of a foreign government, possibly a double agent or a triple agent, and, quote, a thoroughly bad character and almost certainly financed by Russia. He had known links to the British Secret Intelligence Services, or MI6, to the Soviet KGB, and to Israeli intelligence service Mossad. This is by, citation for this is The Telegraph. Article from 2003. FO suspected Maxwell was a Russian agent. Papers reveal. What papers, though? Correspondence. British intelligence officers suspected that Robert Maxwell, the disgraced publisher, was a Soviet agent, according to Foreign Office papers, which have just been released. Shortly before Maxwell's death, Ari Ben Minash, a former employee of Israel's military intelligence directorate, approached a number of news organizations in Britain and the U.S. with the allegation that Britain and the Daily Mirror's foreign editor, Nicholas Davies, were both longtime agents for the Mossad. Ben Minash also claimed that in 1986, Maxwell informed the Israeli embassy in London that Mordecai Vanunu revealed information about Israel's nuclear capability to the Sunday Times, then to the Daily Mirror. Vanunu was subsequently kidnapped by Mossad and smuggled to Israel, convicted of treason and imprisoned for 18 years. Wasted no time. Journalist Seymour Hersh of The New Yorker repeated some of the allegations during a press conference in London held to publicize the Samson option, Hersh's book about Israel's nuclear weapons. And this was in 91. On October 21st, October 1991, Labour MP George Galloway and Conservative MP Rupert Allison, also known as espionage author Nigel West, agreed to raise the issue in the House of Commons under parliamentary privilege protection, which in turn allowed British newspapers to report events without fear of libel suits. Maxwell claimed the suits ludicrous, a total invention, and fired Davies. The Washington Post reported that sources in Britain and Israel disputed Hersh's claims. This was, again, back in 1991. Okay, fuck you. A year later, in Galloway's libel settlement against Mirror Group newspapers, Galloway's counsel announced that the MP accepted that the group's staff had not been involved in Vanunu's abduction. Galloway referred to Maxwell as, quote, one of the worst criminals of the century. His son says he wasn't killed on the yacht. On Piers Morgan the other day, Ghislaine publicly has said he was killed. Who fucking knows, man? Okay.
Escape from mainland.
So let's see what all of that shit matches up against how Saagar is going to go on to describe this.
One of the most central important figures in the story. Robert Maxwell is the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, and Robert Maxwell is basically an intelligence operative from day one. So Robert Maxwell is a very interesting early life story. He's a Czechoslovakian Orthodox Jew. He flees the Nazis, finds a way to escape from mainland Europe, fighting with the resistance.
What is he doing? Why is he like putting his fucking finger in his mouth?
To the UK, fights the Nazis in World War II. He gets the second highest medal from the British government during World War II for his exemplary service, and he becomes a British national. Changes his name multiple times. What eventually happens, though, is that Robert Maxwell begins to roll up the tabloid news empire. He's a Rupert Murdoch of his time by rolling up tabloid news in the UK and effectively becoming like a sovereign wealth fund in and of itself with his billions. Maxwell is a very committed Zionist and somebody who's very important to the state of Israel. He's been openly acknowledged at this point as a Mossad asset. I have his code name here. Let me find it. He was known as Mega, quote, the bountiful source. This is from a former Mossad operative who
Did
described
you see the Tetris movie?
No, I actually didn't see it.
Yeah, okay. He's a character in the Tetris movie.
Oh, okay.
Like he's personified as himself as part of the story, which is one of the assets that they owned. I guess might have been the
Maxwell is, again, just like Khashoggi. He's financing international arms deals. He's very important to Mossad. He's very important to MI6. He's very important to the U.S. intelligence community. But the thing that really puts him apart is that Maxwell is a committed Zionist, and he works specifically on behalf of the state of Israel to advance its interests. And the most extreme example of that, can we put that Wired one up there? It talks about the Inslaw octopus. This is a very important article from the 1990s, and it describes basically a piece of software that Robert Maxwell was integral in both financing and selling to the Department of Justice. And it was Israeli spyware that was...
We just read about the Promise shit, but what is this Inslaw stuff? Robert Maxwell Inslaw octopus, maybe? Robert Maxwell Inslaw octopus. It's like a conspiracy theory type shit. On this edition of Parallax Views, freelance journalist Albert Lanier makes his long-awaited return to this podcast to discuss a scandal known as the Inslaw affair, involving the DOJ, a software known as Promise, a conspiracy dubbed the Octopus by the late journalist Danny Casolaro, spying and espionage, and media mogul Robert Maxwell, yes, the father of Jeffrey Epstein's partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, takes us into the world of catacombs, as Lanier refers to it, where politics meets sub-rosa activities. Inslaw affair. So I guess this is what this like is there like a movie about this or what? American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders? This kind of sounds like it. Inslaw Inc. was a DC-based company that developed a software in the early 80s called Promise, which they then alleged was essentially stolen by the U.S. government, leading to multiple congressional investigations that involved famous 80s politicians. This was a big deal. More than just mere governmental theft, it claimed that Promise was being used in a manner that would rattle international relations. Apparently, it was a simple case management software that the U.S. sold to governments around the world, but they allegedly included a backdoor that allowed for monitoring from the states, and they didn't just sell to our enemies, but our allies too. So he said...
This is a very important article from the 1990s, and it describes basically a piece of software that Robert Maxwell was integral in both financing and selling to the Department of Justice. And it was Israeli...
Like, I don't know. This, seems like they're reviewing like a documentary. Seems like it was stolen. I don't know that he sold it.
Spyware.
He sold the Promise stuff.
That was installed on vast numbers of U.S. government computers. That was
used. You could look at the family history of any Israeli and find someone who did things that would be Mossad-like behavior. I don't know if it's that intense, but like at least like Israeli politicians, yeah.
Used specifically to spy on the United States by Mossad in the U.S. and the Israeli intelligence community.
What year is this?
This was in the early 90s. This is whenever it was exposed. But in the 1980s, this is something that Maxwell was directly
Has there been
involved.
punitive measures taken for this act?
Actually, I'm not actually sure about this. I mean, as usual, whenever it comes to Israeli operations on U.S. soil, we're all like, hey, you should cut it out. And then we don't really do anything about
There's
it.
a great doc.
Jonathan Pollard is a very good example of this.
There's a doc on Netflix about this, the octopus murders. And this guy, Danny Castellero, that basically tried to expose this.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I've never watched it, but I know
it's fantastic. And he gets murdered in his attempt to try to expose the Inslaw software.
All right, so there we go. That's Robert Maxwell. He's involved in things like this. But I could actually go on forever.
What did you say about Pollard?
John.
It's not. It's like it's the Promise software. It doesn't really seem like it's the Inslaw software. Inslaw was the company.
Pollard, you know who that is?
No.
Jonathan Pollard is one of the greatest spies in U.S. history. He was a NSA employee in the 1980s. He was spying on behalf of the state of Israel, selling them secrets. There's a picture of him right
you spoke
there.
About this on Tucker.
Yeah, I did. So he served 30 years in a U.S. prison. While he was here, he became a cause celeb in Israel, saying that he was unjustly persecuted, even though he was a United States citizen, selling secrets to Israel. Bibi Netanyahu visited
he sold
him.
the secrets to Russia, not
No.
Right?
Israel sold the secrets to Russia.
Yeah,
he sold the secrets to Israel. No. He sold the secrets to Israel. Let's be clear.
Okay.
Israel sold them to the Soviet Union. Jonathan Pollard was actually granted Israeli citizenship, I think, in absentia. Bibi Netanyahu visited him in prison here in the United States of America, basically saying, we're always going to stand with you. The moment his federal probation is up after he's released from prison, after his sentence, he moved to Israel and he's never coming back. So that's a perfect example here of you have
this dude Rose will learn nothing from this. They first need to learn the basics, like how to vote. I wonder how much of this they can actually remember, like bother to retain.
a United States citizen spying on behalf of the Israeli government, open caught. It's all admitted out in the open. The Israeli government says, hey, we're friends, like just forgive him. He was just a Jewish patriot doing what he wanted for his country, even though he was not an Israeli citizen there at the time, granted him citizenship, and openly campaigned for all of our presidents of the United States, Bill Clinton onward, to pardon Jonathan Pollard. And they came pretty damn close, let me be clear. So that's another example of how we really treat Israeli espionage very differently than all other espionage on the United States. If you guys remember in the Ted Cruz interview where Tucker was like, it doesn't concern you that Mossad is spying on America. He's like, well, all countries do it. All friendly countries spy on each other. There's an exception that we seem to make here for this country.
Well, that's because Ted Cruz is like bought by AIPAC. I'm going to skip forward. Likely Epstein equals intelligence plus protecting sources and materials.
Let's focus here on the non-prosecution agreement and why this did not happen and the case for why it is very, in my opinion, likely he was an intelligence asset. So in 2019, Joe, if you could please put this up from the Daily Beast, Vicky Ward, remember, this is Vicky Ward. This is the person who reports from Vanity Fair 2002, probably the foremost authority on Epstein. She reports that Alex Acosta, while he was being screened by the Trump transition team in 2017, when he was asked, why did you back off the Epstein case? She says here, she was told he belonged to intelligence and to let it go. Now this, I want to be clear, it's not been confirmed 100% that he said this. This is reporting from Vicky Ward about the Trump transition team. Now, though, if you can go to the next link that I sent.
Yeah, but like Acosta doesn't really deny it. He just said, don't take what I said as fact, which is a very weird way to skirt around his statement.
In 2019, when Alex Acosta holds a press conference about this entire issue, and he is asked specifically about intelligence ties of Jeffrey Epstein and whether he would confirm this, he says, quote, I would hesitate to that reporting as fact, but he would not deny it. Later on, he is asked on the record here by the Office of Professional Responsibility whether he had any information that Epstein was an intelligence asset. He says, absolutely not. I did not have information. And he's informed that he is allowed to speak about this in a classified setting if he would like to, but
Sparta Justice. I have to see this whole thing. Hold on. They like flash this wall of text up. You can't even see like what it says. I'm it's almost 2 a.m. and I'm searching up Sparta Justice on X. Lord, please help me. When OPR asked Acosta what is this? Okay. When OPR asked Acosta about his apparent equivocation during his 2019 press conference and answering a media question about whether he had knowledge of Epstein being an intelligence asset, Acosta stated to OPR that the answer is no. Acosta was made aware that OPR could use a classified setting to discuss intelligence information. Media reports in mid-2009 suggested Epstein was released from his state incarceration, quote-unquote, early because he was assisting in a financial crimes investigation in the Eastern District of New York involving Epstein's former employer, Bear Stearns. At the time, Villafania was notified by the AUSAs handling the matter that they had, quote, never heard of Epstein, and he was providing absolutely no cooperation to the government. In 2011, Villafania, Villafania, reported to senior colleagues that this is urban myth. The FBI and I looked into this, and I do not believe that any of this is true. Villafania told OPR that the rumor that Epstein had cooperated with the case in New York was completely false. Acosta told OPR that he did not have any information about Epstein cooperating in a financial investigation or relating to media reports that Epstein had been an intelligence asset. In addition to the contemporaneous record attesting that Epstein was not a cooperating witness in a federal manner, OPR found no evidence suggesting that Epstein was such a cooperating witness or a, quote, intelligence asset, or that anyone, including any of the subjects of OPR's investigation, believed that to be the case, or that Epstein was afforded any benefit on such a basis. OPR did not find any reference to Epstein's purported cooperation, or even a suggestion that he had assisted in a different matter. In any of the numerous communications sent by defense counsel to the USAO and the department, it is highly unlikely that defense counsel would have omitted any reason warranting leniency for Epstein if it had existed. Accordingly, OPR concludes that none of the subjects of OPR's investigation provided Epstein with any benefits on the basis that he was a cooperating witness in an unrelated federal investigation, and OPR found no evidence establishing that Epstein had received benefits for cooperation in any manner. Then 5, Acosta exercised poor judgment by resolving the federal investigation through NPA. Although OPR finds that none of the subjects committed professional misconduct in this matter, OPR concludes that Acosta exercised poor judgment when he agreed to end the federal investigation through the NPA. Acosta's flawed application of petite policy principles to this case and his concerns with overstepping the boundaries of federalism led to a decision to resolve the federal investigation through an NPA that was too difficult to administer, leaving Epstein free to manipulate the conditions of a sentence to his own advantage. The NPA relied on state authorities to implement its key terms, leading to an absence of control by federal authorities over the process. Although the prosecutors considered certain events that they addressed in the NPA, such as gain time and commentary control, many other key issues were not, such as work release and mechanisms for implementing the, Code 2255 provision. Important provisions, such as promising not to prosecute all potential co-conspirators, were added with little discussion or consideration by the prosecutors. And then the citation at the bottom says, when OPR asked Acosta about his apparent equivocation during his 2019 press conference, in answering a media question about whether he had knowledge of Epstein being an intelligence asset, Acosta stated to OPR that the answer is no. Acosta was made aware that OPR could use a classified setting to discuss intelligence information. Start putting tinfoil on the window, start going deep. It's funny, like, he hinges on, I guess he just, like, ignores all of that, like, the thing is, like, it is weird, Michael, like, the interesting thing would be to know who said that to him. The fact that they didn't actually end up finding anything that showed that, like, Epstein's being named as an intelligence asset or whatever is, like, a hit against it.
And he's informed that he is allowed to speak about this in a classified setting if he would like to, but he denies that he had information. But it's important to actually release the exact transcript as to what and how he was asked. Because remember when I said earlier when Naftali Bennett said he never worked for Mossad. That's very different.
Mossad.
Than worked with Mossad. That's very different than was aware of, had contact with, right? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
There are multiple non-denial...
People can be very specific with their wording to evade the truth.
Correct, as any lawyer and any former U.S. attorney would know when he's under question. But nonetheless, Alex Acosta had an opportunity to address this and issued a non-denial denial in his public press conference in 2019. Last time I was here, I told you guys my great regret is I sat next to him on a plane and I didn't ask him about it because it was midnight flight from Miami and nobody was talking, and I'm just staring at this dude being like, bro, I
just noticed that Saagar has like very, very intense veneers.
Flight from Miami and nobody was talking, and I'm just staring at
You can see it.
This dude being like, bro, I gotta ask, you know? He probably thought I was such a freak. He's like, who is this guy? Look at me. Yeah, it's like, anyway, so Alex, if you're listening, I would still love to talk to you about
just
it.
So we can,
but he has never
confirmed or denied.
He's never confirmed, he's never denied it. He basically lives, I mean, look, he lives a private life in Miami. He can come out at any time.
He did kind of deny it.
Well, he said here. He said here.
Well, he said no here. He did deny it.
And didn't really deny it. And again,
this is why he wants the exact transcript.
This is why the exact transcript matters, because he said, here, let's open it up very specifically.
Is that transcript available?
No, it's not available. And actually, that's one of the Epstein files that people would like release. So Acosta told OPR he did not have any information about cooperating in federal investigation or relating to media reports that Epstein had, quote, been an intelligence asset. OPR says it did not find any reference to his purported cooperation or even a suggestion. In the footnote, they says when OPR asked Acosta about his apparent equivocation in a 2019 press conference in answering the media question about Epstein being an intelligence asset, he said, quote, the answer is no. So that's what he told them. Okay, let's be clear about what he said, at least in one on-the-record setting, because there are various different reporting on this. I am personally inclined to take the totality of evidence of everything I talked about his connections with Hoffenberg, with Adnan Khashoggi, with Douglas Leese, to show all of his connections that we're about to get into with Israel.
I guess he had spent an hour and like 19 or whatever doing this.
And say, I think there's a pretty good case to be made. And let's also get now to why the intelligence community would ever want to cover.
It's like Saagar is shot by confirmation bias. He wants to, so badly to be true. A lot of it is like he clearly has a conclusion and he's working backwards.
This stuff up. All right, why? So can we go to the next link, please?
Like, it's not that this couldn't be the case, but this would not be the way that you arrive at the conclusion that he has.
BuzzFeed News, 2021, a great reporter, Jason Leopold, he's like the FOIA king. And what he reported in 2021 is secret CIA files say that staffers committed sex crimes involving children. Declassified CIA Inspector General report shows a pattern of abuse and repeated decisions by...
How is this relevant?
The federal prosecutors not to hold agency personnel accountable. Now, why? And by the way, some of these agents abuse children as young as 2 and 6, which are named here in the documents. All right. And so why would the feds not want to prosecute known pedophiles, people who are actually abusing children, not just child pornography?
Why would the United States government not want to take on the burden of a very, very disastrous sex criminal case? I'm not saying it's right. It's just obvious why they wouldn't want to do that. It'd be our nightmare.
They were concerned if they prosecuted them in open court that sources and methods would be revealed. So in sources and methods. So in 10 different known times here from the CIA Inspector General.
He's like, why would the CIA not want to investigate themselves and be radically transparent with their transgressions? Yeah, the CIA, definitely not known for not wanting to do any of those things.
They decided not to prosecute known pedophiles, specifically to make sure that they could protect intelligence at the expense of justice and bringing people and putting these people in jail.
Correct. You were outlining basic government corruption. How does this tie back to Epstein?
That shows you that there is a track record here from the United States government, from the CIA Inspector General report, in which even in a much lower level scenario, that they don't want this information to come to light. Not because they necessarily care about the justice. They care at the end of the day about sources and methods, and about at all costs, they want to keep all of these people out of open court.
Okay, true, but it doesn't follow from that Epstein would be involved.
Because those people might start talking a whole lot of shit while they're on the transcript, on the record, and they might say, hey, you put me in federal prison, I'm going to tell the whole world what I know. And in exchange, they're let off with probably the worst crime that you can commit, literally, in my opinion, like the worst possible crime that you can commit. We're talking about the sexual abuse here of children as young as 2 and as 6. Second one, and this shows you actually a more systematic one. Shout out to my friend Daryl Cooper, who flagged this case to me in his podcast. I highly recommend it, the Martyr May podcast on the Epstein files. So this is something he brought to my attention by his podcast, is that all throughout the 1970s and 1980s, there was this place called Kincora Children's Home in Northern Ireland, where it was basically a hub and an orphanage for orphan boys who were being systematically abused by intelligence assets known to MI6 and MI5 because and it was basically covered up and ignored because they were key conduits in helping MI5 manage the Northern Irish problem during the Troubles. This is a clear-cut example of basically
just
how it works
so
with the
everybody
Epstein.
understands. MI5, MI6 is British intelligence.
These are British intelligence.
And then the Troubles is a time in which there was a Irish resistance.
Irish resistance against the UK and Northern Ireland, and it's complicated. I'm not a full expert.
The argument is in order to manage that resistance, they had these
He's so humble. He's not an expert, you guys.
Intelligence assets
who were sexually abusing children. They knew they were sexually abusing children.
And they let it happen
and they let it happen
because
it was advantageous to continue that intelligence.
So
what I'm just showing you, though, is that this has all happened in the past.
But just so we can clarify, it doesn't mean MI5 and MI6 are orchestrating the molestation of these children. It means that they're looking the other way, which is equally heinous.
It's honestly worse in my opinion. I actually think it's worse.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Because
it's a weird moral claim. As an aside, I don't think it's worse to look the other way as opposed to actually start a sex trafficking ring. What? Or it's not worse to look the other way on criminality than it is to be the criminal yourself.
It is advantageous for what the current administration or what the country wanted at the time. And so you were using this as evidence that intelligence communities have done this
in the past. These are verified incidents. They show us this has happened.
And real quick, it would lend itself to this idea that intelligence communities were aware of what Epstein was doing and was able to look the other way because there was access to certain information
and money
that
the thing is that this claim always ends up, he says that this is not the claim that he's making. They're not facilitating these sex trafficking rings or whatever. But it's just everybody who supports the Epstein conspiracies and QAnon, it does lead to that. It's not just that they're looking the other way. It's that they actually start these things and facilitate them.
So it would thwart this idea that the government is actively using Epstein as a worker, if you will, to run a blackmail ring. But it would confirm this idea that they were aware of this pedophile sex trafficking ring happening, and they allowed it to happen so as long as that they could use him, continue to use him as an asset.
That's exactly right.
Which I think is an important slice, because I think the internet has taken Epstein and turned him into the Mossad, CIA, government blackmail ring that they use to incriminate.
I mean, you're talking to somebody who kind of thinks that, no?
Elites, which at this point in time, we don't know if there's any evidence of that.
Andrew's monochrome green outfit is very, very distracting.
It seemed like there's overwhelming evidence.
There's like money.
To his access to these elites and his utility to intelligence services.
Correct, that's exactly right.
But I wonder if it's advantageous for intelligence to have an asset or someone like this that has such a malignant proclivity.
Correct, you're exact. See, this is very important.
Can you go on? Can you continue on?
But just if basically you have someone that's able to have access to all this information and money, but also is a known pedophile, he's much easier to control and coerce.
So it's like in the hood, if you got a crackhead or a heroin addict, that you need him to do some fuck shit, but they always got to come back.
What the fuck does Andrew Schultz know about in the hood and crack and needing someone to do some fuck shit? Get the fuck out of here. Isn't this guy just a white dude?
Actually, because they're addicted to the thing you got.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the FBI looks the other way on criminals. Actually, Joey, can you Google this? It's confidential informants commit crimes, FBI. There was a report recently. It came out a couple of years ago that named the number of crimes that the FBI allowed its confidential informants to commit.
He was also rich. It says a lot if that's true.
Working with them.
This is Whitey Bulger.
Yeah, but it's not Whitey. It's
acting like white chocolate over here.
It goes way bigger than that.
Whitey would be the
the perfect example of that.
So the notorious Boston gangster,
of course,
who was always an FBI informant, but they allowed him to continue to run shit in Boston.
I mean, it's thousands of crimes.
Here gets very Nazi, Jason. I have the tweet for you? Hold on. Who's this one? Andrew Schultz looks like a mix between a Jewish guy from the 40s and the Nazi who killed him. I thought this was pretty good.
Propping a dictator, they can do whatever they want to do.
His mom owns a ballet studio in New York. Love that for him.
Everyone, as long as you keep certain things.
Oh, you can kill tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people as long as it's your loyal.
You can say I would Google something like confidential informants commit crimes, like FBI admits, something like that. Maybe we can find that. I'm just citing it off the top of my head.
Sorry, in the meantime, but do we have?
Since I've looked at it, go ahead.
Do we have any idea what he's providing that is worth the kids getting?
There it is. Yeah, there we go. FBI allowed informants to commit 5,000 crimes or something like. It's maybe 5,000 or 50,000. I can't read the headline exactly. I'm trying to cite. I'm trying to show everybody that this is business as usual for the federal government.
And just to clarify, not all these crimes are kid fucking. Some of these crimes are drug.
This is some fucking, again, it's critical pedo theory in action. Okay, whatever. On to other weird legal shit. So Candace Owens goes around saying that Bridget Macron is a fucking man. They're finally fed up with her shit and they're actually suing her for defamation. I literally do not know why she wasted so much time propagating this lie instead of just talking about the very real weirdness that went on between her and Macron. The fact that he was they were involved with the, like, wasn't she his teacher? Macron, hold on. Let's see if I go to personal life. Macron is married to Brigitte Trogneau. His former La Providence high school teacher, and Amin's close to 25 years his senior. They met during a theater workshop when she was giving when he was a 15-year-old student and she was a 39-year-old teacher. A romantic relationship started later, and his parents attempted to separate the couple by sending him away to Paris, to finish the final year of his schooling, as they felt his youth made this relationship inappropriate. Gee, I wonder why they thought that. The age of schooling in France, no. The age of consent in France is 15. Thanks, Wikipedia. The couple reunited after Macron graduated and were married in 2007. She has 3 children from a previous marriage. He has no children of his own. Her role in Macron's 2017 presidential campaign has been considered pivotal, with close Macron allies stating that Brigitte Macron helped him to develop skills such as public speaking. So, yeah, I don't understand why she goes after the fake, like, she's trans, she's a man, whatever it is, instead of the very real and, like, openly acknowledged and documented, strange, predatory sort of relationship that she had with him from his adolescence and on. Also, again, like, hold on. Dude, she's not a man. She is just a French woman. Common mistake, I guess, for some people. But this is what Candace likes to say about her.
Time for you to wake up. So we will start from the top here with a photo of Brigitte Macron. Real name, Jean-Michel Trogneau. That person that you are looking at on the right is not a woman. Time for you to wake.
Okay, thank you, Candace. Let's see. So Macron sues Candace Owens, right-wing podcaster, claiming defamation. The suit seeks damages after the podcaster claimed Brigitte Macron is a man. The French president and his wife said the statement caused pain to us and our families. This was published yesterday. French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte Macron filed a defamation lawsuit on Wednesday against an American right-wing podcaster who falsely claimed Ms. Macron is a man. The lawsuit filed in, shouldn't it be Mrs.? They're married. The lawsuit filed in Delaware Superior Court against the podcaster Candace Owens argues that Ms. Owens used false claims about the Macrons to, quote, promote her independent platform, gain notoriety, and make money. The reason why this is significant is, again, they're having to sue somebody in America, which is usually more difficult, obviously, than suing somebody else who is like within the same country or domestically. And they are, we're talking about political figures that are actually going, like they're going to face scrutiny for even doing this. In a filing running more than 200 pages, you can actually read this. Wow. What they document it all. The Macrons are suing for 22 counts of defamation and related claims and are seeking actual and punitive damages. The amount was not specified, as well as legal costs. The battle began in March 2024 when, according to the lawsuit, Ms. Owens told the world she would stake her entire professional reputation. Jesus Christ, Candace, why? On the accusation that Ms. Macron is in fact a man. I bet, like, I don't think Candace Owens is like punching the air right now. I'm sure she's fucking thrilled. I bet she thinks that she's gonna be fucking vindicated. Ms. Owens made the claim on her podcast, then carried by the Daily Wire, and repeated it in a post on X. This episode is blowing up, so I just want to say, again, she started doing this shit in 2024, March of last year. After looking into this, I'd stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Any journalist or publication that is trying to dismiss this plausibility. Okay, why are you going to say she is in fact, but then say it's plausible in the next sentence, is immediately identifiable as establishment? What is the sentence? Any journalist or publication that is trying to dismiss this possibility is immediately identifiable as a... Oh, okay. They're deep state. If you doubt this claim, you're deep state. I have never seen anything like this in my life. Again, I have never seen a French woman in my life. The implications here are terrifying. Yeah, it's crazy. It would be fucking scary if Brigitte Macron had a dick instead of a vagina, I guess. I do not intend to let up on this story, and I am calling on other journalists to look into this explosive story and report accordingly. And then she, like, hashtags what she thinks is, like, the dead name or whatever. Oh, video isn't available anymore. I wonder why. Ms. Owens and the Daily Wire, a conservative media company, severed ties that month over her anti-Semitic rhetoric. Not the defamatory statements, of course. And she repeated the claim about Ms. Macron on her independent podcast and other platforms. Ms. Owens disregarded all credible evidence disproving her claim. Me when I just know I'm right. The filing says, and rather than engage with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. I love how they thought that, like, we could settle this rationally. A person who's, like, with no basis to claim this, we could just, like, debunk them. Yeah, that'll end well. Because Ms. Owens systematically reaffirmed these falsehoods in response to each of our attorneys' repeated requests for a retraction, we ultimately concluded that referring the matter to a court of law was the only remaining avenue for remedy, the Macron said in a statement from their lawyer. Well, at least you know, even though she's grifting, she's either really, really committed to the bit or she genuinely believes this bullshit. The suit also names Ms. Owens' media company and the company that runs her website, which are both registered in Delaware. In her podcast on Wednesday afternoon, Ms. Owens said the case was all the proof you need. It's too easy. It's too easy. I have not read anything about this. That her claim was true. Addressing Ms. Macron directly, she added, "You are literally making history in all the wrong ways." I mean, you would know a thing or two about that, right, Candace? The podcaster noted that she had learned of the lawsuit in the news media on Wednesday and had not yet been served. She argued that Ms. Macron was pivoting strategies after ruling in a lawsuit the French First Lady had filed in France against two people who publicized the claim that she was a man was overturned this month. If you ever seen an interview with Candace Owens' husband, she probably shouldn't throw stones. He's very effeminate. But I do not think he is a woman. A French appeals court overturned a lower court's ruling, ordering the defendants to pay damages, saying the false claims against Ms. Macron had been made in good faith. And that does remind me that she was interviewing Fuentes, and I think he straight up told her to her face, "I don't like that you're having, like, mixed race kids." Because he's white and she's black. Ms. Owens, 36, has become a lightning rod for controversy as a media personality. She said in 2017 she became conservative in response to what she viewed as racism among liberals. Me. Real. She became well known in conservative circles, working in communications for TPUSA, a conservative advocacy group. This is Charlie Kirk's joint. Ms. Owens, who is black, co-founded the Blexit Foundation in 2019. This is like a doxing thing, right? To encourage Black Americans to reconsider. Oh wait, no. This is like you're leaving the greatest the Democratic plantation type shit. To reconsider their political affiliations. I'm pretty like this is what like Kanye was into. In 2022, she made a documentary critical of the BLM movement, The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, George Floyd and the Rise of BLM. She promoted that he died because of a fentanyl overdose, not because of suffocation or being crushed by the knee on his neck by Derek Chauvin. She is married to George Farmer, a British American who worked for Turning Point UK and was the chief executive of the conservative social media company Parler. The Macrons have long been a subject of public curiosity and speculation. He was a teenager when they first met, and she, who was about 25 years his senior, was his teacher. Recently, Ms. Macron, 72, was caught on camera pushing Mr. Macron, 47, in the face. Pushing? Macron explained that the video showed the couple bickering and joking around, something they often did. Maybe. The French president downplayed the episode, saying they were bickering and joking rather joking around. He added, "Everyone needs to calm down and focus on the real news." I don't know. I feel like she would have like poked her head out and something. If they were really joking, but whatever. Mr. Macron has said little publicly about the false rumors targeting his wife. In rare comments last year, he told reporters, "The worst thing is false information and fabricated scenarios with people who end up believing them and disrupting your life, including your privacy." The French president did not immediately respond to requests for comment. What if they ever did? The Macron's lawsuit contends that when they sought a retraction of Ms. Owens' initial claim, she doubled down and, quote, endorsed, repeated, and published verifiably false and devastating lies about the Macrons. But again, the fact that she is like super fucking excited about this, at least she genuinely believes in them. She's willing to die on this hill. Then this year, the lawsuit says, in an 8-part YouTube series called Becoming Bridget. Jesus Christ, Candace. 8-part series on this bullshit. In podcasts, on social media, and in interviews, Ms. Owens presented a number of far-fetched fictions about the couple. Dude, maybe I on Just Press Play, Bisco and I react to this entire 8-part series. This sounds fucking hilarious. What do they have? People being like, what? She liked the color blue, and when she was young, she played with dinosaurs instead of Barbies? Like, what is it even going to be? Among them, Ms. Macron supposedly stole another person's identity and transitioned to becoming a woman. The Macrons are blood relatives. Mr. Macron was chosen for the French presidency as part of a U.S. government mind control program, and the Macrons are committing forgery, fraud, and abuses of power to conceal those secrets. Ms. Owens capitalized on the claims by selling merchandise associated with the couple. What merch? What merch do you need? Like, I believe that she's a... What? What did this even look like? If I put like Candace Owens, Bridget Macron merch. Man of the year. If this is this what it is? Man of the Year t-shirt. But this is not this. I don't know if this is like Candace Owens' actual thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is like basically the same design. Yeah, it seems like that's what it was. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought maybe I was like, oh wait, by selling merch it could have been like something like Candace Owens related merch or like Daily Wire merch, and they're saying like, well, you tried to monetize it that way. No, literally like the she's a man thing, Man of the Year. Ms. Owens' campaign of defamation is plainly designed to harass and cause pain to us and our families and to garner attention and notoriety. The Macron said in a statement, we gave her every opportunity to back away from these claims, but she refused. Wonder how many conservatives are still scared of witches. I mean, Candace is one of them. She called Rabbi Shmuley's daughter like a hag and a witch. She was like, I literally believe she is a witch. We're probably watching this tomorrow. This PBD Laura Loomer interview. That's gonna be fun. What do I search? Becoming Bridget. Candace Owens. Let's just get a little peek. This, oh my god. The first episode is like 5 million views. Is there like a trailer? I just want a little taste, just a little peek. No, okay, let's do a little teaser. Becoming Bridget gaslighting the public, episode 1. This was streamed 5 months ago. Episode 1 of Becoming Bridget. Okay. Just a little teaser. We're gonna watch a few minutes of this.
Guys, so we delayed the second installment of the Becoming Brigitte series because after announcing that we were going to air the episode...
They're an hour each. There's a lot to this story. There's a lot to explain. Like, there's an hour of lies to make up, or they're gonna... You have, like, this much information they're gonna stretch into this whole hour-long episode.
On our CandaceOwens.com website, we underwent extensive DDoS attacks all weekend. Essentially, our servers were being overwhelmed. Then yesterday evening, we received It
was the deep states censoring them.
Second strongly worded letter from the Élysée Palace, from Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron. This time it's a very brief letter, which we are going to show you in its entirety later on in the show. What can we say other than the Macrons sure are not behaving like a couple who have absolutely nothing to hide? So let's figure out...
Did she just say DDoS? She is like, she doesn't know how to do any of the tech stuff. She has other people do it for her. She said in the Fuentes interview that she was like, I'm a total like tech boomer.
Why they are...
So she doesn't... I don't even think she knows a phrase like DDoS.
In the way that they are. Welcome back to our Becoming Brigitte.
It's just an hour of her vamping a little bit, right?
Series. First install. So a lot of people were wondering with the first installment, the entry to this series, why are the French people allowing this to happen? How could they allow all of these things to happen? And you're probably wondering how on earth Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron have pulled this.
How could the French public not be as obsessed as I am with transvestigating Brigitte Macron? How could they allow this to happen? She's so brave for taking up the mantle of uncovering this.
This mass suppression of the press so that none of us were even aware of all of this weird stuff happening in their country. How is it that Emmanuel Macron, who was virtually unknown to the public a year before he came into power, managed to scuttle the campaign of François Fillon, the man who was a shoe-in essentially for the presidency. How did he do all of this? Well, for English speakers, it's a bit like the rise of Barack Obama. Sure.
Well, Bridget, that's how.
Barack Obama was a senator, and he therefore was involved in politics to some degree.
We all have to consider grifting as a career option if it's this viable and this easy. Apparently, if you're just somewhat conventionally attractive and you too, and like want to spin lies like this, you too can have a YouTube channel of almost 4.5 million subscribers and get 5 million people to watch you for 50 minutes, bring up facts from her Wikipedia page and concoct a narrative around those facts that she's actually a man.
His ascension into the presidency did sort of in many ways come out of nowhere. Except Barack Obama was not married to someone who was more than 2 decades
Barack Obama also married to a man, according to Candace, probably. Right.
older than him. Emmanuel Macron, just to be very clear, and we'll state this again and again, was just 14 years old when he appeared in a school play at his school called La
Okay, correct. So why don't you just focus on that? And you could go into that.
Providence. Brigitte at that time.
And then they would never sue you because it would mean having to divulge even more details about what actually happened when they first met. Why not do an expose on that shit? They'll never touch it. It doesn't matter how inaccurate you get a bunch of shit. They would probably never, ever touch it because they would have to go to Discovery and disclose and say on the record a bunch of shit that they'll never want to disclose about the earlier years of their inappropriate relationship.
Time was a teacher at this
Like, these are not the brightest bulbs.
school who ran a theater workshop. Okay. She was, in fact, 39 years old at this time and allegedly married with 3.
No, which conspiracy hole are we going down today? Candace Owens is being sued by the Macrons for defamation because she keeps calling Bridget Macron a man.
Children. One of her children, Lawrence, was the same age and therefore in school with Emmanuel Macron. Okay. So the story goes that she saw him perform in a play and she was just swept away, eventually unwilling to resist her feelings for the much younger prince. So much so that she eventually divorced her husband. She broke up her family because of this. Of course, this is objectively a very creepy story. So how on earth did they sell it to the French public? That's where we need to begin here. The answer, of course, as always, is through a very intense propaganda campaign that is filled with lies and severe intentional misrepresentations. As Xavier Poussard, that is the journalist that broke this incredible story, puts in his forthcoming book, he wrote this, quote, "To sell this improbable story, intense propaganda was deployed across all media, television, radio, and the internet.
Don't you mean Candace Owens? Allegedly. Many people are saying this.
Books praising Brigitte and Emmanuel and glossy magazine covers saturated the public space. The aim was to
She sees this and she genuinely thinks it's a man.
subliminally instill in the minds a storytelling designed by the cream of the Parisian specialists of public image. This pulpy narrative told the story of Emmanuel Macron, a precocious and virtuoso student at Lycée La Providence in Amiens. The press compared him to Mozart, who won over his teacher Brigitte, a dynamic, beautiful, and charismatic woman, end quote. So yeah, they sold this as a story of triumph over conformity, right? This age-defying love, perhaps, as we now know, an early nod to the written works of Macron's favorite author, André Gide, who, as we mentioned in a previous episode...
Okay, this is amazing. I'm going to save this. We'll see. We'll see what we do. We'll see. Oh my God. Is there anything like... So they have the entire thing. This is nothing new for Owens. She has built a brand on provocation, not truth. Owens labels herself an independent investigative journalist while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. This could describe any right-winger doing news, quote unquote. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long debunked anti-Semitic tropes such as blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengele's medical experiments, which she did do, as mere propaganda. Her content was not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. Global humiliation, where they do like facts, jurisdiction, factual allegations. Like, look, she's her as a little girl. Jesus, this is 200 pages of this shit. It's amazing. Bisco should look at this. He's a fucking lawyer. See what he has to say about it. But either way, that was fun. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already. And subscribe to me. That way you can get access to very cute emotes as well as an ad-free experience. You can also gift subs throughout the chat so you can give other people the gift of the same If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already and subscribe to me. That way you can catch every time I go live through YouTube. You can also look at my past VODs. They are timestamped. That way you can go directly to these segments if you want to hear my coverage of past news, videos, reaction content. If you want to support me, you can also follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box, which will take you to my Streamlabs tip link, as well as my Ko-fi link, where you can buy me a coffee on Ko-fi for like $3 or $5, whatever you want. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade _ on everything, and that's it for tonight. But I will be back tomorrow. In the meantime, I am going to be sending you to One Hand Politics. Oh, one more thing to announce before I go. Tomorrow, I'm going to be hanging out with Mason and where is it? This. Leftist Game Night. I don't know what the hell we're doing, but yeah, it's going to be fun. Hanging out with Samantha Lux, Doodleburb, other people. Should be good. I think it's like a tabletop game or something. I guess I'm going to find out. We're going to explain the rules will be explained, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to send you to Mason, who is just gaming and pushing for partner. But all right, be back tomorrow. Bye.